It's raining, and people near the ruined building are in a panic. One of them wonders why the ambulance hasn't arrived yet. Another says they're just now calling for help, but notices something strange happening. Nearby, a person with a bloody arm lies on the ground, thinking their luck has run out. The hero's life was filled with a series of unfortunate events. He notes that even with effort, everything ended in failure. His thoughts focus on the desire to start anew without expectations. He doesn't seek happiness but wants to lead an ordinary life with occasional acts of kindness. A woman with long white hair lies in bed holding a newborn baby. A servant announces that Leah has given birth to a healthy boy. The mother tenderly names her son Siebert and rejoices at his arrival. The baby realizes he has indeed been reborn but is surprised to find himself as a child. The man looks around in confusion, unsure of what has happened. He remembers the moment of his death and is surprised to still exist. A young man in a business suit appears before him, introducing himself as the keeper of life and death. He informs the guest that he has lived a full life, filled with misfortune since childhood. The guardian confirms that the man's death was caused by a steel beam falling from an unfinished building. He politely apologizes for the incident and calls the guest special. He explains that reincarnation into a new world awaits him. He also mentions that the newcomer will receive various advantages and benefits. The keeper continues to explain that the blessing of rebirth will provide many useful benefits and points. He clarifies that memories of the past life will soon return. The new world's language will also become clear immediately after rebirth. The man holding the contract doesn't have time to process everything and starts questioning the benefits and magic. The keeper mentions the last particularly important advantage the guest will receive. He describes this ability as outstanding and attention-grabbing. The man learns that it is a power called Eyes of Evaluation. Hearing this, he repeats the name of the ability in surprise. The keeper explains that the ability allows its possessor to evaluate everything they see. He emphasizes that in this case, the guest will receive a special version of this power. The man is skeptical about the information, openly expressing his doubts. The keeper thanks him for his attention and moves on to the final part of the explanation. A huge machine with the sign Reincarnation Lottery appears before the man. The keeper cheerfully announces that it's time to choose a new world. The man is wary and finds the situation suspicious. Despite his doubts, he decides to go along with it and agrees to participate. A golden ball drops from the lottery machine. The man is surprised that he managed to win despite his bad luck. The keeper confirms that he receives a special world because he is lucky. Without further explanation, the next stage of the process begins. The guardian bids farewell to the man, wishing him a good life in the new world. The man falls into the spatial stream, screaming in surprise. He reaches forward, watching as his body plunges into the unknown. His last memory of his past life is the guardian's smiling face. A baby lies in a cradle, looking up and slowly opening his eyes. A woman with long hair comes closer and gently calls him by the name Zig. She notices the baby's eyes widen and asks if he recognizes his mother's face. The baby internally notes that he clearly recognizes his new mother's face. A man in military uniform approaches the bed and notices that the child looks healthy. He reaches for the baby, but the maid asks him to be more careful. She explains that he was too rough in the morning and the baby's neck is still too weak. The man acknowledges her point and agrees with her remark. The baby cries, and the man gently strokes its head, trying to calm it down. The protagonist realizes he is in another world, judging by the clothing of those around him. He wants to find out who he is and what this world is as soon as possible. However, he acknowledges that he can't speak or walk yet because of his infant body. The baby remembers the guardian mentioning magic and special advantages. He recalls the words about the eyes of assessment, which allow him to analyze what he sees. The hero decides to use this ability right now to gather more information. The woman holds him in her arms, watching his behavior with mild surprise. The hero recalls not receiving instructions on how to activate the ability, but decides to rely on intuition. He focuses and mentally says the name of the power, hoping to trigger it. The eyes of appraisal activate, and numerous information panels appear before him. The screen displays his attributes, level, and categories of magic available for study. His age, gender, and blessing for reincarnation are indicated. It also shows mastery of all magical attributes, advanced skills, and the special ability of the EX appraisal eye. The hero is pleased to access his information, even though he doesn't fully understand everything. The hero notices that his luck score is 200 and considers it low. He recalls constant failures in his past life. Comparing other stats, he concludes that his abilities are too weak. A woman calls out to Zig as he continues pondering his potential strength. Two girls enter the room, addressing Leah and Siegbert. A girl named Anna happily says she's been wanting to see Sieg. The maid asks them to be quieter since the mother and child still need rest. Theobald promises to be more careful, and Leah smiles and invites them closer. Anna and Theobald lean over the baby, admiring its appearance. The girl notices that it has the same silvery hair and violet eyes as its mother. She says her brother will surely adore him. The baby feels frightened by their sudden movements and inwardly pleads for them to be gentle. Theobald reaches out his hand, and the baby unexpectedly grabs it. The girl is surprised and happily says that he's holding her hand. Anna feels envious and wants to touch the child too. The maid scolds them both, insisting they keep quiet. Anna enthusiastically declares that she will take care of Zig like an older sister. Theobald says he also wants to play with him. The girl dreams of dressing the baby in cute clothes and placing him next to her dolls. Theobald reminds her that Zig is a boy, but Anna thinks it doesn't matter because he's just too adorable. The two girls are discussing whether Ziga will enjoy playing with them. Theobald thinks he won't like it, but Anna is sure he will. One of them adds that siblings are usually fun and active. The baby is worried about being treated too roughly and doesn't know how to react. Anna apologizes for being noisy, but she's told not to worry. She suggests that when Zig gets a bit older, they can travel together as a family. The girl hopes they will create many happy memories. With a smile, she expresses her love for Zig and thanks him for being born. Leah smiles and says she's glad to see the kids have become friends with Zig. The man agrees with her and confirms her words. The baby watches everything and thinks about his new family. He can't believe that after so many setbacks, he's found himself among such warm and kind people. The whole family gathers around the bed where Leah is holding the baby. The main character silently thanks fate for being part of this family. The parents discuss that tomorrow there will be an initial assessment procedure. Leah mentions that it should be conducted by someone named Willie, while the baby looks on in surprise, trying to understand what that means. The father expresses distrust towards the appraisers after the events involving Gerg. He calms down upon learning that the procedure will be conducted by Willie, whom he trusts. The protagonist hears these names for the first time and is surprised. The girls are delighted by the news that Uncle Willibald is coming. But Theobald is doubtful, since he works in a distant palace. The girl asks if Zig really needs to go through the initial assessment. The parents recall that Geld also underwent a similar procedure and worry about a repeat of the previous situation. The father explains that Willibald is currently out of the country on a mission. He emphasizes that Willibald is an outstanding knight who often travels. Father explains that the initial assessment is a tradition for children from noble families. It's conducted to determine innate magical talent. If no abilities are found, the child is trained in martial arts. Anna adds that Gerg, their older brother, is currently at the Magic Academy. Theobald worries that if Zig shows a talent for advanced magic, he will also be sent away to study. The father confirms that Geld had to leave for the Magic Academy at the age of 5. The girl remembers how he cried, not wanting to part with his mother. The man adds that this happened because an evaluator discovered Geld's abilities. The father sadly recalls that Gerg was truly a gifted child. He admits that he still regrets not being able to protect him. Now he promises to do everything possible to protect Siegbert. Theobald, hearing this, calmly agrees. Siegbert is gripped by panic when he realizes he has a talent for advanced magic. He remembers that children like him are sent to study at a magic school. The hero fears being alone again, far from his family. He is terrified by the thought that he is doomed to unhappiness once more, despite this new life. Zig reviews his settings and notices he can't remove magic elements. He realizes that having all attributes could lead to serious consequences. The hero fears that he might not just be sent to school but could even be used as a test subject. He decides to urgently hide at least one of the advanced attributes before the procedure begins. Zig remembers the Guardian mentioning his special status. He starts to panic, realizing he can't handle the situation alone. Internally, he pleads for help, feeling the tension rise. Nearby, a maid sits, unaware of the infant's thoughts in the cradle. A strange, one-eyed creature suddenly appears before Zig and addresses him as its master. The baby is startled and cries out in surprise. The creature introduces itself as an auxiliary explanation system. It says it's ready to help and answer any questions that arise. The creature explains to Zig that to hide his data, he should learn the skill of concealment. It clarifies that only a special owner of the Eye of Assessment can see all the information completely. In this world, users typically assess abilities partially, relying on intuition. Anything unclear through the Eye of Assessment, the system is ready to explain itself. The creature explains that the concealment skill allows one to hide their attributes. Zig is intrigued and asks how to use it. However, the system replies that this skill hasn't been acquired yet, so it can't be used for now. The hero wonders how it can be learned. Zig gets upset when he realizes he won't be able to learn the concealment skill before tomorrow's evaluation. The creature explains that unlike magic, this skill doesn't depend on the type of attribute, but there's not enough time to learn it. However, it reminds him that he has 1,000 reincarnation blessing points. The hero recalls that the guardian gave him these points, even though he didn't understand their significance at the time. The system explains that reincarnation points can be used to acquire useful skills. For 1,000 points, Zig can obtain a top-level concealment skill. This ability allows him to completely hide even from those with special appraisal eyes. The hero is amazed at how powerful this skill turns out to be. The system notes that spending 1,000 points is a serious decision because it's a significant amount. Zig thanks the assistant and decides to learn the necessary skill as soon as possible. He realizes it's wasteful, but there's no other choice. Meanwhile, his family spends time peacefully nearby, unaware of his internal struggle. The baby lay on the pillow, intently looking up with clenched fists. He clearly set his goal, noting that his main task now was to reassure the family that loved him so much. A mysterious figure with a covered face and a single eye in the center observed his actions. After a brief pause, the figure agreed with him, acknowledging that the instruction was understood. A young man in armor returned home and greeted the servants, welcoming him with a smile. He was called Willibald-sama, and they expressed joy at his return. His companion walking beside him noted his popularity, observing the crowd's reaction. Willibald himself modestly remarked that he wasn't such an outstanding person. Willibald arrived at the house and greeted the man at the door with a smile. Then he turned to the woman holding a child and expressed his happiness that she was doing well. He also complimented her, saying she looked as beautiful as ever. A man on the stairs called out to him, expressing displeasure, and the woman remarked that he was just jealous. The woman smiled with joy as she held the child in her arms. The warrior standing nearby noticed that she was still the same as always. He stepped closer and announced that it was time to greet the guest of honor. Then he leaned toward the baby, intending to show his attention. Willibald held the baby in his arms and introduced himself as the uncle. He noted that the child was very cute, just like his mother, and expressed surprise at his appearance. The woman mentioned that the color of his hair is rare, and the child looks a lot like her. One of the men added that among the other children, Siegbert stands out because he inherited the same features as him. Willibald announced he would use his assessment ability and assured the baby it wouldn't hurt. He looked intently into the child's eyes while holding him. The baby closed his eyes, hoping everything would be fine. In the next moment, magical activity appeared in the man's eyes. Willibald activated the magical symbols around him, focusing intently on the baby. He kept holding the child and carefully observed the effect of his ability. Then he made a brief, surprised remark. The baby looked at him anxiously and asked if he had seen something bad. A warrior with assessment abilities reported that the baby had no advanced attributes. Another man asked if the child showed signs of light or holy elements. After checking, it was revealed that the child had affinities for fire, wind, earth, water, and void, making him an excellent candidate for an advanced level. Hearing this, the baby mentally expressed despair and wished to be left to live in peace. The baby sighed with relief, happy that everything went well. He mentally thanked for the successful outcome. Inwardly, he explained that he had hidden all his blessings, assessment abilities, and special gifts received from the guardian. After discussing with his assistant, he decided not to reveal all attributes, leaving only 5, as light and darkness could attract attention. Willibald reported that the baby has resistance to poison, paralysis, darkness, curses, and abnormal conditions. He noted that the child inherited protective skills from the mother. The woman expressed her relief and joy, while the warrior, with a serious expression, said that with such resilience, the baby is sure to grow up strong. The baby mentally noted that he didn't hide this skill because he considers it a valuable gift from his mother. Willibald prepared for the next stage of the examination and expressed his intention to study the child's body and magic. He noted that, given the current condition, the child should grow up to be remarkable. The baby, in an inner voice, speculated that in one area he might not meet expectations. However, he added that in his past life, he was quite unlucky, and even his luck was below average. During the assessment of the baby's body and magic, Willibald found himself surrounded by a powerful flow of energy. He stared in amazement at the flashes enveloping the child and exclaimed that he saw something unexpected. His brother, concerned, asked him what was happening. Then he noted that there seemed to be something special about Zig. The man with a serious expression wondered if the baby might be what they call the chosen one of the gods. His companion was astonished by what was happening and remarked that the situation seemed strange. Willibald recalled that, according to legends, luck appears as wings when using the eyes of assessment. He added that he had never seen such enormous wings before, confirming the child's extraordinary destiny. The baby was surprised to notice that he had a huge amount of magical energy, far more than he had at birth. He couldn't identify the stroke of luck, but he felt something unusual was happening to him. Internally, he couldn't believe what was happening, recalling that in his past life he was constantly unlucky. He wondered what it all could mean. Willibald and his brother shared their thoughts and concluded that the child's magic level exceeded that of a prodigy. They were concerned that if this information got out, the Ministry of Magic would get involved. The baby was taken aback and admitted that the situation was beyond his expectations. Internally, he lamented his fate, not wanting his family to face difficulties, and wondered what the future held for him. Willibald knelt, still holding the baby, and spoke to his brother, suggesting that Zig might be the chosen one. He emphasized that the child had incredibly high magical energy. He then added that he himself had much less at birth. The man standing opposite silently absorbed the information, realizing the significance of what was said. The warrior, with a serious expression, stated that the discovered value exceeded the prodigy level. The assessment screen showed a luck score of 200, which shocked everyone present. The infant couldn't internally believe it, recalling that in his past life, he was always unlucky. He anxiously tried to understand what it all could mean. Willibald seriously explained that luck is a chance given by God to those he loves. He noted that such people are full of mysteries and can reach a divine level if they have the strength to seize the opportunity. At the same time, he expressed concern, suggesting that the Ministry of Magic would definitely want to use Zig as a test subject. The man next to him was stunned by what was happening and couldn't believe what he saw. The baby looked up anxiously, pondering its future. It regretted the possibility of causing its family pain and unwanted memories. At the same time, it wondered what lay ahead. The woman, looking at the symbol on her body, uttered a brief phrase, acknowledging her understanding of the situation. The woman looked at the child with tenderness, expressing how happy she was to be the mother of such a gifted child, blessed even by the gods. She shared her pride and joy in what her son had become. The man watching her agreed that the child was truly remarkable. Then, she earnestly asked Gil to protect Zig, speaking with confidence and trust. The man confidently took the woman by the hands and promised her there was nothing to worry about. He firmly stated that they would protect Zigbert. The woman closed her eyes in relief, showing her trust. Meanwhile, the child was still being held, with careful watch over him. Gil noticed that they now had to announce the results of the ability assessment. Willibald, smiling, suggested that this time they limit the announcement to just the magical element. He continued to hold the baby in his arms, looking at his brother. The child was intrigued by the word announcement and began to ponder what was happening. Willibald gently patted the child on the head and explained that announcing the results of the initial assessment is usually just to showcase the heir's prestige. He added that many nobles don't reveal their magical power to hide unusual results. Gil noted that in that case they could simply say it's not that important. The baby listened carefully and mentally acknowledged that he now understood what was happening. Willibald confidently stated that no one would doubt the announcement if it were made by the first knight and vice commander defending the country. He reminded them that his brother had the trust of the common people. Gil listened with a tense expression and expressed hope that he was right. They both understood the importance of the upcoming step. Gil expressed concern that with such high compatibility with magical elements, the Ministry of Magic might intervene. Willibald replied that the child had as many elements as he himself had in childhood, and suggested seeking advice from his father. Gil agreed and said he would contact them at the first opportunity. The baby sensed the tension had lifted and mentally noted how reliable these people seemed. Willibald suggested keeping Sieg's peculiarity a secret among those present. Gil and the woman agreed, thinking it involved the three of them. However, Willibald clarified that there were 5 people in the room. He addressed the door, implying that 2 more were eavesdropping on the conversation. 2 girls, identified as Ariana and Theobald, peeked out from behind the door. Gil asked in surprise how long they had been eavesdropping. Willibald noted that they had started watching from the beginning of the evaluation. He remarked that spying on adult conversations was not very appropriate behavior. Ariana sheepishly admitted it was her fault and clarified that Theo was just following her. Theobald calmly said it was her own idea and her sister wasn't wrong. Willibald, without showing anger, noted that he wasn't mad at them. He understood they were just worried about Zig. Ariana mentioned that the teachers at the magic school are eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new gifted student. She explained that the school is already buzzing with rumors about Zig's potential abilities. Theobald added that if he truly had advanced elements, she would try to persuade her father not to disclose this information. Both girls were clearly concerned about the baby's future. The woman thanked the girls and assured them that everything was fine. She expressed confidence that their father and Willibald would definitely protect Zig. One of the sisters asked not to tell anyone about what they had heard, while the other noted that since they already knew everything, they should keep quiet. The baby watched them quietly and inwardly thanked his brother and sisters, feeling genuine joy. Willibald, with a serious expression, sternly reminded everyone of the importance of silence, asking if they understood. The girls, visibly tense, fearfully confirmed their agreement. The baby, watching the scene, noted to himself that Uncle seemed like a rather intimidating person. The atmosphere remained restrained, but emphasized the significance of the moment. Willibald noticed that his brother's children were truly good. Gil, hugging Ariana and Theobald, proudly called them his own. The baby's inner monologue explained that thanks to the help of his uncle and other adults, only information about his magical elements was shared with the public. The Ministry of Magic made no attempt to take him away, and he mentally thanked everyone, wondering why, with such luck in this life, he had been so unlucky in the past one. A few months later, the baby lay in bed wondering if he might be the chosen one. He asked about the failures in his past life and was surprised to hear from the assistant that it was likely a mistake. The being confirmed that in his previous status, his luck had been deliberately reduced to an abnormal level. The baby was shocked to realize that all his past misfortune might have been the result of someone's orchestrated manipulation. The assistant explained that in a past life, the child died in an accident due to abnormally low luck. He suggested that the forces controlling life and death arranged a reincarnation to cover up what happened. This reincarnation came with special blessings to compensate for the loss. The baby was surprised to realize he had been lucky from the start, and began to feel angry at the guardian he had previously thanked. The baby looked suspiciously at the assistant and noticed that, despite calling itself a support function, it actually had its own mind. The baby asked directly about the presence of an ego, to which it received an immediate and energetic response. The being loudly confirmed its abilities, suddenly showing liveliness. The child was frightened by this reaction and asked it not to scare him with unexpected activity. The baby sat among a stack of books, carefully examining one, explaining that these were beginner-level magic textbooks. The staff was surprised by his interest in such materials but allowed him to be alone. He noted that being surrounded by books helped him feel calmer. During this time, he decided to use his language skills to study magic on his own. The baby excitedly explained that over the past few months, he had learned a lot about magic. He mentioned that there are 12 magical elements, and to use them one must have the corresponding innate ability. Fortunately for him, he possessed all these elements. The creatures nearby noticed his excitement, and he admitted that he was a bookworm in a past life and now happily embraces the chance to study magic again. The baby eagerly read the magic book and upon finding the information he needed, exclaimed with joy. He discovered that the power of magic depends on the user's level of magical energy. However, the most crucial element for using magic in this world turned out to be the ability to visualize. The assistant watched him as he continued his study. The book explained that the success of magic depends on the clarity of visualization. If a mage imagines a spell vaguely, it might not work at all. A clear vision enhances the result, making the spell what it is meant to be. For this reason, the same magic can appear differently for different users. The hero decided to try a basic light magic spell called Luminance. The baby began preparing for the light spell, reminding himself that luminance is used to illuminate darkness. He focused on the first step, channeling magical energy through his body. feeling the warmth. To enhance visualization, he imagined a dark road from his past life, lit by fireflies. With each moment, his concentration grew deeper. The baby, surrounded by a magical glow, was thrilled to realize he had successfully activated the spell. He acknowledged that knowledge from his past life allowed him to clearly visualize the image and achieve high precision. Inside him there was still plenty of magical energy available for use. He stood in the middle of the room, immersed in light, feeling as if he were in a real dream. The baby felt a joyful thrill at being able to use magic. Eagerly, he decided to strengthen the spell and create even more light. To achieve this, he visualized a lamp from the theater of his past life, which shone brightly. Determined, he wanted to remember as many magical techniques as possible. During practice, the baby accidentally released a powerful burst of light that illuminated the entire building. He was startled to realize he had much more magical power than most people. Looking around, he understood he needed to be more careful, even though he was hiding his abilities from his father and others. The assistant sitting nearby watched him silently. Gil entered the room, noticing a flash of light, and anxiously wondered what it was. Seeing his son, he exclaimed his name in amazement, realizing it was him who had used magic. The baby, startled, recognized the voice and looked towards his father in panic. Internally, he acknowledged that he still had a lot of training ahead. In the room, Leah thanked Gelt for his concern and said she had already calmed down. At that moment, Gil rushed towards her, shouting and holding Zig in his arms. He excitedly announced that he had just seen the baby standing on his own. Leah looked at him in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. Gilbert, unable to contain his emotions, joyfully announced that Sigbert was standing. Leah smiled and remarked that it was indeed amazing. The servant tried to scold Gilbert for his overly enthusiastic reaction. Meanwhile, the child got scared, thinking he had been caught using magic. However, he realized that his father was amazed not by the magic, but by the fact that the child could already stand. The father confidently stood next to the child and encouraged him to take a step forward. He said the boy could walk to Leah. The child got scared, waved his arms frantically, and tried to refuse. He thought he couldn't walk in this world yet and asked not to be pushed to do the impossible. The baby studied the magic book and learned that to use magic, one must imagine a vivid image. He focused, recalling a path lit by fireflies from his past life. Gradually his body began to warm, and he felt the magic flowing inside. This was the first step in activating the spell. The father joyfully picked up the baby, admiring how quickly he had learned to walk. He noted that he always believed in his son's abilities. The child tried to hold back his emotions but was afraid his neck might break from such enthusiastic excitement. Despite this, he was pleased to have met expectations. A servant named Hans suddenly appeared before the man and, with a smile, reminded him of his duties. The warrior was surprised by his appearance but understood the hint and tried to explain himself. Hans politely but firmly asked him to return to the office. The man reluctantly agreed, holding a child in his arms and thinking about how the child could now walk. One of the characters recalls how a man recently left the mansion to buy rare tea for Leah. The woman reproached him for revealing personal information. The man thanked her for taking care of the child and wished her luck. Before leaving, he promised he would return later. The woman asked the maid, Anna, to bring the books from the boy's room. Anna agreed and expressed confidence that the child would read them again, as usual. The boy sat at his mother's feet, looking tired and pensive. He mentioned that he couldn't do anything else because using magic had exhausted him. The woman let the child lie next to her and told him to rest a bit. She gently stroked his head and was glad he was feeling well. A calm atmosphere settled inside the house, and the estate was visible outside the window. With affection, the mother mentioned that her son would soon turn 1 year old, and expressed joy at seeing him come to her. The woman looked at her son seriously and began to speak with a special warmth. She wished for him to live freely, despite any challenges his situation might bring. She emphasized the importance of developing strength and kindness. The boy listened intently, sensing that his mother seemed different today. The woman, with a gentle smile, looked at the child and promised to always be by his side. She sincerely wished for her son to remain happy no matter the circumstances. The boy looked at his mother in surprise, not understanding why tears appeared in her eyes. Inside, he felt the touching strength of her words and care. The woman gently held the baby close, closing her eyes and trying to remember the moment. She asked her son to remember the days they spent together. The little one listened to her words with wonder, feeling her warm hand. His gaze was fixed as he watched his mother, not fully understanding the meaning of her request. The maid, with a frightened expression, screamed and dropped the book on the floor. The woman on the bed went limp, still holding the child in her arms. The baby looked at the mother's face with concern, not understanding what was happening. The scene was instantly filled with anxiety and panic. The maid tried to bring the woman to consciousness, calling her name and urging her to hold on. She lay motionless, while the child watched in amazement. His gaze was frozen in fear, fixed on his mother's face. The room gradually filled with a haze, intensifying the sense of impending doom. At night, the castle was enveloped in silence, with only one person working at a desk in the library. A messenger approached him, insisting that something urgent had happened concerning Leah's mother. However, without looking up, the man asked not to be disturbed. Another person appeared in the doorway, with a letter from his father, bringing a new reason for concern. The young character in a cloak froze in shock upon hearing the news. His eyes widened in surprise as the words about his mother's death sank in. He struggled to comprehend what he heard, silently asking himself questions. Inside, he began to tremble with fear and grief. During the funeral ceremony in the pouring rain, people gathered around the statue. Among them, a child in a black hood silently watched the proceedings, holding back emotions. His younger brother was in someone's arms, also wrapped in a dark cloak. The older boy's gaze was full of pain and determination, as if something inside him had changed at that moment. The father apologized to a young man named Albert for calling him away from the nightly order to help with current affairs. Albert calmly replied that it was all right. He noted that as the eldest son, he felt it was his duty to be there and support the family. His confidence and sense of responsibility were evident in his words and behavior. Albert's younger brother tried to persuade him to take a break, assuring him that the funeral arrangements were nearly complete and he could handle the remaining tasks himself. He pointed out that quite some time had passed since Albert's wife's death, and Albert hadn't slept at all during this period. However, Albert replied that he was fine and continued to remain reserved. The father of the family calmly stated that he wanted to personally accompany Leah to the very end, paying tribute to her memory. He noted that he was doing this for her. Meanwhile, the children were in the room, and one of the maids approached them to say something. The atmosphere remained calm but was filled with the weight of loss. At the funeral, the child learned that his mother had suffered from an incurable illness, even though she appeared happy and never complained about pain. He couldn't understand why he hadn't noticed anything while being so close to her. He started blaming himself, thinking that if he had used his special ability earlier, he might have been able to study magic and heal his mother. These thoughts filled him with guilt and confusion. The boy cried, upset that he couldn't do anything to save his mother. Meanwhile, another child decided to go to the cemetery to visit the grave and greet Gelt. Relatives supported him, noting that he loved his mother very much and was likely still near her grave. They understood his desire to say goodbye and show respect. As the boy walked down the hallway, the maid called out to him and asked him to wait. One of the relatives was surprised to see Gelt and said his name. Gelt stopped and calmly replied that he was just about to follow them. However, deep down, he bitterly thought that everything would be different, if only he could change something. During the sudden attack, a girl with a spear breaks through the wall and charges forward. Theobald, in a panic, calls out to Gelt and begs him to stop. The attacker yells that the child is to blame and that everything would be different if it weren't for him. The maid turns around in horror, clutching Sigbert, and realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. The maid holds Sigbert close and activates a protective spell. A light barrier forms in front of her to shield the child from the attack. The assailant uses a magical attack, summoning a lightning spear. The energy destroys part of the building, spreading destruction to the surrounding area. A lightning-fast spear pierces the maid holding Sigbert and also strikes Anna. The girl screams in terror, and Theobald desperately calls their names. One of the adults fights the attacker, while the children try to stop what's happening. Theobald urgently orders healing magic to be used and calls for their father and uncle, as Anna pleads not to take them away from her. The warrior pins down the girl who had attacked with a spear. He asks if she realizes what she's doing and demands an explanation. The attacker accuses Sigbert of causing her mother's death, claiming she wouldn't have died if the child hadn't been born. The warrior sharply denies her words and forbids her from speaking such nonsense. Theobald reminds everyone that Sigbert's birth improved the mother's health. He says the child gave everyone the chance to share her last happy moments. Meanwhile, the girl keeps shouting that Sig was the cause of the mother's death. The warrior holds her tightly, preventing her from continuing the attack. The man instructs Albert to step aside, preparing for action. In the next moment, he activates a powerful spell that creates a magical barrier around the attacker. The energy structure surrounds the girl and isolates her. She screams in response, unable to resist in time. Sigbert's father rushes into the room, calling the children by name and demanding an explanation. Albert praises his uncle for his quick response. Without a word, the man approaches the injured and begins to cast a water healing spell. A stream of magic envelops the wounded, and he confidently assures them that everything will be fine now. Anna, in tears, rushes to Theobald, who comforts her. The man praises both girls for how they handled the difficult situation. The father anxiously asks Willibald about Zig's condition. He replies that the child is already fine, and the wounds are completely healed. Willibald picks up Sigbert and regretfully notes how terrible the incident was. He offers to take care of the child himself while his brother deals with Gelt and finds out why she acted that way. The man, unable to hide his tension, agrees and asks him to watch over the baby. Willibald looks closely at the infant, holding him close, and once again emphasizes how unacceptable it all is. Willibald asks Marie if she can walk and instructs her and Theo to follow him. The girl replies that she can stand and, despite being tired, tries to look confident. He also asks Anna to join them, but she refuses, saying she'll send other maids instead. One of the children reminds the girl that she was seriously injured earlier and should rest. One of the maids confidently states that they will take care of the estate themselves and asks to be entrusted with the task. The man thanks her for her initiative and looks at her with a slight smile. At that moment, someone present tries to break free and shouts to be released. The atmosphere remains tense, but actions gradually shift to decisive measures. Gelt is inside a magical barrier, clenching his fists and clearly feeling intense emotions. Family members nearby watch him closely, showing concern and confusion. A red-haired girl asks why he is acting this way and emphasizes that their mother's death has nothing to do with Zig. Everyone present expresses disapproval and tries to understand the reasons for his aggressive behavior. The red-haired girl expresses regret over the feud between the brothers, calling it a sad situation. Gelt, trapped in a magical confinement, insists that everyone present has been deceived and refuses to admit his mistakes. Relatives beg him to stop the attacks and vow not to repeat such actions in the future. However, Gelt, unmoved by their pleas, threatens with hatred to kill Sigbert, showing that his hostility has not diminished. Maria asks her father not to let Gelt near Sigbert anymore, showing concern for her younger brother's safety. She declares that from now on she will be Sig's ally and will not allow violence to happen again. The girl clenches her fists and assures that if there is another attack, she will not forgive the offender. Her determination highlights the complete breakdown of trust between her and Gelt. One of the brothers, holding a child, emphasizes the need to find out everything possible and turns to his relative. The second brother agrees, pondering who might have prompted these thoughts. He confirms his readiness to get to the bottom of things. The final scene shows an irritated Gelt, angrily questioning why all the attention always goes to someone else. From birth, Sigbert was the center of attention and love, always by his mother's side. A family member watched this from afar, feeling abandoned and deprived of maternal care. He was particularly annoyed by Sigbert's resemblance to their mother, which made him even more beloved. The internal tension and jealousy peaked when he accused the baby of stealing both his place in the family and his mother. One of the characters, consumed by hatred and envy, becomes determined never to forgive again. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, the girls anxiously search for Sigbert, calling his name. Finding the baby alive and safe, they joyfully rush to him. Overcome with relief, the sisters hold him close and thank fate that he is okay. In the room, adults and children approach Sigbert to check on him. One of the men asks about the baby's condition and whether he understands them. A girl confirms that Sig looks fine and is okay. The little one recalls how at the funeral, Brother Gelt looked at him with hatred and concludes that he was the one who attacked. Sigbert realizes how intense Gelt's hatred towards him was. He recalls Gelt's terrifying gaze, which is deeply etched in his memory. The thought that his brother truly wanted to kill him is shocking. This inner turmoil leaves an indelible mark on the child's mind. After the guardian explained that mastering the ability to hide can't be done quickly on one's own, the infant decides to use the rebirth points he has earned. He eagerly agrees to spend all 1,000 points to acquire a skill that can conceal him from even the most powerful analysts, despite it being an expensive and rare gift. After the difficult events and threats looming over the baby named Zig, his family decides to act more cautiously and in a coordinated manner. Uncle Willie, who has tracking magic, announces that he will monitor the situation and will immediately know if Gelt approaches the baby. His determination creates a sense of security, and Maria, holding Zig tenderly, vows to always protect him no matter the challenges, thereby strengthening the trust between them. During a brief pause filled with silence and tenderness, Maria, exhausted from using healing magic, falls asleep next to Zig. Theo, watching her, warmly acknowledges that she did her best. In these touching moments, he speaks important words. The blame for their mother's death does not lie with little Zig. Although he cannot prove it, he is firmly convinced of this. These thoughts become the first step toward reconciliation within the family, understanding that everyone is suffering, but none of them are to blame for the loss. Reflecting on the last moments spent with their mother, the children realize that it was thanks to little Zig that their family had those precious, warm, and happy times. Despite the pain of loss, it was the arrival of their younger brother that brought about those final bright memories when they were together, surrounded by love, tenderness, and unity, which, for a moment, erased the boundaries between fear and loss. In this quiet and sincere moment, filled with warmth and understanding, Zig is surprised and moved to realize that his family truly cares for him and values his presence in their lives, even though he is too young to do anything in return. Their words and looks awaken a sense of belonging in him, and although he feels helpless, a confidence grows in his heart that he is not alone and that the love of his family is his strength. The warrior said the girls needed to rest because they were tired after everything that had happened. He assured them he would stay with the baby and watch over him while they slept. One of the girls thanked their uncle for saving Zig and expressed gratitude on behalf of everyone. The second girl, with a serious look, agreed with her words, confirming that everything was done right. The warrior watched the sleeping children for a while, his gaze focused and calm. The girl holding the baby slept peacefully next to her brother and sister, all three sharing one bed. Then, sitting in a chair, the warrior took out a mirror-shaped artifact and began to study it carefully, remaining alert. He quietly expressed words of gratitude to his brother, acknowledging his actions. The warrior entered the room where his companion was and asked about Gelt's condition. He was told that the young man remains stubborn, refuses to listen, and still harbors hatred and anger towards Zig. It was also mentioned that the father learned about what happened and is ready to take Gelt back. The warrior, with a slight smirk, noted that the father is once again showing his usual leniency. The warrior, with a serious expression, stated that after what happened, he couldn't allow Gelt to enter the mansion again. He expressed regret, but noted that it would be better for Gelt to remain under his father's care. Recalling the events, the knight added that he used an assessment ability and confirmed there was no mental influence on the young man. The second person, upon hearing this, reacted reservedly, confirming what was said. The man expressed doubt that the child could have done all this alone, despite his high level of abilities. He suggested that someone might have distorted Gelt's perception, or subjected him to mental influence. The second person agreed with the reasoning and proposed starting the investigation with the magic school, as it seemed suspicious. The other confirmed that it was a sensible idea and agreed to the search proposal. One of the men insisted they start investigating immediately. His companion, noticing his brother's fatigue, suggested he rest and not overexert himself. Despite his resistance, the tired warrior stood up abruptly but suddenly staggered in pain. The second man called out in alarm, realizing his condition had worsened. The warrior, with a worried expression, told his brother that he had reached his limit both physically and mentally. His brother, staring back, didn't argue with this assessment. Then he asked to finish the remaining tasks on his own and promised to sort things out. The man apologized and clenched his fist tightly, showing his determination. The warrior stood next to his brother, expressing regret for what had happened and his helplessness in the situation. He admitted that despite their closeness, he couldn't protect anyone and felt useless. Looking up, he noticed a suspicious figure moving across the rooftop. Then, with surprise, he saw the glint of a blade and spoke words directed at the unknown person. A warrior with a determined look drew his weapon, ready to face an unknown enemy. He expressed confidence that the foe who threatened his loved ones would be punished severely. The hero vowed to show hell to anyone who dared harm the Abel family. In conclusion, he noted that after the incident, each of them had changed. The boy remembered everyone dear to him: his father, uncle, older brothers Al and Gelt, Theo, and his sister Mari. He realized he needed to change and become stronger too. To avoid future regrets and protect his loved ones, he took action. He let go of childish behavior, embraced his destiny, and focused on magic and martial arts, striving to make the most of his gift. The hero recalls the warm words of a woman, seemingly his mother, whose expression radiates calm and kindness. She promised to be his ally regardless of circumstances and the outcome of future events. These words stayed in his memory as crucial support along the way. The image of his mother gives him confidence and inspires him to move forward. The baby activates magical power by focusing and channeling energy through an open book. Streams of magic and sparks appear around him, highlighting the seriousness of the moment. He shows determination to use all his abilities to tackle the task. This act marks the beginning of his independent journey toward strength and responsibility. 4 years have passed, and the situation has changed. A girl with short hair walks down the street, noticing and calling out to her older brother Theo. He turns at the sound of her voice, and a conversation begins between them. Sig, with a serious expression, asks him a question. A boy with short blonde hair stands in front of his brother and, with a serious expression, asks to be taken along. He wants to join him on the mission to fight monsters. His eyes are filled with determination and confidence in his abilities. The boy emphasizes that he is ready for action and doesn't want to be left behind. The boy asks Theo for permission to join him in fighting the monsters. He stands confidently, showing his determination to take part in the mission. Theo, hearing this, is surprised and asks again, not believing what he heard. His reaction shows confusion and bewilderment. The younger boy confidently stated that he knows about his brother's secret activities. He specified that his brother is working with the Adventurers Guild and plans to meet someone named Nikolai to fight monsters. The teenager was surprised at how accurately his brother was informed about what was happening. He couldn't hide his emotions and asked in confusion how he found out about it. The boy apologized to Theo and explained that he had received the necessary information in advance. He mentioned that he used an ability called Assessment Eyes to determine his brother's actions. According to the information obtained, his brother planned to defeat the monster with an adventurer named Nikolai. It also became clear that Theo's level in the guild corresponds to rank E. The older brother refused to take the boy on the mission, explaining that it was too soon for him to fight monsters. He emphasized that he couldn't take a child who wasn't able to fight. Despite their family ties, his decision remained firm. In response, the younger brother clenched his fist, showing he wouldn't back down. The boy declared that he would fight too, then activated his magic. A powerful stream of fire burst from his hands, surprising his older brother. He couldn't believe that a child could wield such strong magic at that age. The young mage confidently added that this was just a small part of his power and that he was capable of more. The child stated that he could use stronger magic, but noted that using it once doesn't increase his power. He explained that despite having high magical potential, it's not enough for advanced level spells. The boy complained that while he easily handles beginner-level magic, his strength remains the same. He expressed frustration that there's no progress despite all his efforts. The child was told that the reason for the lack of progress was that he hadn't leveled up. He was surprised by this concept because he didn't know what a level was. It was then explained that the inhabitants of this world subconsciously absorb power released when monsters are defeated. This energy transforms into their own strength and aids their growth. The main character realized that if he didn't level up by defeating monsters and gaining experience, his magical power wouldn't grow. His special vision lets him see level and experience categories. When he levels up, other attributes like attack, defense, agility, and luck also increase. Concluding this, he decided that the only way to become stronger is to fight monsters. The brother acknowledged that to become stronger, one must fight and gain combat experience. He expressed surprise that the hero could already use magic at such a young age. The warrior noted that he was proud of his younger brother's desire to grow. After that, he asked why he was in such a hurry with it. The boy explained that he wants to become stronger not just for the sake of training. He gave an example where someone dear to him might be in mortal danger. The hero admitted that in his current state, he wouldn't be able to help his loved ones in such a situation. Hearing this, his brother was surprised by his words. The boy clenched his fists and said he wanted to become stronger as soon as possible to be ready for any sad events. Hearing this, his older brother lowered his gaze and listened silently. Then the little one activated a wind spell, wanting to show his strength. The warrior tried to stop him and shouted his name. The warrior stated that he urgently needed transport to the White Forest. He asked Hans to prepare everything immediately. A message was also to be sent to Nikolai. The child standing nearby reacted with surprise to what was said. The boy thanked Theo for letting him come along. The warrior noted that he allows this only once. He warned the child not to stray from him during the mission. The boy promised to be careful and keep a close eye on the situation. The heroes are traveling in a carriage toward the White Forest. Theo explains that this time he will let Sig defeat the White Rabbit. The younger brother asks what kind of creature it is. The older brother explains that the White Rabbit is a monster, usually defeated by noble children during a ritual called the White Hunt. Theo says today's battle will be a rehearsal for the real test. Sig listens carefully and confirms he understands everything. Then he notes how lucky they are to have this opportunity. The brothers continue their journey in the carriage, heading to the White Forest. Sig notes that they're lucky because their sister went to a tea ceremony. Theo agrees, confirming that otherwise she definitely wouldn't have let them take him along. Both brothers sit calmly in the carriage, discussing the situation. The mood on the journey remains light and relaxed. After the injury, Mari never let her younger brother go out alone. She was overly protective and always stayed close. Although Sig appreciates her desire to protect him, he finds her too intrusive. The siblings discuss this with a light smile, reminiscing about the past. Sig assures his brother that he holds no grudge against Marie, as she meant no harm. He smiles and says he loves his older sister. He also adds that Theo is dear to him. All three continue their journey by carriage, moving toward their goal. The blonde gratefully thanked his older brother for letting him join the expedition, promising to be careful and stay close. The warrior warned that if Mari found out he had left the mansion, she would definitely come to confront them. He added that because of this, they needed to return as soon as possible without attracting attention. The cart with the two brothers left the property, heading toward the White Forest. The warrior thanked Hans and asked him to return at the appointed time to pick them up. He also requested the coachman to keep their departure a secret and not to tell anyone where they were headed. Hans agreed, noting that he now spoke like his father, but warned that he would do this only as an exception. After a brief exchange, the servant left, leaving the two brothers at the designated spot. The blonde received a reminder not to use magic in Nikolai's presence, even though he was a reliable ally. The warrior emphasized that the younger brother's power must remain a secret known only to family members. The boy promised to be careful and took the warning to heart before they set off together. After that, the two of them moved forward, leaving the landing site behind. The boy reminded himself that at the age of 5, it's normal to hold an adult's hand. He decided to do so for the sake of his older brother, despite feeling embarrassed inside. The blonde boy firmly grasped the offered hand and followed the warrior. The warrior watched silently, showing no extra emotion. The warrior vowed that he could now protect Sig if anything dangerous happened. He said this confidently, looking ahead with determination. The blonde looked at his older brother in surprise, not fully grasping the meaning of the words. Both heroes headed through the gates into the picturesque garden with waterfalls, a bridge, and a fountain. The brothers arrived in the White Forest, where a magical atmosphere prevailed. The warrior explained that this area was filled with a special magical energy, which is why all the plants were white. The blonde admired the surrounding landscape and remarked on its beauty. The elder calmly watched him, explaining the reason for the unusual color of nature. The White Forest was connected to another, more dangerous place inhabited by terrifying creatures. The elder explained that on the outskirts, one might encounter monsters suitable for even a novice adventurer to train with. However, he warned the younger not to venture too deep into the forest. The boy confidently promised to follow the instructions and stay nearby. A man in armor approached the group and greeted Theo, surprised to see him in the training area for beginners. He noted that Theo had unexpectedly changed his hunting grounds and expressed interest in the reasons why. The fighter glanced at those standing nearby and noticed the younger companion. Seeing the child, he directly asked about the purpose of visiting such a place. The warrior was surprised to see a little boy and reacted emotionally to his appearance. The blond boy politely introduced himself as the younger brother named Siegbert von Abel, giving a slight bow. Theo watched this quietly, not interfering in the conversation. The man admired the boy's politeness and realized that this was the younger brother he had heard about before. Nikolai enthusiastically grabbed the boy and started to playfully shake him, expressing his joy at meeting him. A nearby soldier tried to stop him, reminding him to be careful with the child. Sieg reacted with fear to the sudden closeness, but noted to himself that the man didn't seem like a bad person. Nikolai admired the Abel family's upbringing and remarked that it truly stood out from the ordinary. Nikolai introduced himself as a D-rank adventurer named Nikolai von Baden. He was at level 1, but his basic stats showed significant combat potential. His attack and magic strength were above average, with water and light as his initial magic elements. Overall, his stats highlighted his experience and readiness as a reliable ally. Nikolai was curious about the change of plans and asked if it was related to the child. Theo confirmed that it was a rehearsal for the White Rabbit hunt, which would take place next year. Sieg assessed Nikolai and noted that he was 3 years older than Theo and had the strength of a mage swordsman, but his attributes were not impressive. Nikolai's level and his strength and magic stats seemed quite ordinary to the hero. Sieg admitted that he insisted on participating and convinced his brother to take him along. Nikolai was surprised by the child's negotiation skills and called it a deal. In exchange for cooperation, Sieg promised to give him all the trophies from the monsters. Theo, observing this, asked where he had learned such techniques. Nikolai was intrigued by the offer and agreed to accompany Siega in his training. Theo thanked him for agreeing, expressing gratitude for the support. The blonde relaxed, reassured that Nikolai was a good person. He was pleased that everything was going according to plan and hoped for continued successful collaboration. Nikolai enthusiastically lifted Siega onto his shoulders and suggested they start hunting for prey. Theo responded with concern, reminding them that a fall could be dangerous. The blonde noted that such behavior was quite natural for someone so energetic. Later, he asked Theo why he was hiding the fact that he was hunting together with Nikolai himself. Sieg was surprised to learn that Theo was helping Nikolai earn money to pay medical bills. The warrior explained that his family was once noble, but is now considered a fallen house and lives in poverty. He mentioned that he can earn a living, but his younger sister suffers from a severe illness. These words caught the boy's attention and made him thoughtful. Nikolai admitted that he couldn't pay his medical bills on his own, so Theo helps him with that. The warrior added that he does it voluntarily, as he can also hone his fencing skills at the same time. He gladly praised Theo, calling him a good person and a true comrade. The boy and his companions watched this with amazement and respect. The boy looked up while the little one apologized sympathetically, thinking he was the cause of the losses. He regretted that the hunt wasn't taking place in a more profitable location because of him. An inner voice noted that Nikolai was also doing his best for his family. The boy on the shoulders felt relieved to hear there was no need to worry, reassured by the confident tone. The person carrying him cheerfully remarked that even white rabbits could be profitable if you catch enough of them. Nearby, a girl watched anxiously, concerned about what might happen if the boy fell. Meanwhile, one of them enthusiastically pointed out the target they were searching for. The boy stopped in the forest clearing and asked for a moment before starting the fight with the small creature in front of him. He mentioned that he wanted to level up to 3 and use his special eyes to assess during the battle. Internally, he aimed to learn how to use his abilities more effectively. The horned creature watched him, as if waiting for the duel to begin. The boy carefully assessed his opponent with his eyes and identified it as a white rabbit. He noticed that the creature was vulnerable to fire, darkness, flames, and curses. Its weak spot was under the horn, right on its head. This information helped him devise an attack strategy. The senior hunter suggested surrounding the beast and getting closer to prevent its escape. However, the junior insisted on attacking from their current position. One of the onlookers expressed doubt, believing the distance was too great and that the boy, in his opinion, didn't possess magic. Meanwhile, the child confidently prepared a spell, gripping his weapon. A fireball struck the white rabbit, causing it intense pain. One of the hunters noted with surprise that the boy managed to defeat the creature using fire magic. He added that such spells are usually simple and only become powerful with additional enhancement. Another character tried to explain this with the unusual training methods of the eagle family, though he seemed embarrassed. The boy joyfully celebrated his successful attack, surprising the others. One couldn't believe his eyes at the power of the boy's magic, while another remarked that such firepower was excessive. He admired the abilities of the eagle family, considering them special. Meanwhile, the girl remembered that even as a child, she could do something similar, though she looked puzzled. The girl suggested continuing the search and asked Theo if there were any white rabbits left. The boy complained that one rabbit wasn't enough to level up. He mentioned that he would like to increase the reward for Nikolai if they could manage to kill a few more. Then the girl used wind magic to start scouting the area. One of the characters used magic for scouting and discovered a small group of creatures, presumably white rabbits. He displayed a magical image on his palm, indicating the target's location. However, he then noticed another strange presence, different from the others. This caused him surprise and caution. The group rushed in pursuit of their target, with one of the heroes awkwardly carrying a younger one in his arms as he ran ahead. A girl tried to stop him, worried about the child's safety. Meanwhile, a white rabbit darted among the bushes, trying to evade the attack. One of the members activated magic, symbols appearing on his hand to signal the start of a spell. The child happily announced his level up to the older companion. The screen showed the new value, level 2. One of the characters asked in surprise about the meaning of the word, while another laughed, thinking it was just a strange way to describe growth. The child realized he had forgotten that the concept of level was familiar only to him. The character noted that his magical power had significantly increased, allowing him to use one of his special blessings, accelerated growth. Although the magic boost was only 50 points, its overall value turned out to be almost twice that of Nikolai's. Internally, the hero emphasized that this was all thanks to a hidden advantage. The man was amazed to see the young hero hit all the enemies right in their weak spots. He recalled that a total of 8 white rabbits were defeated, which left a strong impression on him. Looking at him, he emphasized that this was clearly no ordinary child. The girl asked in surprise if all members of the Abel family were really that strong, since Theo also had great power. The boy quickly explained that it was because of their father, who was an exceptional person. A nearby guy loudly admired their family, calling it amazing. Meanwhile, the older brother was inwardly worried that soon he would run out of excuses. As the heroes were wrapping up their day and had already thanked Nikolai for his guidance, they heard a rumble. One of them noted that a cart would soon arrive, so it was time to leave. Suddenly, a group of goblins burst into the clearing, shouting battle cries. Nikolai let out a frightened cry, while the girl decisively shielded the younger one, ordering him to hide behind her. The group watched closely as the goblins ran by, noticing they were already wounded before appearing. One member pointed out that such monsters usually attack when approached, not flee. He was surprised, as goblins were considered the strongest creatures in this forest. The girl began to suspect that these monsters might be escaping from an even more dangerous foe. Suddenly, a huge creature flew overhead, leaving a powerful gust of wind. All three watched in amazement, unable to react immediately. The girl rushed forward to protect the younger one, taking the hit herself. One of her companions grabbed the child, shouting his name in alarm. Nikolai made sure the other two were okay, despite the nearby tree being destroyed. He anxiously called out their names, but was reassured they were fine. Meanwhile, the goblins who had previously fled reappeared behind them, now aggressive once more. The hero was surprised by their sudden change in behavior. One of the characters shouted that the goblins hadn't run away, but had set a trap to split them up. The girl with the sword argued that ordinary goblins aren't that clever. However, she admitted that one of them did seem different. She suspiciously glanced at the supposed leader. The girl with the sword recognized the giant enemy as the monster from the Forest of Silence, and anxiously assessed the seriousness of the situation. She ordered Nikolai to take the boy away immediately, or they would all perish. The boy's face twisted in terror, and the warrior stood frozen, shocked by the magnitude of the threat. The creature loomed over them, radiating a dark power. A warrior named Theo is surprised by the appearance of a high-ranking monster in the White Forest, as this area is meant for beginners. He notes that standing before him is a goblin general, which is completely uncharacteristic for this region. Theo reflects on the difference in magic density between the White Forest and the Quiet Forest, as well as the presence of a magical barrier. In his view, this barrier should make the appearance of such a strong opponent here impossible. Theo notices that the goblin general is wounded and without armor, which seems strange to him. He suspects the monster might have lost a territorial battle in the Quiet Forest, and in a rage, broke through the magical barrier. The warrior realizes the enemy has escaped and is now in a berserk state, making the situation even more dangerous. At this moment, the goblin starts attacking, throwing other goblins and causing panic among the heroes. Theo notices that the goblin general is injured and without armor, which seems strange to him. He suspects the monster might have lost a territorial battle in the quiet forest and, in a rage, broke through the magical barrier. The warrior realizes the enemy has escaped and is now in a berserk state, making the situation even more dangerous. At this moment, the goblin starts attacking, throwing other goblins and causing panic among the heroes. The warrior decides to fight the attackers and says he can handle them on his own. He finds himself surrounded by many goblins and notes that a single goblin couldn't hurt him, but dealing with so many is difficult. The goblins can't move because a mage is attacking them with a fire spell. The blonde uses powerful magic and defeats several goblins at once, greatly surprising the warrior. The blonde sits down on a chair, breathing heavily after using magic. The hero asks if she's okay after the spell. The mage notes that he has now reached the 3rd level and, with this amount of magical power, should be able to use advanced magic. He realizes that his child's body can't handle the increased level of magical energy, which quickly drains his stamina. The mage realizes that with his current level of stamina, it will be difficult to move, even if he stays conscious. He notes that using advanced magic in this state might cause him to faint. The blonde concludes that she can cast a powerful spell only once. She thinks that this will be enough to defeat the opponent. The girl faces a formidable opponent and realizes her strength isn't enough. She decides that in this situation, she must go all in and use everything she knows. The hero draws her weapon and prepares for decisive action. She casts an ice spell, creating massive ice spikes that pierce the ground. The girl keeps using the spell despite the danger. The opponent realizes it's advanced magic and is surprised by what's happening. She feels intense pain while casting the magic, but doesn't stop the attack. The blonde shouts and begs her to stop, calling her brother and fearing for his health. The warrior holds the blonde man in his arms, checking his condition. The blonde man replies that he's fine, despite being tired. Nikolai realizes that if they want to save Theo, they'll have to fight the remaining opponent. He spots the enemy and prepares for battle, deciding it's now their turn to engage. The blonde hero activates his ability to analyze the enemy and uses a special gaze for assessment. He discovers that the enemy's weak spot is the helmet. However, it also turns out that the enemy is completely immune to magic. The hero realizes that if he doesn't find a way to bypass this defense, he won't be able to defeat him. The blonde man thinks about not wanting to lose his family because of his own weakness. He tries to figure out what to do in this situation and reproaches himself for his inaction. He decides he must hurry to save his older brother Theo. At this moment, he realizes the importance of his abilities and the need to use them. The hero remembers knowing about Belt's intentions but couldn't stop him. He regrets not being able to protect Zig and feels troubled by it every time. The girl realizes she is responsible for Zig because she was the one who took his hand and led him. She concludes that this means she cannot afford to lose or give up. The enemy is preparing to attack, but the blonde decides to prevent it. He casts a spell, creating a net of wind around the foe. The hero utters the spell's name and traps the enemy in a magical snare. The warrior and other characters watch in amazement. The warrior charges into battle, claiming he can handle the goblins on his own. He quickly finds himself surrounded and realizes that while one goblin isn't dangerous, a large number poses a threat. Just then, a blonde man appears and casts a fire spell, burning several enemies at once. The hero is amazed that the mage could destroy so many goblins with fire, something he himself cannot do. The warrior creates a magical wall of light around himself and the blonde to shield them from the enemy's attack. He chants the spell's name and withstands the blow, but the barrier starts to crack. The hero strains and realizes he can't maintain the defense for much longer. Meanwhile, the girl calls out to Theo to get his attention. The girl stands with her back to the enemy and begins to cast a new spell. She uses wind magic, which she learned on her own without any teachers. Whirling currents appear near her hands, ready to be unleashed. The wind currents start to tear apart the space in front of her, lifting dust and debris. The girl uses a new spell called Wind Slicing Needle. She unleashes numerous sharp air blades toward the enemy. The air blades pierce the opponent, causing serious injuries. The mage holds 2 knives in her hands, continuing the attack with determination in her eyes. Theo continues to attack the enemy, striking the helmet and breaking it. The warrior and the blonde watch in surprise and admiration. Nikolai is happy for Theo and says he knew about his strength. After the blow, the enemy falls to the ground, and Theo, exhausted, drops his knives. After Theo's strike, the enemy unexpectedly rises, even though the helmet is shattered, surprising everyone. The heroes see the helmet is broken, but the opponent keeps moving, despite the blow being meant to be fatal. The blonde notices the enemy's weak spot is the eye, and suggests that a strong magic spell aimed there could defeat him. He asks Nikolai to throw him directly at the enemy's head to accurately hit the vulnerable target. The blonde man claims he has the power to defeat the enemy and end the fight. With tears in his eyes, he says he can't afford to stand by, or he'll lose his family. He asks Nikolai for help, saying he can't bear to watch his loved ones perish. Nikolai is initially surprised by the blonde man's words, but sees determination and seriousness in his eyes. Nikolai firmly grabs the blonde by the arms, preparing to fulfill his request. He shouts and forcefully throws Zig toward the enemy's head to give him a chance to use magic. The blonde soars upward, encased in a magical sphere for protection against impact. The warrior declares that he has complete faith in Zig's abilities and his success. Zig soars into the air, spinning with the magical barrier that protects his body. He prepares a powerful spell, focusing it intently on the enemy. The blonde swears not to waste the opportunity his brother gave him and uses all his strength. A wave of magical energy bursts from his hands, tearing through the air around him. Zig's powerful magical strike rushes toward the enemy at incredible speed. The surge of energy tears through the air and crashes into the target with force. The impact creates a bright flash, completely obscuring the enemy's figure. The entire scene fills with light and motion lines, highlighting the attack's power. Zig, while in the air, finishes his spell and creates a fire spear. He aims it directly at the enemy's eye with a precise and powerful throw. The magical attack pierces through the air, leaving a fiery trail behind. The surge of energy moves at incredible speed, giving the opponent no chance to dodge. A fiery spear strikes the enemy, and his body crashes to the ground, shattering a stone boulder. Nikolai watches in amazement and remarks that Zig truly managed to defeat the opponent. The blonde man breathes heavily, his eyes trembling as he realizes he has killed the enemy himself. Inside, he says the word good, acknowledging the end of the battle. After the blow, the blonde man continues to fall from a great height, spinning in the air. Nikolai notices this and, with a frightened expression, shouts to him. The warrior starts running to catch him before he hits the ground. The blonde man loses consciousness and can no longer control his body during the fall. Theo lunges forward and manages to catch Zig, preventing him from falling to the ground. He struggles to hold him up, feeling the strain. The blonde weakly opens his eyes and calls out to Theo, confirming he's still conscious. Theo asks Zig if he's okay, while holding him in his arms. Zig apologizes for not being able to do anything on his own again. Theo replies that it's all right and smiles, showing he's happy with the outcome. The blonde thanks his brother for protecting him even when injured, and says he could only defeat the enemy because of him. Theo responds with a brief yes, holding back his emotions, and continues to embrace Zig. Theo casts a light healing spell to slightly heal Zig after the battle. He apologizes for not being able to fully restore him but says that at least now Zig can walk. Zig thanks Nikolai for the help and smiles, saying he's glad he could protect his brother this time. Nikolai is surprised that they managed to defeat the goblin general and still survive. Nikolai addresses Zig by his full name, Zigsbert, and asks him several questions. He wants to know where Zig got such incredible magical power. Nikolai also inquires how Zig discovered the goblin general's weak spot, emphasizing that the explanation about the Abel family no longer satisfies him. He looks at Zig suspiciously and asks one final question about who he really is. Theo holds Zig by the shoulders and replies that he cannot reveal the answer to the question. He apologizes to Nikolai, saying he's doing it to protect Zig. The warrior listens intently but doesn't get an explanation about the blonde's power. Theo, with a serious expression, emphasizes that this is necessary for Zig's safety. Nikolai smiles and says he understands the situation, agreeing not to ask further questions. Zig, surprised, asks again if that's really the case, not expecting such a response. The warrior explains that if Theo said it's important, then there must be a reason. He adds that everyone has their own secrets that can't always be shared with others. Nikolai proposes a deal, asking for permission to take the ashes left after the battle. He explains that he won't tell anyone about the day's events. The warrior adds that if it becomes known that Zig defeated the monsters, his own adventurer rank might drop. Theo thanks him for this decision, accepting the terms of the agreement. Nikolai holds the ash left after defeating the monster and explains its value. He says it's magical crystalline ash that only comes from high-level monsters, and sells for a large sum. The warrior adds that with this reward, he can take his sister to a more experienced doctor. He looks at the ash with gratitude, realizing he now has hope. Zig agrees to give the ashes to Nikolai, saying that if it's for his family, he doesn't mind. Nikolai is pleased with this response and jokes that he now owes Zig a favor. The blonde man smiles, confirming that he is indeed helping for Nikolai's family's sake. Despite their fatigue, everyone in the conversation feels relieved after the battle is over. Zig recalls the recent battle with the Goblin General and calls it an incredible misfortune. He feels a strange déjà vu, as if he's encountered something similar before. The hero wonders if misfortunes from a past life continue to haunt him. The blonde man intensely ponders his fate, linking what happened to his personal bad luck. A small creature with eyes appears before Zig and explains the reason for what happened. It says that everything occurred because of the lucky title held by its master. The blonde is surprised, not understanding what kind of luck this is, and asks what it's about. The creature replies that this luck is specifically related to his abilities and status. The creature explains that Zig holds the title of Lucky One, which causes his wishes to be fulfilled in unusual ways. It says that normally it's impossible to level up, learn advanced magic, and earn a reward for Nikolai all at once. However, due to his luck, a monster appeared that shouldn't have been there. The creature calls this a rare opportunity, granted only to chosen, lucky ones. The being continues its explanation, saying that such luck is a chance given by the gods to the chosen ones. If the person with this luck has the strength to seize the opportunity, they could even become a god. Zig reflects on this, realizing it's exactly what Willibald was talking about. He is worried that similar events will keep happening, putting everyone around him in dangerous situations. Zig decides that if he can use this opportunity correctly, he can save those he wants to protect. He clenches his fist and tells himself he must become much stronger. The hero concludes that if he is strong enough, no one will suffer because of this luck. He looks ahead with determination, understanding that he has the strength for this. The heroes decide to wait a bit for their wounds to heal before returning to the cart. Zig agrees but notes to himself that he'll have to ask Hans to keep their secret again. Meanwhile, a three-eyed tiger is lurking in the nearby bushes, watching them from ambush. The animal growls, preparing to attack, signaling a new danger. A wagon carrying people travels along a forest road through the silent woods. One man asks why they chose such a dangerous route. The other replies that they have no other choice, otherwise they'll be caught smuggling. They discuss that if everything goes well, they won't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Suddenly there's an explosion, the wagon overturns, and everyone starts falling. After the wagon crash, the smugglers spot the Goblin General in front of them. One of them is surprised why such a powerful monster is here, as it should be deep in the forest. The other man shouts that he doesn't know the reason but suggests they run away immediately. In a panic, they both turn around, realizing they can't handle this enemy. The smugglers flee from the crash site, leaving behind the cart and all the cargo. One of them asks if they are really abandoning the sacred beast Abanido. The other replies that the beast has already escaped, and they know where to find it again. As they run, they discuss how it's the mage's fault for not providing enough people and cover for the smuggling operation. They keep running, not stopping to avoid being caught by the monster. The sacred beast Abanido sleeps, curled up in the forest, with visible brand marks on its body. Nearby lie the remnants of a cage and collar, left after its escape. Hearing a noise, the three-eyed tiger wakes up and cautiously lifts its head. The beast looks around, then stands on its paws, and quickly runs deeper into the forest. Several months have passed since the victory over the Goblin General, and the heroes are gathering once again. They are attending a ceremony where a noble child must defeat a monster for the first time to prove their strength. Zig stands at the front, preparing for the ritual known as the White Hunt, although this isn't his first battle. One of the participants runs up to Zig, embraces him tightly, calls him by name, and is delighted to see him. Maria picks up Zig and happily praises him for successfully hitting the monster's weak spot. She calls him a good boy, and says that's exactly what she expected from her little brother. Maria hugs Zig tightly, openly showing her emotions. The blonde struggles to say he can't breathe as he tries to break free from her strong embrace. Theo looks at Zig and notices that his magical skills are far beyond what he expected. He is surprised that Zig can already use magic at such a level. The warrior adds that the blonde could show even more power, but is deliberately holding back. Theo explains that Zig can control his magical power, which is a rare skill for someone his age. Zig thanks his father for attending the ceremony and for the chance to showcase his abilities. His father mentions he was surprised to hear Zig left the mansion but now realizes that with such power, small adventures won't be an issue for him. Zig awkwardly tries to explain himself, but his uncle points out that he deliberately toned down his power to make the magic seem ordinary. The blonde realizes he couldn't hide this from his uncle. Maria says that no one should have left the mansion without permission and asks everyone to reflect on their behavior. Zig apologizes to her, while Theo listens to her remarks in silence. It turns out that the family only found out about their outing after they defeated the Goblin General. They were all sternly reprimanded for this, but Hans promised to keep their secret. One of the knights reports that the destroyed magical barriers in the forest have been restored. He recalls Theobald's message about a demon's corpse found in the White Forest, where it shouldn't have been. Now Albert is monitoring the situation to ensure everything is fine. The knight hopes no more problems will arise. Zig is pleased to see that his father quickly dealt with the monster in the forest. He secretly thinks that they were the ones who actually defeated the monster but are keeping it a secret. Maria hugs Zig and says she'll reward his efforts with lots of hugs. The blonde asks her to stop, but she finds his embarrassment cute and continues. While hugging, Zig notices something strange, a shadow in the forest that wasn't there before. He senses something is wrong and decides to investigate. Despite Maria's attempt to stop him, Zig leaves, saying he'll be back soon after a quick look around. Maria is worried that Zig went off alone, but her father reassures her, saying that thanks to magic, they can track his location, so he allows him to wander a bit. Despite this, Maria feels anxious. A frightening memory from the past surfaces in her mind when she couldn't save someone, and this makes her worry about Zig. Maria panics, realizing she can't stay put knowing Zig is alone in the forest. Despite her father's reassurances, she decides to search for him immediately, driven by anxiety for her younger brother. She can't afford to be helpless in a critical moment again, so, filled with urgency, she rushes after Zig. After what happened with Gelt, Maria became especially anxious about Zig, and even her father notices that she's been constantly worried since then. Despite Theo also accompanying Zig, her anxiety doesn't ease. The father thought that once Maria saw Zig's strength, she would calm down, but that didn't happen. Theo admits that he was initially against accompanying Zig, but eventually allowed him to go out, wondering how much the elders really know about what's going on. Maria can't calmly watch when Zig is left alone because, like all children, he is naturally curious. Even if he might get hurt while exploring the world, it's part of his growing up, and no one can completely stop this urge. The warrior understands that in the current situation, all they can do is observe and avoid any sudden actions. He reflects that even the strongest magic cannot heal the emotional pain left by recent events. The hero calmly notes that heartaches cannot be cured by spells, no matter how much one might wish for it. Despite the inner tension, he decides not to intervene, and to continue waiting for events to unfold. One of the warriors mentions that he and Theo are going to check the magic barrier to ensure it's in good condition. He notes that he feels uneasy leaving this task to Albert, who has already gone ahead. The girl confirms that her older brother will stay put and wait for Sig and Mari to return. The second warrior agrees with this plan and urges them to proceed. Sig stops near a tree, assuming the object he needs is nearby. Suddenly, a white tiger emerges from the bushes, growling threateningly and showing aggression. The creature is described as having the following characteristics: age 0, male, magic level 1, elemental magic of lightning and ice, and a condition marked as near death. The tiger asks not to come closer and wonders why he is being followed. The hero is amazed to see a sacred beast before him, one that is rarely encountered even in a lifetime. He notices that the white tiger is seriously injured and recalls reading about it in a book as a rare and protected species. The character is surprised to understand the tiger's language but quickly realizes it's due to his language skills. Meanwhile, the beast continues to growl, showing its wariness. The boy notices a high-level magic mark on the white tiger's body, known as a magical shadow. He suspects the beast might have been smuggled or hunted by state-level mages. The hero decides that the first priority is to treat the sacred beast's wound. As he tries to help, the tiger aggressively grabs his arm, but the boy attempts to calm it down, explaining that he is not an enemy. Despite the pain from the bite, the boy uses light magic to heal. He casts the light healing spell to help the white tiger. Under the magic's influence, the beast's wounds begin to close, and the damaged skin is covered with glowing bandages. After the healing is complete, the tiger looks at the hero in surprise, realizing it is now fully healed. The boy calms the white tiger, apologizing for scaring him. He notices the animal's fluffy fur and guesses that it's still a cub. The boy gently pets the tiger, noting that if you look closely, it actually seems quite cute. Memories surface in the tiger's mind of when it was captured and kept in a cage by humans. The hero hugs the white tiger, saying everything is fine now. He expresses joy at having found and helped him. The tiger looks at the boy with shining eyes, feeling relief and gratitude. The animal says the boy is a good person and promises to always be grateful to him. The white tiger suddenly emits light as it cuddles up to the boy, wrapping its tail around him and pressing close. The boy is surprised by what's happening, not quite understanding the situation between them. A moment later, a message appears saying a contract has been made with the white tiger, signifying a special magical bond. The boy looks at the notification in astonishment, not expecting this turn of events. The boy, still holding the white tiger in his arms, confusedly asks what exactly happened and why a contract appeared. The flying creature explains that a blood contract was just formed between him and the tiger, binding them with a special, magical connection. The hero is surprised to hear about the blood contract, as such an event is considered very rare and significant. The magical companion confirms that it indeed happened just now, even though the boy hadn't planned it. The boy, in a panic, claims he doesn't remember making a blood pact with the white tiger, as he didn't do it intentionally. He recalls that the tiger kept licking his wound, which might have caused it to swallow some of his blood. A flying creature explains that the ancient method of forming a contract is activated when the summoner's blood enters the body of a magical creature. Such a contract is only possible between a human and a high-class magical beast or a sacred beast. The girl, in a panic, rushes to the boy and hugs him tightly, shouting his name. The boy screams in fear, not understanding what's happening. She is worried about him, openly showing her emotions. The hug is so strong that the boy finds it hard to breathe. The girl hugs the boy tightly, reminding him not to go off alone. She is surprised to notice he feels heavier and points it out. The boy, with a frightened look on his face, is holding a small tiger, trying to hide it. The girl sees the animal, gets scared, and screams loudly in shock. The warrior notices the boy has a tiger cub and is surprised why it's white if it's the offspring of a black cat. The boy, trying to explain, says he heard a saying that food from the white forest can turn fur white. He holds the tiger cub in front of him, trying to justify its appearance. An image of a black cat appears to show what the found creature is being compared to. The hero keeps making excuses, saying the tiger cub might have gotten lost when the magical barrier broke. The man reminds him that the white forest is not a habitat for black cats. The boy thinks about how he can't admit that it's a white tiger, a rare species protected on his father's land. He realizes that, as a child, he made a contract with this creature on his own. A man with a serious expression pondered the consequences of the situation. He thought it could turn out badly, both politically and for his status as a noble. Meanwhile, a boy with short blonde hair approached him, holding a small tiger cub, and expressed a desire to care for it. The warrior realized he could conceal the creature's true nature using camouflage magic if it stayed with him. The girl with long hair expressed concern about the idea of keeping a magical creature. She emphasized that it was too dangerous and not allowed. The fair-haired child tried to explain, noting that he found the creature badly injured. He also added that it couldn't survive on its own yet. The blonde boy held the tiger cub tightly, explaining that he had scared the animal, which is why it reacted that way. The girl stood nearby and reminded him that she saw the bite wound left by the animal. He tried to justify himself, claiming the animal was just reflecting his own fear. They both continued to argue about how dangerous the animal was and whether it could stay nearby. The fair-haired child held the tiger cub tightly and called it by name. He pleaded with the man, promising to raise the animal to be kind and obedient. The girl disagreed, suggesting the animal might attack. The warrior, with a serious expression, silently considered the situation without giving an immediate response. The man gave the child a stern look and demanded that he swear to take full responsibility for the animal's life. He specified that this duty would last until the creature's very end. The fair-haired child resolutely confirmed he was ready to do so. He held the tiger cub tightly, showing his willingness to care for it. The man closed his eyes and, after a moment's thought, agreed to let the animal stay. The fair-haired child gratefully thanked him for the decision. The girl looked at the man in surprise, but he asked her to help with the care as well. The boy, holding the tiger cub, sincerely thanked the adult for his support. The warrior asked who had healed the magical beast and received a positive answer. He remarked that using healing magic was wonderful. The fair-haired child thanked the man, looking down slightly embarrassed. Then, with joy, he rushed into his arms, calling him by name. The fair-haired child was relieved to note that he no longer objected since his father had given permission. However, the girl admitted she still didn't trust him, despite the decision made. She firmly stated she would closely watch him to protect Zig, until she was sure he was completely safe. The boy reacted with surprise to her words, asking again about her intention to impose strict control. The girl with a serious expression began closely watching the child and the magical creature. The blonde boy noticed and turned around in surprise, not understanding why he was being watched so intently. The little tiger took a harmless pose and showed its paws, trying to look cute and safe. Despite its efforts, the observer turned away and said she wouldn't fall for such tricks. A fair-haired boy stood on the street pondering his situation with a worried look. He admitted that even though he could use high-level magic, he couldn't train properly under these conditions. In the background, a girl sat under a tree, continuing to watch him. The boy noted that everything happening was starting to cause serious inconvenience. A blonde-haired boy walked alongside a tiger cub, pondering the need to find time for solo training. He was certain that since he found himself in this situation, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a serious threat. Images of enemies and dangers he had already faced flashed through his mind. The child clenched his fist and firmly resolved to become stronger as soon as possible to protect those around him. The boy looked at the tiger cub with surprise, noticing its tense appearance, and asked if it was scared. He immediately decided to cheer up the animal by suggesting they rub against each other to relieve the tension. With a joyful exclamation, he pressed against the fluffy fur, repeating how nice it was to touch such a soft creature. The girl continued to watch them from a distance, not hiding her slight bewilderment. The boy happily hugged the tiger cub, smiling and savoring the moment. He admitted that he had long realized how dear this little one was to him. The girl watched the scene thoughtfully, understanding that the child posed no real threat. However, a hint of caution still lingered in her expression. A girl sat alone under a tree, looking off into the distance, lost in thought. She admitted to herself that since that day, she had become a coward and now feared trusting anyone. A memory of a person who once caused her pain despite their outward friendliness came to mind. She thought that sometimes it's those you least expect who can destroy what you hold most dear. The girl held her head, worried that getting too close might negatively affect Zig. She firmly decided that if nothing happened that night, she would make a final decision. Meanwhile, the boy happily invited her to join in games and cuddles with the tiger cub. She responded with a frightened gasp, watching him continue to have fun. Late in the evening, the boy sat on his bed in pajamas, sighing tiredly as he looked off into the distance. He admitted to himself that the day had been tough, but they managed to get through it. Next to him on the pillow, a tiger cub slept peacefully, curled up in a ball. Outside, it was getting dark, creating a sense of completion and calm. The tiger cub began to yawn, and the boy realized it was the right moment to act. He was sure the girl wouldn't show up at night when it was time to sleep. Prepared, he activated the high-level magic he had just learned. However, the very next moment, the door swung open, and the same girl burst into the room. A girl in a nightgown opened the door and calmly entered the room, surprising the boy. He hadn't expected her, and nervously said her name. She reminded him that it was late and time for bed, explaining that this was why she had come. The child watched her with surprise, sensing that this evening was different from the others. The girl sat on the edge of the bed and suggested spending the night together, speaking to the boy. He stared at her in shock, not expecting such an offer. Next to them, a tiger cub lay peacefully on the pillow, showing no signs of concern. The girl smiled and asked again, hoping for his agreement. The boy woke up in the middle of the night and was surprised to find himself in the arms of a sleeping girl. He quietly pondered how this strange situation came to be, trying not to move. Next to them on the bed, a tiger cub slept peacefully, but its eyes remained open. The boy realized that the girl was constantly watching the animal, fearing it might harm him, despite already having permission for them to live together. The boy lay in bed, curled up next to the girl who had wrapped her arms around him in her sleep. He was surprised that she insisted they sleep together. Although it interfered with his training and use of high-level magic, he admitted he didn't mind the situation. Nearby on the pillow, a tiger cub slept peacefully, completing the picture of nighttime tranquility. Waking up at night, the boy realized he couldn't train effectively unless he used magic right away. He recalled the knowledge gained from battling the goblin general and decided to use spatial magic. The screen in front of him displayed parameters confirming that his current level allowed him to perform such spells. Carefully, he began to get up, trying not to wake the girl sleeping next to him. The boy successfully activated spatial magic, carefully leaving the bed so as not to wake the girl. He found himself outside the room and was relieved to realize the spell had worked correctly. Knowing he couldn't train in front of others, he decided to head to the White Forest. At that moment, a tiger cub woke up and rushed after him in a panic, wanting to stop him. The boy, frightened, gestured to calm the tiger cub, worried it might wake the girl. The little animal stood opposite with a serious expression, displeased with the attempt to leave alone. It reminded him that Maria would be sad if he disappeared without warning. The boy was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from his companion. The boy gently hugged the tiger cub, asking it to stay since it was still recovering from its wounds. He promised to return before the girl woke up, trying to calm the animal. Then, with a firm resolve to become stronger for his family, he activated a teleportation spell. The tiger cub watched anxiously as his friend vanished in a bright flash of magic. In her sleep, the girl said the boy's name, unaware that he had disappeared. The little tiger watched her anxiously, then jumped up and headed to the window. After hesitating a bit, he gathered his courage and leaped outside. Under the moonlight, the creature dashed forward, determined to catch up with his friend. The boy found himself in the forest, under the night sky, having completed a high-level magic teleportation. He noted that the spell was draining, but that was expected. Remembering the upcoming hunt in the White Forest, he promised himself to train hard. The hero looked at his hand and realized that thanks to his training and increased magical power, he could now use more advanced spells. The boy successfully activated the ice spell and was pleased to see it worked. He realized he could now use other high-level magic. Under the night sky, he continued his training, determined to see it through. After another successful spell, he caught his breath and prepared for the final attempt. The boy focused and began using thunder magic, casting the next spell. Instantly, a black, shadowy figure appeared, surrounded by flashes of lightning. He widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting such a powerful effect. Seeing the outline of the enemy, he was startled to recognize a familiar silhouette and spoke its name. A dark figure approached, and the boy realized in horror that the situation was spiraling out of control. He cried out in pain, unable to dodge the opponent's attack in time. A panicked thought flashed through his mind, wondering why things had turned out this way. Gathering his strength, he shouted, demanding an immediate stop, and lunged forward with determination to intervene. The boy watched in horror as the creature he had created rampaged, destroying everything around. He realized that the thunder spell had spiraled out of control and turned into something monstrous. It dawned on him that magic in this world depends on the caster's inner state and the power of imagination. Due to past trauma, his spell had distorted and turned into madness. The boy suddenly weakened and fell to the ground, breathing heavily from overusing his magic. His eyes widened as he realized he had spent too much energy. The small magical creature next to him cried out, trying to get his attention. He struggled to sit up but already felt his strength fading. The boy lay on the ground, realizing that his strength was quickly leaving his body due to the excessive use of magical energy. A small creature beside him tried to encourage him, warning that he might lose consciousness. Thoughts of weakness and confusion about his actions raced through the hero's mind. He regretted not keeping his promise to return before the girl woke up and felt himself losing consciousness. The boy looked at the tiger cub and, for the first time in a long while, realized he felt fear. Memories of his childhood flashed before his eyes, when he couldn't save his mother and brother despite his special power. He remembered swearing to become strong after Theo suffered because of his fate. Yet the memory of the beatings from Gelt was deeply ingrained in his mind and still wouldn't let go. The boy lay on the ground, barely holding back tears, admitting to himself that he had always feared being crushed by his own weakness. He remembered how this feeling had haunted him since childhood, despite his desire to become strong. At that moment, his attention was drawn to strange figures appearing nearby. Among them were massive creatures, one of which moved forward with remarkable determination. In the morning, the servants and other residents gathered in the mansion's courtyard, worried about the boy's absence. Several people called out loudly for Zigbert, hoping for a response. A girl stood in the center with a tense expression, looking at the building. One of the men appeared particularly anxious and urgently asked for a reply. One of the maids reported that they had already searched the main building, but the boy wasn't there. Another added that she checked the nearby structures with a tracker, but there was no sign of the child or any animal there either. The young woman listened anxiously to the reports, holding back tears and admitting that he was with her last night. She mentioned that she had already called her father, and the search would be expanded as soon as he arrived. The girl anxiously pressed her hand to her chest, worried that the magical creature might have harmed Zig. At that moment, two maids approached her with news. One of them said that someone had seen the cub of the very same magical creature that belonged to the boy. Hearing this, everyone present became alert and pondered the possible connection between the disappearance and the creature. One of the maids said she saw a magical beast run out of the mansion last night. The girl anxiously asked if Zig was with it, but the answer was no. The maid explained that it was dark, and she mistakenly thought it was another creature, so she didn't report it immediately. She then added that the beast was heading towards the White Forest. The girl realized that the magical creature probably didn't take Zig intentionally, but was merely following him. She decided to head to the White Forest immediately to find the boy. The servants tried to stop her, offering to prepare a carriage, but she had already rushed ahead. Suddenly, she noticed something on the horizon that caught her attention and made her stop abruptly. At the edge of the forest, the girl saw a boy lying exhausted, leaning against the back of a tiger cub. She shouted his name, rushing toward him in alarm. The tiger cub was breathing heavily, its paws trembling with fatigue. The girl realized that the cub had been carrying Zig all this time to bring him home. The girl picked up Zig and noticed with concern that he was breathing but unconscious. In a panic, she wondered what to do in such a situation. The little tiger cub clung to her leg with its last bit of strength, barely standing on its paws. Pressing her lips together, she resolutely promised herself to save the boy, assuring that he would be okay now. Waking up, the boy felt a warm and calm touch, as if wrapped in a soft glow. A sense of comfort and safety filled his mind, something he couldn't immediately explain. Opening his eyes, he saw a girl gently holding his head on her lap. Whispering her name, he was relieved to realize he was still alive. When the boy opened his eyes, the girl exclaimed with relief, glad he had regained consciousness. He looked around with difficulty, trying to figure out where he was. The girl admitted in a trembling voice how worried she had been about him, and he quietly apologized. Soon a man entered the room, and his appearance caused the boy to exclaim in surprise and alarm. The man standing by the bed first expressed relief upon learning the boy was okay, then asked if he really went to the White Forest alone at night. The boy, slightly lowering his head, quietly confirmed it. The man standing by the bed expressed relief at seeing the boy safe and sound. Then, with a slight frown, he asked if the boy had really dared to go into the White Forest alone in the middle of the night. The boy, lowering his gaze and visibly embarrassed, nodded quietly and confirmed it in a soft voice. The father, in a serious tone, reminded that he couldn't ignore all the worry caused by the boy's actions and announced that as punishment, the boy was forbidden from leaving the mansion for 2 weeks. He also warned that magical surveillance would be set up to prevent similar incidents in the future. The boy, with his head down and feeling guilty, quietly replied that he understood. When the father said his name, his gaze softened, as if he wanted to express not only strictness, but also care. The father, looking directly into the boy's eyes, calmly but firmly, said he believed in his good intentions, and understood that the escape wasn't meant to cause harm. He noted that his son is a smart child, who always thinks about his family, and this quality is admirable. Despite the stern tone, his words conveyed support and faith in the boy's actions. The atmosphere between them became less tense, reminding them of the trust that remained intact even after what happened. The father calmly reminded his son that no one in the Abel family is weak, and everyone has the right to support. He assured the boy that he understood he was hiding his feelings only to avoid worrying others. The man emphasized that there is no need to carry the burden alone, as family is there to lean on each other. His words were firm but filled with genuine care, making it clear that the boy is not alone and can always rely on his loved ones. The boy thought about the words spoken to him and realized that his family had always been strong and united, and he didn't have to carry everything on his shoulders alone. He remembered moments when his relatives showed strength and care, and he understood that he could trust them. Tears welled up in his eyes as he admitted that he had been practicing magic, fearing to shock others with his power. The girl, noticing the change in his demeanor, called out his name in surprise, guessing the reason for his emotions. The young man, with tears in his eyes, admitted that he was afraid of losing his loved ones, just as he once lost his mother. He wanted to become stronger to protect everyone. In a trembling voice, he explained that the thought of possible loss scared him and drove him to train in secret. The man listened intently and anxiously said his name, recalling events related to Leah. The girl, observing this, repeatedly apologized with remorse, feeling guilty for not understanding his fears sooner. The girl, unable to hold back her tears, hugged the boy tightly and said in a trembling voice that everything was okay now, despite what had happened. She assured him that no one else would disappear or leave, holding him even closer. The boy, also in tears, confirmed her words, firmly promising it wouldn't happen again. A man watching the scene maintained a serious expression, silently sharing their emotions. The man hugged the girl tightly, making it clear that he would never again allow any loved ones to be taken or disappear. He echoed Maria's words, adding that from now on, no one would leave and no one would be left alone. The girl leaned into him, feeling the warmth and security of his embrace. In the silence of the spacious room, they remained together, enveloped in a strong and genuine family closeness. A small child sat on the bed with slumped shoulders, still processing recent events. He awkwardly admitted that it was the first time he had cried so much in front of others, and now he felt embarrassed. The cat curled up beside him, creating a sense of warmth and comfort. He remembered how his older brothers returned with a report of what happened and accidentally caught him in such a vulnerable state, which only heightened his sense of awkwardness. The child lay thoughtfully on the bed, staring at the ceiling and slowly realizing how much his actions had upset his loved ones. He admitted to himself that despite his genuine desire to be strong for his family, he also wished for someone else to support him. This realization brought both relief and sadness. He firmly decided not to act recklessly in the future, to avoid causing pain and worry to those around him. The child joyfully thanked the creature for its help in a difficult moment, admitting that he didn't know what would have happened if he had been alone. He sincerely noted that he helped the creature because it was dear to him. In response, the animal demanded affection as a reward, hinting at how attached it was to the child. The child's face showed ease and genuine happiness. The child smiled as he petted the animal and quietly thanked it for everything it had done. He realized he hadn't given it a name yet, as he had been too rushed to think about it at the time. Now that everything had calmed down, he understood that the animal, like himself, needed its own name. The little tiger looked at the child with curiosity, waiting to see what name it would be given. The child gently touched the animal's nose and suggested the name Haku, curiously waiting for a reaction. Seeing the joyful response, he smiled with relief and hugged the animal, happy that the name was well received. The little one assured that from now on, they would be partners and promised they would take care of each other. The animal eagerly confirmed its readiness to be a reliable companion. At night, the Abel family mansion was bathed in the soft glow of the moon, creating a peaceful yet solemn atmosphere. Inside the study, a man sat alone at a large desk, lost in thought. He reminisced about Leah and shared his innermost thoughts, admitting that Sig remembered the days spent with her. With regret, he reproached himself for realizing the importance of these memories too late, considering himself a poor father. The man with a serious expression looked off into the distance, contemplating the child's talents. He acknowledged that Sig's magical abilities and intellectual skills had reached a level where he could no longer be considered a child. Deep down, he realized that in the entire history of the Abel family there had never been a child so gifted. On the table in front of him was a photograph of a girl, at which he gazed with quiet longing. As the man was thinking about Leah and pondering Sigbert's possible fate, two young men entered the room. One of them, smiling confidently, informed his father about a discovery. Pure magical ash had been found in the White Forest. Behind him stood another young man, more reserved, and both were ready to present their report. They introduced themselves as Alberta and Willie, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission. After receiving praise for his work, Alberto began reporting the research results. He explained that over the past few months, the magical crystal found in the White Forest had been evaluated. It was also discovered that the body found belonged to a goblin general, confirming their breach through the magical barrier. According to him, the enemies infiltrated from the Silent Forest into the White Forest, using a hidden route. After covering the main information, he noted that one unresolved issue remains. One of the knights asked who could defeat a B-rank monster. The second knight calmly noted that the answer had become clear during the last monster hunt. Recalling the events, they both agreed unanimously. Only Siegbert could handle such a threat. One of the knights hesitantly argued that, despite Siegbert's talent and charming nature, defeating the demon without complex magic was simply impossible. The second knight confidently stated that Alberto was probably right, clearly agreeing with his conclusions. When Theo came back with a report about the magical dust found in the White Forest, it turned out he had been carefully hiding his injuries from the others. One of the knights skeptically wondered if someone as strong as Theo could really have been hurt there. One of the knights suggested that Theo might have been protecting Siegbert from monsters, and another confirmed that this was indeed possible. Even if there was the slightest chance that Siegbert handled the opponents himself, the head of the family decided that all traces of the incident needed to be immediately erased. He stated he would do this to protect Siegbert. The officer reported that due to the appearance of magical crystal ash on the market, a story began circulating among adventurers about a brave person who defeated a Class B monster. This story quickly gained popularity, but false information was already spread to conceal the truth, claiming that the monster was defeated by an elite knight. The officer, with relief, shared that he managed to resolve the situation peacefully, despite the stubbornness of those involved, who refused to disclose the source and method of obtaining the magical ash. He added that the seller of this ash turned out to be none other than Theo's friend, who accompanied him on that mission. One of the commanders praised the soldier's conduct, calling him a worthy representative of the First Order. The mage confidently stated that the magical ash had already been acquired for research purposes by the 3rd Magic Squad, to which he belongs. He explained that an experiment on a new teleportation stone is being conducted under government orders. With a smile, he added that he plans to use the materials to the last drop. One of the warriors apologized for any inconvenience, but quickly added that it was all for the sake of their beloved younger brother. The mage noted that Siegbert currently has excellent magical abilities and a well-developed natural strength, unlike Gerd. He also mentioned that Siegbert has not appeared in public or become a topic of discussion. One of the men explained that they want to hide Siegbert's uniqueness from the Ministry of Magic and the Magic School. The head of the family, thoughtfully gazing ahead, admitted that he wants Siegbert to live freely and not be tied down by any obligations. The man, looking calmly at the portrait of a woman in an elegant frame, quietly said that this was their cherished desire they aimed to fulfill. His brother, detecting a hint of criticism in his voice, smiled and reminded him that he wasn't always in a position to discuss others' behavior, referring to their recent outing to tame monsters. In response, the man, maintaining his seriousness, expressed hope that his brother would behave a bit more prudently and responsibly in the future. One of the men, slightly frowning, ironically wondered if such behavior was the inevitable fate of all the able family members. Another, still reading from an open book, remarked that he previously thought Theo and Siegbert were the only exceptions to this rule. Meanwhile, the third man watched their exchange with a slight smile, as if finding quiet amusement in the situation. One of the older brothers, frowning in deep in thought, admitted that Siegbert was clearly not an ordinary child. He possessed not only powerful magic but also a mind that even adults rarely have. He wondered how the boy managed to reach the White Forest alone in such a short time, which in itself was suspicious. The thought crossed his mind that Siegbert might have used a teleportation stone, as otherwise such a journey seemed nearly impossible. With each new fact, his suspicions grew stronger, confirming that Siegbert had abilities that defied logic. One of the brothers, seizing the right moment, suggested discussing Siegbert's abilities again, hinting that the situation with the magic stones might explain a lot. The other brother speculated that the boy could have learned a teleportation spell, especially considering the rarity and cost of magic-infused stones like transfer stones or glowing crystals. Meanwhile, their father, sitting in a chair, listened carefully to the arguments, and one of the sons, slightly hesitant, began the conversation with an address, preparing to ask an important question. All of this only reinforced the impression that Siegbert's abilities were beyond the ordinary. One of the men, scratching his head and smiling slightly, admitted that he hadn't intended to investigate the magical barrier, as his original task was different. He reminded them that once things settled down a bit, they still needed to discuss the so-called White Hunt of Siegbert, which had not yet received the attention it deserved. One of the young men eagerly suggested showing the protective stone, clearly proud of the find. Meanwhile, another, watching this, remarked with mild sarcasm that their father once again spared no expense on something expensive for Sigbert. At the same time, a third person admitted with a smile that he had secretly been taking photos of the event and then expressed admiration for their father's actions, calling it entirely expected of him. Everyone watched Sigbert's magical projection with admiration, noting that he not only looked charming but was also rumored to have mastered healing magic and even healed a magical creature's young. One of the brothers proudly declared that his younger brother was the best in the world, amazed by his kindness and talent. However, the three older brothers stood so close together that they started blocking others, prompting one of them to irritably ask for some space, wondering why he wasn't being noticed. The scene ends with a view of a majestic building, followed by a caption announcing the start of a new day. A character named Virilipart van Abel expresses his pleasure at receiving praise from Sig, but admits he still has room for improvement. Using an identification ability, the hero assesses Virilipart's attributes and realizes he is a very powerful individual. Virilipart's characteristics are displayed, including his level, magic, attack, defense, luck, and agility, all of which are extremely high. It is noted that in addition to his powerful magical skills, he possesses numerous acquired abilities, such as weapon mastery, combat skills, control magic, and anomaly resistance. Sig realizes that Virilipart is such an outstanding person that even asking for help feels like a bold move. He decides to focus on learning basic magic techniques as he is not yet able to practice advanced magic. Sig is grateful for the guidance from his uncle and considers it a great fortune. He gears up for his studies, clenches his fist, and promises to do his best to succeed. Virilipart notices a hidden skill called Spirit Friend in his status and wonders what it might mean. He examines the attributes and notes that this particular skill stands out, sparking his curiosity. Meanwhile, Sig continues his training, staying focused on practicing magic, despite his unchanged magical attribute. The hero feels fortunate because he can use the Feather of Luck, which aids him in his learning. Virilipart notes that Sig's magical power has increased much more than he expected, surpassing all his assumptions. He wonders if he might have overestimated the situation, thinking the student has already mastered advanced magic or teleportation magic. Meanwhile, he smiles, acknowledging that teaching such an unusual and interesting child will be an exciting endeavor for him, anticipating that one day the student will surpass him. At that moment, Haku catches Sig's attention, showing him something important. The sacred beast Haku brings a branch plucked from the top of a tree and proudly shows it off, expecting praise. Sig admires the tiger's action, calling it amazing and astonishing. A nearby character notes that the monster girl Sig once saved is right in front of him. Meanwhile, Haku keeps wagging his tail, pleased with the attention and approval. Sig introduces her companion named Haku, explaining that it's her name. The sacred beast carefully observes one of the characters and notes to itself that the person is fiery, like a flame. The red-haired warrior smiles and remarks that it really is a cute creature. The atmosphere remains friendly, and Haku continues to behave calmly, despite the new surroundings. The characters look at Haku and are surprised by his appearance, as they previously thought he was a black kitten. One of them notes that they've never seen an animal with such beautifully white fur. The sacred creature remains calm, staying still and watching the scene with interest. The small black creature also observes, noting the uniqueness of Haku's appearance. A wizard praises the child for his remarkable magical potential, noting that he possesses both ice and electric attributes. Haku sits calmly, allowing himself to be patted on the head while the wizard expresses joy at meeting such a gifted child. The blonde is pleased that Haku's magical concealment is working, helping to avoid suspicion. At the same time, the wizard notes that the flow of magical energy still feels strange, causing him some doubt. The mage asks for permission to touch Haku, explaining that he wants to examine his body. Haku mentally agrees, allowing himself to be touched and even jokes about his fluffiness, inviting the mage to pet him. During the touch, the mage notices a faint trace of magical color on the tiger's body, which piques his interest. He wonders if this unusual magical aura might be connected to something hidden. The mage continues to examine Haku's body and notices that magical energy cannot circulate properly through it. He explains that this resembles a special magical phenomenon called magical cooking, which leaves traces after using advanced spells. Because of this residual magical trace, the flow of magical energy in Haku's body is blocked. The mage concludes that if this energy doesn't dissipate, it will continuously suppress the flow of magical power. The hero carefully examines the situation and notices that a complex spell has been cast on Haku. He assumes that the magical mark should have disappeared after magical healing, but for some reason, it remains. The hero is surprised at how cunning and difficult this spell is to remove. He finds the situation quite troublesome, as such magical traces are rarely eliminated with simple healing. One of the characters explains that Haku is under a curse. He clarifies that when healing wounds with magic, a magical residue can remain in the body. The hero is surprised and suggests that a curse spell was indeed used on him. Another character confirms this, noting that traces of magic remained inside the body because of it. One character notices that Haku clearly shows symptoms of a curse, confirming his fears. He wonders if he missed this due to a severe injury he suffered earlier. The hero worries that he might have cast the curse when using healing magic. Another character explains that hidden curses are easy to overlook, even with good magical vision, adding that such spells are used by malicious magicians. One of the characters notes that if the curse isn't lifted, Haku won't be able to use magic at all. The hero asks if this can be fixed and seeks help from an older companion. The companion replies that he'll start by taking some of Haku's fur to perform the necessary ritual. Meanwhile, he considers how to punish those who cast the curse so they fully experience the consequences of their actions. The hero notes that the curse can be lifted with an advanced holy magic spell. This spell is called Holy Cleansing and can remove even complex magical traces. However, he admits he hasn't mastered this level of magic yet, though he hopes to in the future. Haku sadly wonders if there's anything that can be done right now to break the curse. The main character recalls his father's words about the importance of relying on family. After this, he reflects and his expression becomes confident. He tells his uncle Willie that he knows who they can turn to for help in the current situation. The hero names the person they can trust to solve the problem. The girl gazes thoughtfully at the little tiger, expressing regret about its condition. She thinks it's unfair for such a young creature to be in this situation. The main character recalls that Marie recently learned holy magic and wonders if she can heal the tiger with the Holy Cleansing spell. The girl replies that she would like to help but isn't sure if she can handle the task. Marie explains that she lacks the necessary magical reserve to cast the Holy Cleansing spell. She regrets not being able to help the tiger due to her lack of strength. She notes that for her age, simply having the ability to wield holy magic is already rare. The nearby heroes listen carefully, understanding the complexity of the situation. Marie pulls a glowing stone from her pocket, saying she still has this item. One of the characters recognizes it as the Holy Stone of Purification and asks if it really is. The girl explains that she ordered this stone from the magical city of Lin when her mother was still alive. Everyone in the scene looks intently at the stone, understanding its importance for the current situation. Marie says that at the time she could only use light magic and was trying hard to master holy magic. Her goal was to help her mother, so she aimed to learn healing as quickly as possible. When she finally obtained the Holy Stone of Purification, it turned out to be too late to use it. She sadly notes that her powers weren't enough to save her mother. Marie remembers that her mother's condition was so severe that even magic couldn't help anymore. Despite all her efforts, they had gone too far, and the illness had crossed the point where treatment was possible. She holds the Holy Stone of Purification in her hands, but realizes it's now useless. The girl feels deep regret for not being able to save her mother in time. When the mother gave birth and regained her health, Marie felt immense joy. However, the Holy Stone of Cleansing remained with her as a reminder of the time she couldn't save the mother. The stone is filled with the magic of holy cleansing, and now the girl has decided to use it to help Haku. She confidently says that with this artifact, she can heal him. Haku looks at the sacred cleansing stone and realizes it is something very valuable to Marie. The tiger thinks that if using this stone means losing it, then he doesn't need magic. Sig notices Haku is acting strangely and asks what's wrong. However, Haku silently turns away, not wanting to damage something important to Marie. Sig thinks Haku hates him because the sacred beast refuses his help. Marie explains that it's not about hate. Haku senses the importance of the sacred cleansing stone to her and doesn't want it to disappear. Haku approaches Marie, internally acknowledging her kindness and care. Smiling, the girl says she's wanted to apologize to Haku for a long time. Marie apologizes to Haku for doubting him and thanks him for saving Sig. She says that Haku is now Sig's partner and a dear member of her family. The girl asks the sacred beast to give her another chance to help her family. Haku and Sig listen closely, and then a mutual understanding forms between them. Marie holds the stone of holy purification in her hands and says she is grateful for her newfound faith. Haku approaches the girl and rubs his head against her knees, showing his affection. The girl looks at the tiger cub with a gentle smile, feeling a warm connection. Haku calmly snuggles up to her, accepting her as part of his family. Marie raises her hand to activate the sacred stone and casts a purification spell. Light illuminates the area, and Haku watches closely. The girl is uncertain, wondering what the outcome of her action will be. Dark traces of magic begin to emerge from the tiger cub's body, indicating the start of the curse removal process. Haku joyfully jumps, feeling a surge of energy after the curse is lifted, his body warm and full of strength. Marie expresses genuine happiness for being able to help and thanks everyone for their support. The hero notes that Haku's magical flow is fully restored and now functions normally. Everyone present is delighted that the healing was successful, and Haku feels healthy again. The warrior suggests Haku try using magic to test if his powers have returned. Haku eagerly agrees and decides to mimic actions using ice and snow magic. He recalls the image of fallen leaves in the forest to visualize the spell and perform it better. Following this, the magical tiger successfully activates his ability, confirming that his magic is working again. Haku opens his mouth and unleashes a powerful stream of magical energy, casting a spell of ice and snow. Snowy whirlwinds rise around him, mixed with fallen leaves, creating a spectacular magical display. His body radiates confidence, and his face shows joy at having his strength fully restored. The magical attack concludes, leaving an atmosphere of winter chill and sparkling particles around him. Everyone watches as Haku's magic creates a stunning display of falling snow leaves. One of the warriors notes that the snowfall with leaves looks enchanting, as if it creates a special atmosphere. The heroes compare this phenomenon to a white forest, marveling at the beauty of the moment. They all stand together, smiling and enjoying the magical effect that fills the surroundings with a light, frosty sparkle. Haku joyfully rolls around in the snow, delighted that he used magic to create a snowfall. A nearby blonde notices that they can now build a snowman with the fresh snow. Haku feels happy that his magic worked and he could help others. Both characters enjoy the outcome, having fun together in the snow. The blonde boy shows Haku how to roll snow into a ball and pack it tightly to make a snowman. Haku watches the boy with interest, not understanding what a snowman is. A girl with long hair is worried that the blonde boy is touching the snow with bare hands and warns him about catching a cold. Despite her concern, the children continue to play happily, engrossed in creating snow figures. The blonde boy joyfully shouts that he'll make a snowman too, rolling around in the snow and imagining himself as a snowball. He notices the snow is cold, but keeps having fun with Haku. The long-haired warrior watches them and laughs, enjoying the scene. The children keep playing in the snow, sliding and having fun despite the cold. Everyone keeps having fun, building a snowman and playing in the snow, creating a joyful atmosphere. A warrior, with a band on his arm, watches them and decides to postpone magical lessons until tomorrow. The scene shifts to a view of the forest, with a bird flying overhead, adding a sense of calm. A girl with long hair smiles, noting to herself that everyone is truly having a good time. At this moment, a mysterious figure with long hair and horns appears behind the tree branches. The stranger says she also wants to play with Zig and can't wait to meet him. The shadow watches the characters, staying hidden among the leaves. At the bottom of the page, a caption indicates that this is the enigmatic being who knows Zig. Zig happily notes that they managed to make a hole in the ice using fire without melting it. He praises Haku for creating ice exactly where they asked. In the background, shards of ice are seen flying in different directions after the successful spell. Haku looks pleased and stands proudly next to Zig, receiving praise. Everyone is delighted that the training was successful. The characters discuss how Haku is improving in magic and is starting to coordinate his actions with Zig. An experienced warrior praises the boy for adjusting the fire's intensity well during an exercise. Everyone notes that their teamwork is becoming more cohesive and effective. Haku and Zig continue to celebrate their progress in joint training. Zig happily tells Haku that he did a great job on today's task. The boy thanks his mentor for the training and promises to keep working on his magical control. After that, the adult warrior mentions he needs to talk with his brother, so today's training is over. In the final scene, he smiles as he watches the students continue practicing on their own. Virile part Von Abel is relaxing on the couch with a cup of tea and greets his brother. The man apologizes for being late and asks how Zig is doing. The blonde replies that he just finished magical lessons for Zig and the others. He adds that the boy's progress has been remarkable, and the training was successful. Virile part explains to his brother that since his house arrest was lifted, he has been teaching Zig for several months. He notes that the student has extensive knowledge of magic and a strong desire to learn. Even when he teaches Zig complex topics, the boy quickly grasps the material and applies it in practice. Virile part enjoys watching the students progress because the learning process is lively and engaging. Virile part speaks with admiration about Zig's abilities, noting that his magical images are exceptionally creative and his ambitions are high. He assigned him a mana control task to see if he could safely interact with the outside world. Despite his curiosity about what goes on in Zig's mind, he is reminded by his brother that Zig is not a subject for experiments, to which he responds with a smile, saying it was just a joke. Haku turned out to be an unusual creature, a type of black cat with magical lightning and ice attributes. Research on him has advanced quite a bit, allowing for a better understanding of his nature. Zig's brother notes that he works diligently, which earns respect and confirms his desire to grow. The speakers discuss the amazing events happening around Zig and note that it's never boring with him. They are amazed by Haku, a creature with 2 advanced magical attributes, which is extremely rare. Even experienced mages admit they've never encountered anything like it before. The characters discuss the issue of poaching sacred animals, which the imperial family secretly hunts for subsequent auctions. One of the speakers concludes that Haku, who still bears traces of magical coloring, likely fell victim to this very poaching. This also explains why security measures at the borders are being strengthened. They discuss how desperately the poachers tried to find Haku, as she was under a tracking spell. One of the characters admits that he removed the spell himself and hid the tracker in the Forest of Silence to throw the poachers off. This explains how Haku managed to escape. The conversation between the characters is getting more tense. One of them, with a slight smirk, notes that it will be interesting to see how things turn out, hinting at a plan or situation that intrigues him. The other character comments that his companion remains ruthless, implying that he is not inclined to show leniency or concessions in matters related to their current issues. The characters discuss protecting Haku. One suggests giving her a family crest amulet as soon as possible. This would not only symbolize belonging, but also serve as protection. Even though they believe Haku won't be targeted again, they agree it's wise to stay vigilant. One of them enthusiastically talks about the amulet's design and plans to enchant it with protective magic, highlighting their affection for Haku. The characters chat over tea, discussing the importance of family and caring for one another. One of them warmly speaks about Haku, calling her sweet, honest, and friendly, and is glad to be part of a loving family. The second character, while noting that his companion becomes softer when talking about loved ones, agrees that it's quite natural in such circumstances. One of the characters looks puzzled, staring at a pile of letters and scrolls in front of him. He hesitantly says they are love letters and marriage proposals addressed to Willibald, clearly unsure how to react to this. Willibald looks with displeasure at the pile of letters filled with love confessions and marriage proposals that he receives due to his popularity. His companion notes that this situation is becoming burdensome, as all these letters end up with him. They discuss that to avoid this hassle, it might be better to send the letters directly to the Mage Guild, if they choose to ignore the influx. Zig is trying to concentrate mana to create a magic stone, but he can't manage it. The process is too complicated due to difficulties in controlling the mana flow. He admits with frustration that even a simple task is challenging for him, as without the ability to consistently create magic stones, he won't be able to confidently use advanced magic. Zig shows his sister a stone that used to be filled with purifying magic, but now, according to her, it has turned into an ordinary glass stone and is no longer usable. Haku asks again about the glass stones in surprise, while Zig looks upset about this outcome. The sister explains that the so-called magic stone is made from magic sand and filled with magic, turning into a purifying stone if it contains sacred purifying magic. She smiles as she explains this, and accompanies her explanation with a visual diagram. The main character wonders if a glass stone can be reused by filling it with magic. He is told that these glass stones are specially made to be durable, so they won't break even with advanced spells. As long as they contain magic, they can be used, even if the spell is too complex for the mage. The main character thinks that if he could create a stone of the same quality, he could carry advanced magic with him. He is offered the stone for use if he's interested. The hero decided to create a glass stone to imbue it with magical power in advance. He focused, knowing this would allow him to cast complex spells without overloading his body. Creating the stone required a large amount of magical energy, which he carefully infused into the magical sand. The young man noted that this time he would act more cautiously to avoid mistakes. The hero kept trying to create a glass stone, focusing intently on the process. The stone was almost formed, but at the last moment it shattered, leaving the young man disappointed. He wondered if the issue might be with the quality of the magical sand. The white tiger, Haku, watched him, and was puzzled as to why he couldn't succeed, since he was confident in the hero's success. The dark spirit explained that Class A sand, considered high quality, is being used. However, he added that his master's magical power requires Class S+ sand, otherwise it might not withstand the strain. Haku remembered that his uncle gave him this sand for magic control training, so he initially thought it was suitable. The young man wondered if this might be the issue, and considered using a different material. The blonde asked where to find S+ class magic sand. The black spirit replied that such sand could be found in the deepest parts of the silent forest. He also suggested a more convenient gathering spot to make the task easier. The hero noted that the glass stone sample he uses was also made with high-quality magic sand. The black spirit mentioned that the best place to gather magical sand is the fairy forest. The blonde man was surprised to hear this name, as he didn't know where it was. The spirit explained that deep within the fairy forest, blessed by earth spirits, one can find the highest quality magical sand. He promised to guide the hero to this place, and warned that a fantastic landscape and an unusual adventure awaited him there. The blonde man felt a gust of wind and wondered where it came from. A dark spirit suggested going on a safe and comfortable journey through the fairy forest. A tiger cub named Haku was concerned about why this adventure was suddenly offered to him. He noted that it was too early for him to go to such a place. A mysterious figure, shrouded in gusts of wind, suddenly appears before the blonde man. The being calls him by name and declares that it has finally found him. Leaves rise into the air, highlighting the magical atmosphere of the moment. The blonde man looks at the newcomer with surprise. A girl with long hair, surrounded by magical gusts of wind, appears in front of the blonde man. She smiles broadly, showing her joy at meeting him. The guy reacts with surprise, his face showing shock. Leaves continue to swirl around, highlighting the magical atmosphere. A girl with a joyful smile hugs a blonde man tightly. She tells him she's finally been able to see him. The guy, confused, wonders who she is. His expression shows surprise and confusion about what's happening. The girl keeps hugging the blonde man tightly, explaining that she held back for a long time because she was told not to see him. She adds that as soon as she got permission, she rushed to him immediately. The guy, confused, loudly asks who exactly gave her such instructions. His face shows surprise, and the atmosphere remains tense due to the unexpected visit. The girl notices Haku sitting on her head and happily greets him, calling him the holy beast Zigbert. Haku responds cautiously, demanding to be released because he believes his master has been captured. The girl laughs and cheerfully points out that Haku is a magical creature. The blonde man watches in surprise, unsure how to react to the situation. The blonde man asks the girl if she's sure it's the white tiger in front of her. Haku uses magical sound transmission to communicate with her directly. The girl is surprised that the sacred beast uses such a technique to talk. She looks closely at the tiger while still holding it in her arms. The blonde mentally asks if Haku wants to keep this a secret. The holy beast firmly confirms that no one should know about its true nature. The girl asks if they should hide it, even from Willibald, and receives a positive response. She agrees, promising to keep the secret. The warrior notices that Frau is bothering Zig. The girl happily thinks about how nice it is to have a secret that no one knows. The blonde is surprised, wondering who this girl is, since even her secret is unknown. Frau continues to hug Zig, despite what's happening. The woman suddenly flies to the side as the man snaps his fingers, interrupting the situation. The blonde man falls to the ground, surprised by what happened. The warrior smiles and says that his friend caused a lot of trouble. The young man calls the man uncle and looks at him with relief. The man introduces Frau, explaining that she is a fairy. He clarifies that she is an important companion with whom he has made a contract. The blonde man is surprised to learn that she is a real fairy. The hero realizes that she is the one with whom the magical agreement was made. The woman explains that she means no harm and is acting honestly. The warrior clarifies that he is only interested in unusual individuals, not just anyone. He then adds that there was a conflict between humans and fairies in the past. Despite this, the woman is friendly towards humans, although the fear of fairies remains. Frau notes that ordinary people cannot see fairies in their hidden state, but Zig has this ability. The hero holds Haku in his arms, and thinks that's why Frau could recognize the concealment magic. The warrior asks the others to keep the existence of the fairy and her abilities a secret. The woman in the room agrees, promising not to reveal this secret. Zig explains that it's the first time he's ever seen fairies, holding Haku in his hands and looking at Frau in surprise. The fairy smiles and asks if he's really never encountered such creatures before. Frau is delighted to be the first fairy he's met and shares this observation. The blonde notices her reaction and asks why she's smiling so strangely. The woman happily announces that she will protect Zig from this moment on, and smiles broadly. The blonde man reacts with surprise to her words, not understanding exactly what she means. The fairy clarifies that anyone valued by Willibald automatically becomes important to her as well. Haku continues to watch their conversation, staying close to Zig. The woman starts teasing the blonde man, saying he's very amusing and there's a difference between his appearance and inner state. She wonders if he's a child or already an adult and asks him to show it. The blonde man, confused, replies that he doesn't understand what she's talking about. He looks embarrassed and doesn't know how to respond to her assertive actions. Frau continues to hold the blonde man, despite the magician's remark. The man reminds her that he allowed her to meet him only as a gesture of gratitude for her help, but he never said she could bother him. Frau responds that nothing serious is happening and it's just her personal matter. She accuses the magician of being stingy, saying that she should at least be allowed to look at the boy. The lady is delighted to have the chance to walk around the city, as she hasn't done it in a long time. The blonde man is surprised to be suddenly invited to join. He doesn't fully understand the reason for the invitation, but he agrees. The fairy beams with joy and eagerly anticipates the walk. The warrior, with a slight smile, explains that the incident is related to his personal circumstances. The blonde man, holding a pet, asks if this is what was meant by a personal matter. The mage hopes that this situation will help the girls better understand what's happening and avoid misunderstandings. He also adds that it's still too early for Zig to deal with such moments. The boy looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what was happening. She turned her back to him and extended her hand, promising to give him what he wanted as a sign of their friendship, since she was in a good mood. The girl happily pointed to the magical sand from the fairy forest and suggested that he might need it. The boy was surprised to hear that she actually had access to it. Meanwhile, another pair was discussing whether this sand would work for Zig's magic, as his power is too great and the sand's effect might be too weak. The girl clarified that she hadn't brought the sand with her, but it was in the magic building and could be used. The boy holding the cat confirmed that he wants to create glass stones of the same quality as the ones Mari brought. He noted that if it's just for practice, there shouldn't be any problems. The man carefully examined the samples and, with a slight smile, acknowledged that the boy's mana control met the passing grade. However, he quickly added that gathering everything needed in a short time would be quite challenging. The boy, hesitating a little, gently asked if he was busy at the moment. The man calmly explained that he is currently working on creating a new type of teleportation stone and, as a result, won't be able to leave the magic department for at least a month. He added that he needs to return to work soon, so he won't be able to teach the boy magic in the near future. The boy smiled and assured his companion that everything was fine, asking them not to worry about the commotion. Internally, he noted that, if he wasn't mistaken, the magical core was indeed the place to study magic. One of the characters wondered if there were many more types of magic in this place that he didn't know about yet. The girl with wings cheerfully offered to deliver the item for him, but he politely declined. Meanwhile, another character noted that when moving like that, it might seem to an ordinary person as if the items were simply floating in the air. The fairy, with a sad expression, listened to the warning that acting alone was dangerous, especially if someone discovered her true nature. The girl admitted she just wanted to make Zig happy, but promised to be careful. The man looked at her seriously, affirming her vulnerability, even in human form. Then Zig suddenly intervened, as if he was about to add something. Sig resolutely announced that he planned to go to the magical corps on his own, explaining it was due to his interest in studying magic. He admitted he was being stubborn but emphasized that his decision was deliberate. One of his companions was surprised that he wanted to go alone, but didn't try to dissuade him. The very idea of the magical corps genuinely intrigued Sig, as he was eager to develop his abilities. One of the adults remarked with a slight smile that he would be worried if it were an ordinary child, but in this case, he had no concerns. The fairy, beaming with joy, admitted she was eagerly anticipating her first trip and was already looking forward to the new adventure. One of the wizards mentioned that the books in the mansion were insufficient, so he was planning to leave, but now he eagerly anticipated meeting the greatest magician. Meanwhile, the fairy allowed Zig to accompany her, promising to show him everything there was to see. The boy, beaming with excitement, gratefully agreed and eagerly awaited the upcoming tour. Zig confidently stated that Haku would join them, despite his companion's doubts, as she thought it wasn't the best idea. The girl was worried that such a rare creature as Haku would inevitably attract the attention of researchers. However, the pet was eager to come along, and the argument seemed settled. One of the characters quietly admitted that he could no longer hold back, but didn't specify what he meant. Meanwhile, Zig enthusiastically praised Haku for deciding to stay and guard the house. Haku, trembling with excitement, nodded in agreement, and the owner noted that this would be even better. One of the wizards promised to inform his brother and prepare for the guests, while also warning them to be careful on their journey. The fairy girl promised to wait for Zig, expressing joyful anticipation. Zig responded affirmatively, calling the wizard uncle, while a cautious Haku stood beside him. The scene ended with a moment of farewell before departure. One of the characters expressed concern that Zig was planning to travel alone. Zig tried to reassure her by explaining that he would actually be riding in a carriage, and that his uncle would meet him when he arrived at the magic corps. He assured her everything would be fine and promised that this time he would definitely return home. The girl watched him anxiously at the gate. Before Zig's departure, his family and friends saw him off. A girl with a tiger cub wished him to be careful and promised she would wait for his return. His brother expressed confidence that Zig would succeed and hoped the trip would bring him valuable experience. Zig thanked everyone and confidently stated that he was ready for the journey with Lord Zigbert. Zig enthusiastically said goodbye to his loved ones and, with a wide smile, headed to the carriage. He took a lively step forward, unable to hide his excitement for the journey ahead. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was fixed forward, full of determination and anticipation. Thus began his first big adventure. As the carriage rattled along the road, Zig eagerly awaited their arrival in the capital, dreaming of seeing it soon. One of the escorts noticed that it was the prince's first visit to the capital and started a conversation. The young man, with a polite smile, began talking about his trips with Lord Theobald, but quickly stopped himself, remembering that this information was confidential. Zig felt a bit embarrassed and thanked him, unsure how to respond. Noticing something in the window, Zig exclaimed in surprise and pressed against the glass, hoping to see the capital. His companion suggested postponing the conversation and noted that the city should soon appear on the horizon. Meanwhile, stories about the third magical corps, where research on magic, monsters, and magical creatures was conducted, swirled in the boy's mind. He remembered that Lord Willibald is the captain of the corps and leads a group of outstanding mages with both knowledge and combat skills. As the carriage moved into the open, a majestic view of the capital unfolded before the travelers, with its tall towers and shimmering magical rings in the sky. Zig eagerly pressed against the window and exclaimed with a smile that he could finally see the city. His eyes sparkled with anticipation of the adventures that lay ahead. The driver calmly guided the carriage forward, keeping his eyes on the road. As the travelers approached the capital, their guide explained that the entrance to the Mage's building is on the west side of the city, while the research facilities are hidden elsewhere. He added that he doesn't really think much about those who are locked away conducting experiments on monsters. Zig laughed and mentioned that his uncle works there, clearly feeling proud. The man responded in a cheerful tone but remained doubtful about what goes on inside. During the trip, one of the escorts reminded them to keep what was said a secret. Hearing this, the boy hesitantly agreed, promising to keep everything confidential. The carriage continued on its way, with the steady clatter of hooves. When the heroes arrived at the Magical Corps reception building, a stern staff member stated that from this point on, only Zigbert could enter. She emphasized that this was the established protocol, despite the companions' objections. One of the escorts tried to argue, citing the boy's age and their duty to care for him. However, the woman calmly reiterated that the rules were not up for discussion. The young woman worriedly tried to object to the separation, but her companion calmly stopped her. He reminded her that, if it's protocol, arguing is pointless, confidently adding that since it's about Zigbert-sama, nothing will happen to him. He tried to reassure everyone. The young woman anxiously glanced toward the entrance, but didn't insist further. While one of the companions was clearly anxious and exclaimed that this was no walk in the park, the young hero tried to calm them down. He assured them everything would be fine and asked them to just relax in the capital until he returned. The woman also supported his confidence, gently reminding them there was nothing to worry about. Despite their concerns, the companions didn't argue further and stayed put. Before entering the building, the young hero waved goodbye to his companions. He noted to himself that he felt a slight nervousness about the guide, but tried to attribute it to the nature of any tour. The woman with a serious expression assured him that safety would be fully ensured. With this promise, he confidently stepped forward. The hero looked around anxiously, realizing they had finally arrived at the Magical Core Research Center. He began to wonder what this place, full of secrets and knowledge, might be like. Thoughts of what awaited him inside made his heart race. Anticipating the upcoming experience, he kept moving forward. The hero hesitantly followed the guide into the dark brick corridor, heeding her warning to be careful. The sight of the gloomy passage frightened him, and he exclaimed in surprise, suspecting the place might be cursed. Trying to hide his fear, he insisted on going alone, but quickly caught up with her, not wanting to fall behind. Gathering his courage, he ran ahead, urging them to continue. The hero watched with bated breath as the massive door slowly opened before him, intensifying the worried look on his face. The guide had warned him to be careful, and he mentally noted that the situation was becoming even more frightening. He stood frozen before the carved panels, dimly lit, gripped by fear and curiosity. The girl wondered what secrets the research center behind this ominous door might hold. The young man froze as the massive gates creaked open, releasing a blinding light. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes from the bright flash, feeling a powerful surge of energy. His gaze fixed on the opening passage, beyond which lay something mysterious. With his heart racing, he stepped inside, captivated by a sudden revelation and the anticipation of the unknown. The young man found himself inside a spacious hall where a giant tree stretched through the building, its roots embedded in the walls and ceiling. Light filtered through the leaves, creating a sense of mystery and grandeur. His gaze darted between the columns, windows, and the massive trunk dominating the space. With quiet amazement, he realized he was standing in the middle of the Magic Core Research Center. The young man gazed in awe at the massive tree intertwined with the research center's buildings. He was struck by its size and how liquid, resembling a waterfall but unlike regular water, flowed from its branches. He stepped closer and asked a question, hoping for an explanation. A woman with an emblem on her back turned and began to explain the nature of this mysterious substance. The young man curiously asked if the special tree was linked to magical properties. He recalled information from a book stating that paints and components for magical devices are made from a special tree resin. The woman confirmed his guess, briefly agreeing that the description was accurate. Her calm tone emphasized the seriousness of her words. The young man apologized for the sudden question, explaining that he couldn't stop thinking about the tree. The girl with the book calmly called it Amrita, an ancient and massive tree. She explained that the tree existed long before the research complex was built and continues to grow, enveloping the building. The sap that flows from it contains nutrients and magical components that nourish the entire center and are used in making potions and other magical items, making Amrita the foundation of all research activities in the magical core. The young man was amazed to realize how closely the magical core and the Amrita tree are connected. He listened with interest to the explanation that this tree is extremely important for everyone, as it serves as the foundation for all magical activities. Waste from research is used as fertilizer and also for the care and maintenance of the tree. The young man noted that the Amrita tree and the research facility coexist in harmony. The young woman agreed reservedly, adding that it was a good description of their relationship. Between scenes, a fragment of the tree was shown, highlighting its significance. Then the characters approached the entrance to the magical group's research center, The young man admired the building's interior and noted how beautiful it looked. The girl informed him that the captain was behind the blue door and wished him luck. He wanted to ask a few more questions but realized she wasn't going to accompany him further. The girl calmly repeated that the captain was behind the blue door, then turned and left. The guy watched the girl close the door behind her and pondered her behavior, guessing she might be passionate about research. Although her manners seemed cold to him, he noticed that she invited him to take his time if he was genuinely interested in learning more about the place. The girl calmly turned away, leaving her last words as a parting message. The young man cautiously opened the door and entered a spacious room with a high dome. His attention was immediately drawn to a floating crystal surrounded by symbols and magical streams, with magicians in special robes working around it. He wondered in amazement if this was the place he had dreamed of. One of the magicians greeted him, confirming that he had indeed arrived at the research center of the magical core. A young man ran up to another man, asking him about Frau. The man, with a slight smile, explained that he found a place among those who can see spirits and now lives there. Hearing this, the young man nodded, trying to grasp the meaning. The man added that Frau sends her regards and that they will definitely see each other soon. The young man curiously examined the floating stone, amazed by its size and glow. The man explained that this was a new type of teleportation stone called Shingata Tentseki, capable of transporting the user to multiple pre-registered locations at once. He pointed out the difference from regular stones, which are linked to a single place. This new development allows for flexible and quick movement between various points, greatly expanding users' possibilities. The robed mages continued their work at the table, discussing the current phase of the teleportation stone experiments. One of them noted that the spell configuration was already complete. Another explained that they are currently checking for any issues when teleporting to the specified coordinates. If the location proves unsuitable, the point is returned to its original position, especially if more destinations are planned to be registered. A character in a black cloak suggests exploring other parts of the research complex, mentioning a section dedicated to magical tools and a huge tree outside. The hero eagerly agrees, saying they want to see everything. The mage notes that while it all takes effort, magic is truly impressive, especially if the teleportation system is completed and eliminates the need for carts. In response, the mage smirks and advises not to rush, then begins to talk about the first stop on the tour. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changed. Both heroes tensed up, noticing a sharp glow and noise from the magic stone. One of the wizards looked up and exclaimed in confusion that he didn't know what was happening, as the teleportation stone had unexpectedly gone out of control. The magical structure began emitting light and strange vibrations, causing alarm among everyone present. Tension mounted as no one could understand the cause of the system failure. A dazzling flash tore through the space, causing everyone around to recoil from the magical stone. One of the mages ordered the system to be shut down immediately, but it was too late. A surge of energy burst forth. Shouting Zig's name, the knight tried to act, but he was engulfed by the bright light himself. In the next moment, the young hero felt his body lose support and, bewildered, tried to understand what was happening. In complete darkness, the hero tried to grasp what had just happened, but remnants of the magical flash still flickered before his eyes. His thoughts raced, unable to comprehend the nature of the disruption. Gradually, blurred shapes came into view, and confusion spread across his face. He murmured a hesitant, "Huh?" still unsure of where he was. The hero regained consciousness among the ruined columns, surveying the unfamiliar and gloomy room. Around him rose the remnants of architecture, like echoes of former grandeur. The floor was covered in cracks and dust, while pieces of the collapsed ceiling slowly settled from above. He was still sitting on the floor, unable to comprehend how he ended up in this strange place. The hero slowly opened his eyes and, looking up at the tall, crumbling columns, struggled to understand where he was. His face showed confusion and bewilderment. He didn't know how he ended up in this hall. From the shadows nearby, a familiar voice called his name. He turned and saw a girl in a cloak, watching his awakening intently. The hero jumped to his feet when he saw a man in familiar armor quickly approaching him. He immediately addressed him as uncle and asked where they were. The man, smiling with relief, noted that he had probably experienced shock from the sudden forced transfer. Then he asked how he was feeling. The hero assured him that he was fine, though he was still puzzled about their current location. The man looked around and, thoughtfully examining the surroundings, suggested they were in a dungeon. The hero responded with surprise, trying to grasp what was happening. Then the man clarified that, judging by the surroundings, this was the lower level of the dungeon, where they had likely been transported by accident. The situation was still unclear, but it was becoming evident that they were far from their starting point. The hero, with a concerned look, watched the man, noticing his pensiveness and detachment. The man apologized, explaining that he was pondering the reasons for their unexpected relocation, which remain unknown. He suggested that something had changed, as such disruptions don't occur during the preset stage. The man began to wonder if it was related to a change in the magical composition or external interference. Judging by the diagram, the man concluded that the likely cause of the malfunction was incorrect coordinates, which diverted them from their original destination. He noted that the underground area they ended up in wasn't registered in the teleportation stone at all. Despite wanting to quickly understand the reasons, he was more concerned with a pressing issue: how to get out of there now. The guy asked if teleportation could be used to get outside. The man explained that within the space known as the dungeon, there are many restrictions, which is why even teleportation stones don't work properly. However, he mentioned that he has a teleportation stone with him, intended for the magic squad, in case of emergencies. The text describes a mysterious structure known as a dungeon, scattered worldwide and still under study. Many countries are conducting research to understand its nature, but the exact details and purpose remain unknown. Upon entering, one encounters enigmatic spaces, from blooming meadows to snowy mountains, each seeming like a wonder beyond imagination. However, dungeons have a frightening trait: they act as traps, absorbing those who die inside, and any teleportation magic to escape is completely blocked. In the deep levels of the dungeons, unimaginable treasures are believed to be hidden. These artifacts are considered extremely mysterious because their existence defies the laws of time and space. They are classified as items not belonging to this world, possibly proving the existence of another reality. The young man exclaimed with excitement upon learning that mysterious artifacts from another world might be hidden in this dungeon. His companion explained that such places indeed hold secrets that could shed light on the origins of the universe, but he noted that it comes with risks. He also mentioned that he's not sure if any relics remain in this area, but traces of past explorations are still visible. Listening to this, the young man watched his companion's actions with interest. The young man wondered if everything that happened was related to his bad luck and expressed surprise at the unexpected move to the dungeon. His companion explained that to get out, they could simply return to the entrance. At the same time, he mentioned there was another way: to defeat the main adversary hidden in the deepest levels of the dungeon and escape through there. These words made the young man alert and listen carefully. The man suggested that Sig take on the dungeon boss by himself, hinting that it was a great chance to show the results of his training. The boy looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a proposal, and began to doubt whether he could handle such a challenge. The man added that real combat is where you gain truly valuable experience. Hearing this, Sig cried out in shock and confusion. The man explained that the dungeon boss is called the Red Sword King and is a B-rank monster. Hearing this, Sig exclaimed in shock, remembering that he and his brother had previously encountered a creature of the same level. He was filled with anxiety at the thought of having to fight such a dangerous opponent alone. The man assured his companion that he could handle the monster based on his skills. The young man anxiously noted that it was too risky, but agreed to try, considering that the path through the boss was shorter. He admitted he had a bad feeling, but the man added that he would back him up if any difficulties arose. Both characters became alert upon hearing a woman's scream echoing from deep within the dungeon. The man immediately realized that someone had appeared nearby, despite the dungeon's restrictions. The young man suggested they urgently check what had happened, suspecting potential danger. Together they rushed forward without wasting any time. The heroes rushed into the room and stopped in amazement, noticing a girl with animal ears hanging in a web. The boy couldn't hide his surprise at the sight. The man grimly noted the horror of the situation as he surveyed the surroundings. Both tried to understand exactly what they were facing. Massive monsters appeared in the back of the hall, guarding cocoons, including one with a girl with ears. One of the men asked if his partner was ready to fight. They both took a combat stance, focusing on the upcoming battle. The words that it was time to show the results of their training marked the start of the fight.
The hero asked Zig if he was ready, and asked him to show the results of his training. At that moment, monsters appeared in the arena, 2 coal spiders, related to the element of earth. One of the characters was surprised that these were the spiders in front of them, and that there were two of them. The senior teammate said that spiders had weak points, eyes and legs. Then he noticed that the conditions had become much more serious. The junior teammate excitedly confirmed that he understood. He then reflected that the body of coal spiders is essentially like a stone. After that, the mentor encouraged him, saying that he just needed to aim like in training. The character cast the spell, Wind Magic Windblade. The attack hit the target, cutting one of the coal spiders. The partner noted with approval that everything was done correctly and there was nothing to complain about. At that moment, the main character shouted to his mentor to move away, warning of danger. The guy finished off the spider with a powerful blow, leaving him no chance. His gaze was focused and serious. He was surprised to notice that he was supposed to train on this particular monster. The young man responded calmly, saying that it was nothing to worry about, and laughed. For a person of his level, the weaknesses of monsters no longer mattered. In the end, they decided to take on the rescue of the survivors, agreeing with each other. The cocoon with the captive began to swing and fall, freeing the girl. One of the heroes ran to her through the web to help. When he got there, he asked if she was okay. At that moment, she looked at her savior in surprise and weakly asked who he was. The man with the girl in his arms said with relief that, thank God, they managed to find her. At that moment, one of the girls joyfully shouted the names of the rescued Pal and Emma. They ran up to the girl by name, Dia shouting happily that she was safe. One of them exclaimed that she was also very glad to see her. Emma happily said how glad she was to see her. The girl suddenly noticed that her interlocutor's ears were visible and said so in surprise. The other, hearing this, became embarrassed and exclaimed in surprise. The companions immediately realized that the magic instrument that hid the ears was probably out of order. They calmly assured the interlocutor not to worry, they already knew about the ears and would not tell anyone. At the same time, Zig wondered to himself whether the ears were really something bad. The boy handed the girl a cloak, offering to take it. The grown man asked in surprise who he was. He was confused, began to mumble, not knowing what to answer. Then the warrior noted with suspicion that they did not seem to be ordinary adventurers passing by, as they wanted to seem. One of the characters noticed from his clothes that the interlocutor was probably from the group of mangist magicians. To this he responded with a slight smile in surprise that it turned out that he was recognized. The girl said that these gentlemen had saved her. One of the escorts was genuinely surprised and admitted that he did not know how to thank them. The warrior replied that he had only helped and advised to direct all gratitude to the young hero. The warrior thanked the young man for his bravery, but he modestly replied that it was not worth it. Then they reported that they had managed to save 2 more people, but both were unconscious. One of the participants added that they needed to check the other cocoons. The guy said that the cocoons really needed to be checked, but there was nothing to look at there anymore. The background shows a mutilated and partially decomposed corpse in armor, embedded in a web. The hero, standing next to the stunned warrior, explained that everything that dies inside the dungeon begins to decompose in just a few hours. He added that humans are no exception. The man explained that the cocoons of the coal spiders sucked out the life force of their victims. Because of this, those who were captured died almost immediately. The second character, hearing this, said with a heavy voice that it was terrible. He said that at least the equipment of the dead should be collected and returned home. The second agreed with him, adding that it would be right. Hero approaching the girls, he called out to them. The girl, with a sad expression on her face, said that all the dead were loyal knights of their country. She added that they were ready to give their lives for her. The young man thought with regret that if he had noticed everything earlier, perhaps he could have changed something. However, the girl calmly replied that it was not his fault. They were all prepared for this outcome. The boy was a little embarrassed, but still approached the girl and handed her a gift, a small bundle. Inside were various cookies and treats, neatly folded into a basket. The girl asked in surprise if these were really sweets. Zig happily told him that the cook had given him the sweets for the road. He added that they were so delicious that they made one forget about everything bad. To prove that the treat was safe, he began to eat them himself and assured her that there was no poison in them. The girl was silent for a while, but then she finally decided to eat them, and he, relieved, suggested that she at least try them. The girl carefully tried the sweet and, a little surprised, thought it was delicious. The boy happily exclaimed that he was glad, which meant she liked it. He immediately offered more, holding out the treat. However, the girl was alarmed, embarrassedly objecting that it was not worth spending money on. The warrior came up and apologized to Lady Dio for the delay. He reported that he had collected all the equipment of the fallen knights, and the mage was setting up a magic tent. He then added that once the unconscious knights woke up, they should talk to them inside the tent. The boy noted with slight embarrassment that his uncle had something like that with him. The girl, observing this, said that she realized how much he had done and admitted that she didn't even know how she could thank him for everything. The girl thanked the boy for the sweets, saying that he was very kind. Then she modestly apologized for not introducing herself earlier, preparing to give her name. She introduced herself by giving her full name, Diana von Estania, and said that she was the third princess of the Kingdom of Estania. Upon hearing this, the boy was shocked and, with his eyes wide open, cried out in surprise, not believing that a real princess was standing in front of him. The guy carefully examined the strange fragment and noted that there were traces of protective magic on it. He assumed that this was why they hadn't noticed anything, even though they were very close. Looking at the object more closely, he thought out loud that everything that was happening seemed too mysterious. The group gathered inside the magic tent to discuss the situation. One of the characters introduced two knights, Camille and Daniela, noting that both served the Kingdom of Estania, and asked how they were feeling. Daniela calmly replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Camille, a little excitedly, exclaimed that he was fine and had no problems. Diana introduced the girl standing next to her, saying that her name was Emma and that she was her maid. Emma, a little embarrassed, but enthusiastically introduced herself as Emma Granger and sincerely thanked her for her help. When it was time to introduce himself, the man said his name was Pascal von Barschmude. He added that, although he didn't look like a count, he really was one. Diana said that she relied on Pal most often, apologizing for this. The guy noted that he had guessed the origin of the interlocutor and heard that he was a skilled knight. Pal also recognized him as the Scarlet Mage. The magician noted with surprise that he even knew his nickname. The man explained that he began to suspect the truth when he saw the color of their hair, and was finally convinced when he noticed the family crest of the House of Abel. Diana asked in surprise whether her interlocutors really belonged to the House of Abel. The boy apologized for not introducing himself earlier, and identified himself as Willibald von Abel, the third vice-commander of the Magical Order of the Kingdom of Magiesta. He then revealed the name of the young man next to him. The young man introduced himself as Siegbert von Abel, and the girl, hearing this name, repeated it out loud in surprise. When asked how they ended up in the dungeon, one of them explained that their teleportation stone had suddenly activated and transported them straight inside. They didn't know what was causing it. Before they could figure it out, they were being wrapped in cocoons. Siegbert noted that the teleportation had happened as suddenly as it had happened to them. Pal said that if the princess simply disappeared, it would be a disaster for the kingdom, so it was their duty to bring her back alive and well. However, exploring the dungeon without proper preparation was extremely dangerous. One of them noted that the other group had the same goal as them. He suggested that they join forces to make it easier to get out. He then approached Willibald, a famous and powerful mage of the House of Abel, asking him to lend them his power. Willibald, hearing this, admitted with a smile that he knew they would say that. Willibald admitted that Sieg was right and added that he wished he could say so himself. However, he clarified that before working together, certain conditions must first be established. Willibald demanded that no one know that Sieg had been in the dungeon. To ensure this secret was kept, he asked the others to sign a contract on an oath scroll. The characters were shocked to hear about the oath scroll. Camille exclaimed in surprise that it was really an oath scroll, while the other wondered what kind of unusual contract it was. Camille was indignant that oath scroll was putting it mildly. He explained that among all magical contracts, this scroll is considered the strictest. It cannot be broken under any circumstances. He added that through such a contract, any punishment for the violator can be prescribed without any restrictions. One of the characters exclaimed in horror when he learned that the oath scroll was so dangerous that it could even kill the violator. Another explained that this is what scares him. His power is truly deadly serious. Camille was outraged that the contract could endanger the princess's life. They responded that they understood perfectly well how outrageous this was, but emphasized that without accepting this condition, they would not be able to help. Willibald explained that he had to make sure by any means necessary that no one would learn of Sieg's presence in the dungeon. He added that even if the other person were a triple royal, he would still make the same condition. To this, the other person replied that she had expected something like this and understood his position. The knight insists on the need to make a contract to avoid more victims. He appeals to everyone, emphasizing that it is necessary. The princess, hearing this, expresses her consent, saying that she will accept the terms of the contract. Diana stated with determination that she was ready to risk her life for the people, because she was a princess. Willibald thought the princess was strong. Sieg, worried, told his uncle that he shouldn't go that far. The princess calmly said that everything was fine, adding that what was important to her was that the Abel family was ready to protect them. The princess turned to Siegbert, calling him the gem of his generation. Sieg asked in surprise if he was that gem. Willibald thought at that moment that this was an excellent opportunity to remind his nephew of his value, and added that Sieg was not as ordinary as he thought himself to be. Willibald said that Abel Sieg was special to the house. Sieg thought about Willibald's words. He realized that Willibald thought he was special, not only because of the abilities he possessed, but perhaps for another reason as well. Sieg was surprised and wondered if Willibald was trying to say that there was something else about him. The princess asked to hand over the contract, expressing her willingness to sign it. Sieg tried to stop her, exclaiming that the terms seemed one-sided and unfair to him. Sieg asked Mrs. Diana if she had anything they should keep secret. He then declared that he would also sign the contract, he explaining that he didn't want only one side to take the risk, because then they wouldn't be able to become true comrades. The girl asked that no one talk about her ears. Camille exclaimed in surprise at where she got her ears from. Willibald asked her if she had had such ears since birth. They confirmed that they had. She then explained that such ears were common among people whose ancestors had mixed blood, and that such families sometimes produced people like her. About it, especially if you are a member of the royal family, and I thought that there is discrimination in this world too. The girl replied that she usually hides her ears with a magic tool, but it broke during the spider attack. The girl explained that she couldn't let anyone know she was a half-blood, especially if that person was in power. So she offered a contract condition. You must not reveal Diana's secret until she makes a public statement. She then asked if the others would agree to sign the contract under that condition. Sieg confidently replied that it was no problem for him. Then the boy asked his uncle if he agreed too. Willibald asked the boy if he would break the contract. He confidently replied that he would never do anything that would upset Lady Diana or her family. The boy said that he could not risk Sieg's life and offered to change the contract's punishment from death to memory erasure. Diana thanked Siegbert, touched by his concern. The characters sign a magical contract. A magic circle has been activated in the center of the table, emitting light and symbols, indicating the beginning or end of the contract ritual. All participants gather around the table and watch the events. They confirm that the contract was made and agreed to keep each other's secrets. One of the knights admitted that he did it only for the princess. Willibald promised to lead the others out of the dungeon in return for their agreement to the proposed terms. The other expressed his confidence and said that he was counting on him. Sieg said that they would definitely get out of here alive. Diana agreed with him. Diana promised that they would definitely cope. The guy thought that even though he hadn't told Sieg, the contract allowed him to take important measures. The character noticed that someone had deliberately set up a barrier so that no one could help the princess until everyone inside was destroyed. He realized that the magic had been cast after they had entered the dungeon. There were traces of protective magic among the fragments of the magic stone. To protect Sieg from an unreliable ally, he had to be tough. He was more than sure that if his guess was correct, everything that was happening was not accidental. Willibald was sure that there was definitely a traitor among them, but he did not know who exactly. He noted that the situation had caused more problems, but nothing critical. Sieg was already able to cope on his own, so he handed over the investigation of what happened in the kingdom of Estonia to someone else. He mentioned that he had found interesting traces on the fragments of the magic stone and assumed that there might be a traitor among them. He also suggested that it might be related to those who wished Sieg dead. In the morning, one of the heroes greeted Sieg. He was surprised and noticed that his interlocutor was talking to someone. He replied that he was simply guarding a tent in which someone was supposed to sleep and was not talking to anyone. Zig noticed that his comrades were very tired and decided that they needed to rest. So that they would not be disturbed, he stayed to guard the tent with his uncle. He woke up and was surprised when he had fallen asleep. He said he wanted to help, but his uncle pointed out that it was too early for Zig to stand guard while everyone was asleep. Uncle smiled and asked Zig if he wanted to join Theo and if he was hungry for adventure. Zig, a little embarrassed, exclaimed that he had to become stronger. In his mind, he admitted that his uncle was right. He really did dream of becoming an adventurer in the future. The thought of fighting monsters with Theo and the others made him excited and inspired. Came in and said, a little hesitantly, that breakfast was ready and she had come to call them. The guy noted with surprise that he thought that there was an adult in front of him, but it turned out that he still had childish features, and he was even embarrassed. The embarrassed interlocutor asked not to laugh at him. Willibald said that he had seen the knights just return with the ingredients and thank them for the invitation, promising that they would be there in a moment. Siegbert exclaimed in surprise that he had missed it. As the heroes sat down to breakfast, Diana looked at her sandwich with delight. Zig noticed that she seemed to really like sandwiches and smiled at her happy reaction. The mage remarked that they were lucky to be in a dungeon where there were edible monsters, not just coal spiders. The warrior agreed, adding that they didn't have to worry about food. The warrior thanked his interlocutors for providing them with a tent and even guarding it. He added that they had canned goods, and the tent had a lot of dishes and kitchen utensils, thanks to which they were able to cook various delicacies. He asked to at least allow them to thank him for his help with food. The girl, in turn, happily thanked them. Zig remarked that if Diana liked sandwiches, she could have half of his. A little embarrassed, he asked if it really was that noticeable. The young man noticed that her tail gave her away. She noticed the movement behind her with surprise. Diana noted how awkward it was. Diane turned to the interlocutor named Zig and asked excitedly if she disgusted him. She pressed her tail slightly to herself, waiting for an answer. The young man, smiling, confidently declared that he did not feel anything like that. He even added that it suited her. Camille indignantly exclaimed that they should not dare to say that the demonic appearance suited the princess, and demanded that they not insult her. Zig, confused, justified himself, saying that he had meant something completely different and called her sweet. Then he added in a panic that perhaps that had sounded bad too. At this time, the guy in armor was outraged that someone dared to tease the princess, and angrily declared that he did not care even if it was a child. The next second, he was stunned when someone threw a knife. Willibald, with a satisfied smile, reminded his interlocutor that he owed his safety to him, and advised adults not to interfere in children's conversations. He calmly asked if he wanted more. Camille, clearly frightened, immediately apologized in panic and promised not to interfere again. Diana, slightly embarrassed, admitted that she was glad that someone liked her appearance. She quietly added that she really did feel happy. Meanwhile, one of the knights at the table asked about the further plan, wondering what they were going to do next. One of the participants at the table stated that the fastest way to leave the dungeon was to kill the boss. Then another added that using the magic search for the enemy, they managed to determine the location of the target. The boss is on the 25th floor, and they themselves are on the 23rd. Willibald said that the boss would most likely be the King of the Red Blade, and warned that there would be many monsters waiting for them along the way. The knight noted that there should be no problems, as the enemies were quite weak. He added that if they worked together, everything should work out. Camille asked in surprise if the other could determine the number of enemies right from here. Willibald calmly explained that he was able to calculate how many enemies awaited them, but he could not say what kind of terrain would lie ahead. The knight noted that they had enough information already. He said that he expected the other to be able to identify enemies ahead. Zig thought with admiration that his uncle was impressive as always, and wondered if he would ever be able to reach the same level. Then he added that he wanted to learn more than just magic. Pal suggested starting the preparations immediately after the meal, and asked if the girl agreed with this. Diana supported the idea and said that Pal should act at his own discretion. She thanked him, Willibald and Siegbert, for agreeing to help. Camille said sternly that it was not worth doing. He looked at his interlocutor with slight tension, thinking that wherever you look, there are geniuses everywhere. The girl watched what was happening. Camille asked again in surprise if it was true. The girl confirmed that she had seen the magician doing something, And her companion added that in the morning he had contacted someone who had mentioned fragments of a magic stone. The girl with a serious expression thoughtfully said that most likely they were here because of the magic stone. She added that this is what the person they spoke with earlier said. The boy screamed in panic, wondering if they had gotten into the dungeon because of the magician and if he wanted to kill them. He exclaimed that they needed to warn the princess immediately. The girl with a serious face calmly told him to calm down. Then she explained that if they let it be known that they understood everything, the magician could destroy everyone at once, and they would not have enough strength to resist him. Camille thought with dismay that even now he was of no use, and decided that he must think of something better. The girl suddenly changed the subject, and asked if it was true that his brother was a famous knight. The guy admitted that he was always in the shadow of his brother. He said that he always achieved what people expected of him. Everyone looked only at him, no one cared about his younger brother. The guy added that his brother was truly an amazing person, but he himself was not at all. He recalled how he had hoped that after being knighted, he would finally be noticed. However, he realized that everything remained the same. He was still far from his older brother. Camille exclaimed in surprise when he heard that she had recommended him to accompany the princess. The girl calmly explained that she had decided that he would be perfect for the mission. She recognized his strength and was confident that he would be able to protect the princess. The guy thanked the girl with trepidation for her words. She, with a slight smile, told them to do without tears and assured them that together they would definitely cope. The girl confidently said that together they would defeat the evil magician. The guy agreed with determination. They promised each other to protect the princess at any cost. The boy was actively fighting the enemies in the dungeon, using magic. He quickly moved between the monsters, clearing the way with powerful attacks. Explosions and blows were heard around him as he confidently moved forward. Meat appeared in his hands like a trophy after destroying enemies. Of monsters alone, Pal was amazed to see that he had outstanding magical skills. Camille asked doubtfully if he was really a child. Willibald added that this was not the limit of his abilities. He then confidently said that Sieg still had a lot to learn, and asked him to believe in him. Pal watching the boy's actions, he understood why he was so interesting, and why they wanted to sign a contract with him. He admitted that the boy really did look like a walking gem. They admitted that he is special. The boy ran up to the others and happily announced that he had collected materials and meat. He announced that they would eat well again today. Camille noticed with alarm that the dungeons frightened him. The corpses disappeared, but the meat somehow remained. He held a large piece of meat in his hands and looked puzzled. Willibald explained that it was believed that the bodies disappeared, turning into energy to support the dungeon. The main part of the corpse disappears immediately, but the valuable parts do not disappear immediately unless they are left on the ground. Therefore, they can take these parts as trophies or use them for food. The guy happily showed off the meat he got, rejoicing at the successful catch. With monster parts, sometimes you can find whole food items. The image showed various pieces of food, including meat, cheese, and vegetables, surrounded by slime. Camille suggested that the dungeon was an ancient farm, but admitted that he did not know for sure. He said that it was too scary a place for a farm. Diane looked tense. Zig walked up to Diana and gently told her not to be afraid. Diana said she wasn't scared and everything was fine, but her tale showed her excitement. She was embarrassed and tried to hide her emotions. The guy awkwardly apologized, noticing her reaction. She asked Zig if he was afraid to fight monsters alone. He hesitated a bit, and then honestly admitted that he was, of course, afraid. The girl asked in surprise if it was true. The boy answered with a smile that it was, and added that he wanted to become stronger. The boy clenched his fist, and said that he would continue to fight to protect those dear to him. He did not want anyone to suffer because of him. That is why he continues to fight. The princess praised Siegbert for his ambition. He was embarrassed, and said that maybe he was just talking nonsense, but admitted that he wanted to travel the world. Smiling, he added that he was really scared to fight monsters, but he liked winning, and he dreamed of seeing the whole world. The girl said that she did not want to stay locked up within 4 walls. She added that there was nothing unusual about it. She quietly admitted with sadness in her eyes that she understood this feeling. She admitted that she always spent time within the palace walls and had everything thanks to the servants. However, watching the other children, she began to envy them a little. The guy looked at her carefully and quietly said her name. Diana remarked that they would have a wonderful time together. The guy reacted to her words with surprise and then happily pointed into the distance, explaining that without monsters, this place becomes very beautiful and peaceful. Zig wondered what kind of fruit was growing on that tree. Then he wondered what was behind the fountain and suggested they find out together. The girl quietly said that she wanted to. Then she added that she agreed. The guy suggested exploring everything together, even if monsters appeared. The guy promised that he would definitely protect them. The girl sheepishly agreed. One of the knights suggested not to interfere with them and told Emma to stay nearby just in case. Another reassured them that there were no monsters ahead, and another shouted not to drag the princess forward. While the boy was leading the girl by the hand, one of the knights remarked that it was the first time he saw Her Highness like this. Another expressed joy for their friendship, and the third added that he had no doubt about it. One of them noted that they looked like real friends. While the heroes were admiring nature, a fruit fell from a tree, which surprised the girl with ears. At that moment, a monster suddenly appeared from the forest. The guy tried to protect his companion, and the knight immediately took out his sword, preparing to attack. The heroes had a picnic and were enjoying their time with their friends. One of the warriors noticed the approaching danger and immediately became wary. Meanwhile, the boy and the girl with ears were looking at the mysterious box with surprise. Soon he led her along the stone path towards the building, clearly interested in the discovery. They came to a massive door on the top floor of the dungeon. The guy asked with interest what was behind it. The companion confirmed that the main boss was waiting for them behind this door. Camille suggested that they enter immediately and fight the boss to save the princess. Willibald noticed that they were facing a B-level enemy and asked why he was in such a hurry to die. He emphasized that it would be impossible to win without rest and called his comrade naive. The boy cowered in anger and did not answer. One of the participants suggested postponing the fight until the next day and resting first. Another turned to Zig, clearly intending to say something important. The mage smirked and noted that the young man needed to get a good night's sleep. The young man himself wondered if they were really going to send him to fight alone. He warned them that although this might be their last night in the dungeon, they shouldn't relax. The girl quietly repeated to herself the word about the last night and fell silent for a moment, clutching the collar of her cloak as if experiencing excitement or anxiety. Diana approached the boy and quietly called his name, asking him to give her a little time. When he turned around in surprise, she explained that she wanted to talk to him alone. The boy asked again in surprise why she wanted to talk alone. The girl calmly explained that Pal and Emma had given her permission, and added that they would be leaving for a short time and it would not take long. The boy hesitantly asked Willibald if they could leave. However, he sternly noted that he did not approve of children wandering around the dungeon. The girl with the ears looked down and quietly said that they might never see him again. The mage nodded, agreeing to the terms. He explained that he would cast ice cage and surveillance spells on them so that he could come to their aid in case of danger. The girl thanked him for his concern. The boy suggested going in a certain direction, saying that he had found a beautiful place there when he went to get food. The girl was delighted and asked to show it. Willibald noted that there was no need to worry now, because even if the boy was attacked, he would be able to defend himself. He also noted that the Count and Emma were busy preparing dinner, and the knights were nearby. The guy decided that it was necessary to find the traitor. He assumed that the enemy was most likely already preparing to act. Daniela looked closely at the diagram drawn on the wall of the tent, as if she had understood something. Camille worriedly asked what she was doing, watching her actions. Coming closer, he was surprised to notice a strange device in her hands, and asked what kind of magical instrument it was. Daniela calmly explained that she was using the tool to track the princess. She added that the device also showed her current state and actions. The knight asked in confusion why such a device was needed at all. Camille looked at the device with interest while Daniela explained that it was necessary to catch the Scarlet Mage. She told him to take the magic stone and the tool. The girl added that he would act strictly according to her instructions. The girl reminded them that all this was being done to protect the princess and told them to listen carefully, as there would only be one chance. She emphasized that they absolutely had to cope. The guy nodded and confidently promised to return the princess home. The heroes gathered their strength before the fight, and one of them resolutely declared that the goal was to finish off the Scarlet Mage. Everyone looked tense and focused, realizing that the fight would begin right in front of the main enemy's entrance. Under the moon and starry sky, the group stopped in front of a massive structure. Zig warned Mrs. Diana to be careful. The girl with the ears was surprised to notice that even in the dungeons there are such beautiful places, and her companion was glad that she liked it. Zig excitedly suggested doing something since they were already in this place. He asked to wait a second, which caused a surprised reaction from the girl with the ears. The boy created something. He said that everything was ready, as if he had completed some preparation. The girl with the ears asked curiously what these objects were in front of them. The guy explained that it was something like a soft sofa, and offered to sit down so that she could understand everything herself. She agreed, a little embarrassed. They froze in silent calm, enjoying the comfort. Both heroes settled comfortably in soft chairs. The young man asked what she wanted to talk about, but the girl suddenly remembered that she had forgotten. Diana admitted that she felt awkward because he had been taking care of her all this time. Then she said with a smile that he was an amazing person. Despite being the same age, he knows so much about magic. Princess Diana thanked the hero on her own behalf and promised that he could always rely on her. The guy tried to sheepishly excuse himself, but then admitted that he still couldn't do much, although he had become stronger and was continuing to learn. Illibald noted to himself with a serious look that the boy had no idea how special he really was. The boy asked Diana seriously about the gems. The girl admitted that she knew almost nothing about them and apologized for it. At this time, the memories told that the Abel family played a key role in the creation of the kingdom and received the title of Marquis. Since the second son of the founding king was related to this family, they were called the Second Royal Family. Sieg remembered his uncle telling him something similar. He thought about the ancient secret that the Abel family has been guarding for centuries. Princess Diana, sitting opposite the hero, mentioned the mysterious treasure of the Abel family. The guy asked again in surprise, as if hearing this name for the first time. He repeated the word treasure in confusion, trying to comprehend its meaning. It is said that precious stones are gifted young people with exceptional talent. However, this information is only available to royal families and the elite of states. The Abel family strictly protects those they consider their treasures and does not forgive the harm done to them. The hero wondered what kind of power those who are so fiercely protected possess. The hero was surprised to realize that no one really knew the whole truth. He began to wonder if he was really that important. The thought occurred to him that perhaps he was the treasure of the Abel family. The girl admitted that she didn't know anything else, but assured him that one day they would definitely tell him everything. The guy apologized for his question, feeling that he had gone too far. Diana said that there was nothing to apologize for, because they both wanted to know the truth about their fate. Then she asked him to look at her. The guy, smiling, noticed that they were very similar. Diana looked down for a moment and squeezed the fabric on her chest, and then, looking at her interlocutor, quietly said that they really were similar, hesitantly asking for confirmation. The girl with the ears turned to Siegbert a little embarrassedly and told him to address her as Dia. Siegbert confusedly called the girl Mrs. Dia, but she immediately interrupted him, insisting that he call her simply Dia. He tried to object, but she corrected him again. Eventually, she became embarrassed and apologized, thinking that she was pushing him too hard, and Siegbert, visibly confused, tried to figure out what was going on. Dia, a little embarrassed, admitted that she would like to be friends with Siegbert. She confessed that for the first time she felt the joy of adventure and thanked him for it. The girl said that her heart was fluttering, and she could not believe that it could be so much fun. She added that even if they never met again, she wanted them to remain equal. Dia, with a warm smile, admitted that the time with Siegbert was special to her. She said that when she returned home, she would become an ordinary princess, and there would be no more such happy days. So she asked to be addressed as an equal, without thinking about status. The princess said she wanted them to spend their last minutes as friends. Siegbert addressed her by name with a smile and confessed that he wanted to be friends with her too. He added that he was pleased to see how her tale expressed emotions, and that he did not perceive her as a princess, but as a peer. The girl was embarrassed by his words and tried to hide her feelings. Siegbert smiled confidently and suggested that Dia not to end their friendship. He promised that they would keep in touch by letters and would definitely meet again later. The girl listened to his words with surprise. The princess accepted his words with joy and laughed with relief. She promised that they would definitely meet again. The boy looked away in surprise and thought. He mentally noted that Dia would undoubtedly grow up to be a very beautiful girl. Willibald said that Sieg and Diana had moved to a safe distance, while the Count and Emma remained inside the tent and did not come out. The boy, with a serious expression, notes that he does not know where the two knights are. He suspects that they are no longer hiding their betrayal and may be using a magical tool to escape detection with magic. The mage suddenly felt interference and cried out in alarm that someone was trying to disrupt his magic. He realized that the opponents had begun to act and turned around sharply to find out where Sieg was. He noticed with alarm that someone was being carried and realized that it was Sieg. He immediately reacted and rushed to the side, ordering them to stop. The hero broke free of the ice trap with force, and the magician noted that he did not care which of them was the first. He said that he would not forgive anyone who harmed Zig. The magician hurried inside and was surprised to see Zig lying unconscious on the floor. He then asked if the victim was okay. Willibald realized with horror that in front of him was not a real person but a doll. He realized that it was a trap. In the background, a sharp explosion was heard, destroying part of the room. Camille looked at the aftermath of the explosion with surprise and did not immediately believe that everything had worked. Gradually, the realization of victory came to him, and he joyfully exclaimed that he had managed to defeat the magician. He was overcome with relief and delight at his own success. Daniela came up behind the young warrior and suddenly plunged her blade into him. He didn't have time to react, only widened his eyes in surprise. The woman coldly commented that she was waiting for him to suspect something. But he turned out to be a complete fool. The guy fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The girl calmly said that she was glad he was born. She added that the other guards would not have fallen for such obvious nonsense. The guy said her name in shock, and she calmly admitted that everything she had said before was a lie. She looked ahead coldly and admitted that she had no intention of recommending the boy as the princess's protector. According to her, he was useless, and she hoped that the monsters would kill everyone, but her plan failed. Daniela noted with irony that the magical tool she received from a certain hymn was amazing. She added that even such a fool as her opponent was able to defeat the famous Crimson Mage with it. Daniela raised her weapon over the wounded knight, grinned, and said that no one would stop her now. She added that it would be easy to deal with the children and one knight. The guy tried to stop her, stretching his hand forward with difficulty. She hit the wounded knight hard and jerked her hand away, shouting at him not to touch her. She called him trash, expressing her contempt. The girl looked coldly at the young man lying on the floor and mockingly said that he had the potential to become a knight, but he did not use it. She declared that his role was over and ordered him to die. Then she added that the body would disappear into the dungeon, and no one would know about the fate of the princess. In the end, she mentioned that everyone had always paid attention only to his brother. She walked away without looking back, while the wounded youth lay on the floor, breathing with difficulty. She coldly said that no one would mourn him. Dia screamed in fear when she heard the loud noise. The guy next to her turned around abruptly, a worried look on his face. He realized that something serious had happened, and hurried out of the room. As the massive door slowly swung open, one of the characters exclaimed that the passage to the boss had opened. At that moment, the group came running in alarm, and Pal called out to Siegbert and Diana in concern, asking if they were okay. The princess asked Pal what had happened. The man in armor replied that he had no idea, but that they had been in a tent and had heard the sounds of battle, so they had come straight away. The girl added that when they tried to leave, they had discovered that the tent had been blocked by some kind of barrier. When they left the building, it was all over. One of the escorts said that the Count had managed to break through the barrier with brute force, but it was too late. Zig looked up, his face dumbfounded. As the debris fell, he recognized his uncle's magic. The boy reported the incident with Diana. A wounded woman came out of the door and said that they had been attacked. Daniela assumed that they were attacked by the one who had teleported them to the dungeon earlier. The others reacted with surprise. She reported that the criminal had run out the door to the boss, and Camille and Willibald had already followed him. The knight ordered to move out immediately to help. Daniela offered the lady to go with them so that they could provide her protection, since it was not clear whether the enemy had accomplices. She promised to protect her. The group had already approached the entrance to the ruined hall, where a formidable enemy stood ahead. One of the heroes recognized the figure of the enemy as the King of the Red Blade, and he and the others froze in surprise. The characters began to ask where Diada and Camille had disappeared to. At this time, Daniela noted that what was happening seemed funny to her. The woman activated the magic, mocking the trust of those around her. An enemy in black appeared and the attack began. Dark vines surrounded everyone. The villain declared that everyone would die today. Daniela scornfully declared that everyone would die here. Pal recognized her and realized that she was also involved in the incident. The trader reported that Camilla and the mage were already dead, and there was no help to be expected. The woman in black calmly stated that she didn't care whether they believed her, but if the allies were alive, they would have appeared by now. The girl in black gives the command to attack, ordering the enemies to be destroyed in agony. With a cold smile, Daniela commanded the monster and the army of dark warriors. She gave the order to attack, calling on the enemies to die in pain. Pal cried out in rage, demanding that Daniela explain her actions. Pal watched what was happening with alarm, activating his ability to analyze. Zig realized that Daniela had awakened the boss with a curse. When scanning, it became clear that the creature's characteristics had become unstable, and its power level could not be accurately estimated. The young man noticed that the boss was weak to lightning. He cast a spell with determination and began his attack. Daniela mockingly told the heroes to sit quietly and wait for the princess to die. At that moment, one of the fighters rushed to the attack, screaming with rage and determination. The knight shouted anxiously to Siegbert to take the princess at once and run away. He exclaimed that they would all die then, and called on everyone to run away. The boy, with a serious expression on his face, grabbed the princess by the hand and hurried to take her away. He realized that the door could be opened and decided to act. The young man forcefully activated the magic barrier to protect the princess from the blow. The battle with the monster continued, and a nearby knight loudly shouted her name. Immediately after, the young mage used the spell Windblade to strike back. Sieg continued to lead the princess away from the battlefield as the attack raged around them. He knew that without eliminating the king, there would be no escape. The hero reasoned that the enemy's weakness was lightning magic, but he could not use it now. He decided that the best solution was to destroy the magic stone hidden behind layers of barriers. The hero realized that he could use strong magic only once, but the chance to destroy the stone was only 20%. The enemy's weakness magic was unavailable to him, and the usual one was too weak. Zig with Dia were under attack and barely held their ground. He realized that if he only defended himself, defeat was inevitable. Diana firmly declared that she would become the bait. The princess said that the enemy was interested in her, and this was an opportunity to distract his attention. She suggested that the others fight the spiders while she, protected by the barrier, tried to escape. The hero said that if he was killed, the others should just run. He admitted that it was too dangerous, but added that everything possible should be done to ensure that as few people as possible were hurt. The princess said with a serious expression that she was ready to put her life on the line, and was not throwing around such words in vain. She added that she did not want anyone to suffer. After her words, he agreed. Sieg resolutely suggested that they run away together, after which he attacked the enemy and successfully cut off his hands. He exclaimed that no matter what, he would protect her. Sieg, without turning around, assured that he would not let her die. Zig shouted with confidence that he had the power to act right now. The hero moved quickly around the enemy, thinking that he could not have entered the dungeon by accident. He understood that he could not use lightning, the enemy's only weakness, and had almost no chance of winning. However, despite this, he believed that he could turn the misfortune to his advantage and win. The young man attacked the enemy with magic, shouting the name of the spell. He swore to protect the people dear to him, and realized that defeating this enemy could give him a chance for salvation. The magical energy was growing stronger, and at such a close distance, he expected to use the magic stone. Zig noticed with horror that the monster's arms had grown back, even though he had deliberately cut them off earlier. The enemy dealt a powerful blow, causing an explosion. Pal and Diana, who were standing nearby, reacted with alarm to what was happening, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Dia watched in fear, not believing her eyes. The black-haired girl stepped forward with a cold expression as debris fell behind her. There was a tense pause before her decisive action. Zig lay on the ground, barely holding on to consciousness. He knew that if he didn't get back, the others wouldn't be able to cope. Despite the pain, he tried to get up, clenching his will into a fist. At that moment, some entity began to talk about him as the first one to find the, quote, precious stone. The hero opened his eyes slightly, noticing a white butterfly. He recognized it as the same one he had seen before. He soon realized that someone was speaking to him through the butterfly. The mysterious voice said that Zig was not ready yet, but he was able to hear the message. Zig opened his eyes and saw a huge sword stuck in the ground in front of him. He raised himself with difficulty and wondered if this was the treasure. His comrade's words about how artifacts that could change the world could be hidden in the depths of the dungeons came back to him. He clenched his fists and stood before the sword. Despite doubts about whether his body could withstand such force, he decided not to retreat. If there was even a chance, he would cling to it. Remembering how rarely others had the opportunity to achieve more, he firmly declared that he would make the sword his own. Sword noted that Zig had stood up despite not being a gem and decided to see what he could do. And recognizing the boy's determination, he declared that he would become his weapon. The girl attacked with great force, creating a shockwave. One of the warriors rose with difficulty, protecting the girl and cursing his opponents. The attacker, however, annoyed that people were continuing to interfere with her, and demanded that Daya look her in the eyes. The woman in black annoyedly called the resistors idiots and decided to end it. She cast a spell, launching a devastating attack. However, at that moment, a glowing sword appeared, causing surprise among the onlookers. Everyone turned around in amazement, not understanding where this power came from. The boy held the sword that was emitting light tightly and stood with his eyes closed, concentrating. The girl with the ears recognized Zig in surprise and noticed that the sword in his hands had turned into a rapier. The enemy screamed at him in anger, not believing that he was still alive. Zig calmly looked ahead and then delivered a powerful blow, splitting part of the barrier. The enemy screamed in response, calling on him to surrender and die. Zig used a powerful technique that caused a hurricane wave that hit the enemy. The enemy watched in surprise, not expecting such an attack. Zig noted that despite using all his magic power, he did not feel tired, as if all the load had been transferred to the sword. Realizing this, he confidently declared that he could now win. He used a fire spell, shouting the name of the technique. A bright flash shot out, filling the space and heading straight for the enemy. The attack was accompanied by a powerful release of energy. After the powerful explosion, Zig clutched his sword in his hands, confidently declaring that fate was now in his power. The girl with the ears ran up to him, glad that he was still alive. Daniela was stunned by the failure of her plan and did not understand why her magical tools did not work. In a fit of frustration, she said that everything around her was letting her down. She became furious and screamed that she would kill everyone, even if she died. She declared that she would fight until the end, until only mincemeat remained. Zig, shielding his companion, prepared for the next attack. The next second, she screamed as she was suddenly thrown back by an unknown force. The heroes watched in shock, not understanding what had just happened. Daniela watched in horror as two figures emerged from the explosion. She didn't understand what was happening. One of the heroes asked sharply what she was doing. Willibald, with a serious expression on his face, reminded the woman of her actions and demanded that she answer for what she had done. She looked at him in amazement, not believing her eyes that he was alive. The girl recognized the Scarlet Mage. The warrior moved forward sharply, causing a surge of energy. Pal held his wounded comrade in his arms, claiming he was alive. Willibald noted that Zig would be upset if the man died. The mage assessed the wounded Camille's condition. One of the fighters anxiously wondered if he had betrayed them too. The opponent realized that if he used all his strength, he would kill his target. He unleashed a powerful attack, tearing the ground and air in front of him. A whirlwind of power engulfed the dark opponent, causing him to writhe under the pressure. The mage activated the spell, clenching his hand with a determined expression. His appearance stunned the enemy, who cried out in surprise. Daniela was surprised to admit that he was on a completely different level. Daniela found herself trapped in a magical crystal and reacted with shock. The mage approached and reminded her of how she had tried to attack him earlier. He expressed outrage that the enemy had hoped to simply leave after trying to harm Sieg. He then noted with disdain that he would not allow himself to be harmed by magical means from his own kingdom. The magician pointed out that the opponent had magical tools from his kingdom. He confirmed that the artifacts had the manufacturer's seal on them. Then he added that it was strange, because she was considered a traitor from Estania. The girl, with a stunned face, began to deny what she had heard, not believing what was happening. Willibald stated that there was no need to continue any longer. The spell struck the enemy, causing her to cry out in pain. She declared that she would first obtain the necessary information and then destroy the enemy along with her knowledge. The enemy froze with wide eyes, finding herself under the complete control of the magic. The magician admitted that he did not want to hear her voice anymore, and would prefer to take everything without unnecessary noise. He intended to extract information directly from the enemy's head. The spell activated, engulfing the captive in a glow, causing shock among those watching. Daniela activated the portal on the surface and began to disappear into it. The mage tried to react, but the enemy had already disappeared from sight. Before disappearing, the enemy shouted Alo's name and called him a monster. Then she promised to remember everything that happened, while the mage rushed after her with a scream. The mage was too late to stop the escape, and the energy surge from the portal dissipated. He realized that the enemy had used a teleportation technique that was only allowed within the dungeon. He noted that if he had kept his cool, he would have been able to prevent this. Touching his forehead, he found blood. The boy, with his eyes closed, heard them promise him that everything would be fine. The girl with the ears supported Zig, afraid for his condition. The magician sat down next to him, expressing concern for his well-being. Willibald explained that Sieg's life was not in danger, he had simply used up too much magic power. He praised him, saying that he had done well. The girl with the ears thanked him for saving her, expressing relief. The magician admitted that he had done almost nothing and felt useless. The magician advised not to pay attention to this and suggested moving the wounded to the city. He added that as soon as everyone was healed, they would return to the surface with Zig. Zig floated slowly in the void, feeling someone calling him. The voice sounded warm, friendly, and reminded him of a loved one. The next moment, he looked up and recognized her as his mother. The woman sat down at a table in the garden, still holding the blonde boy on her lap. She smiled and noted that he had grown noticeably since their last meeting. The memory of how he used to fit in the palms of her hands brought warm feelings to her. Then she expressed her joy that he was growing up healthy. The woman apologized for calling him here unexpectedly. She explained that this was the only way they would have a chance to talk. The blonde realized that this was their last chance to see each other. He hugged her tightly, feeling strong emotions. Zig began to cry in the woman's arms, asking for forgiveness for not noticing. He screamed that he had done nothing to save her. The woman calmly told him that everything was fine and that he was not to blame. She explained that her illness was incurable, even with his special power. The woman said that she had been struck by a powerful curse. The blonde asked again with anxiety, trying to comprehend what he had heard. She said his name and said that she had something important to tell him. The woman took a shining crystal from her chest and handed it to the blonde. She said that it was a great treasure that had protected her before he was born. Now this power should protect him, as it once protected her. The boy recognized the artifact and called it the treasure of the Abel family. She admitted that she had not really wanted to give the treasure to the boy. She was afraid that it would bind him to a fate he had not chosen. However, she added that it was impossible to avoid it. Zig curiously asked about the nature of the Abel family treasure. He wanted to understand what it was. The woman replied that in order to understand it, they would have to discuss a topic related to God. This God loved people very much and tried to give them happiness. However, in the world of gods, a struggle began for the right to become the next king, and other gods wanted to take the creator's power. To protect people, he divided his soul into fragments and put them into the world, hiding the power from the other gods. The creator divided his power into fragments and hid them in dungeons to keep them protected. He decided to entrust the most valuable part to the people he trusted the most. He believed that the core of his power could only be protected by one person. Thus, the treasure, called the Abel family treasure, was passed down to their lineage. The woman explained that after the events with the creator, No one knows what happened to him. She added that the story should make it clear why their family was entrusted with this treasure. However, now, according to her, someone has managed to uncover this ancient secret. She admitted that she was worried about the burden that would now fall on the young man's shoulders. She said that the guardians of this power would be targeted for the rest of their lives. According to her, there are those who want to destroy the power and those who seek to take possession of it. He noted that even after she left, she continued to try to protect him. Smiling, he asked her not to worry and promised to overcome all difficulties. He stated that he had the strength to fight fate, whatever it was. Zig confidently stated that he had people around him who would support him. The boy admitted that during all this time he had made many friends and acquaintances that he wanted to tell about. He said that he was not going to bear his burden alone because he had his family and comrades nearby. Then he added that even more wonderful meetings awaited him ahead. Sieg raised his hand with a determined expression. He declared his willingness to accept the power. At that moment, he declared that he was accepting the treasure of the Abel family. The young man promised that when it was all over, he would live his life the way he wanted. He added that he would do it with his dear people. The woman burst into tears, hugging him and noting that he had truly become strong. Then she asked him not to sacrifice his happiness and to live his life among those he loved. The woman wished the boy a long and happy life. He agreed with a smile and added that he would live for her too. She thanked him for fulfilling her selfish wish. At that moment, a man in black appeared next to her, reminding her that time was almost up. She said goodbye to the boy, calling him her precious treasure. She confessed that she wanted to stay, but she couldn't. Before leaving, she promised to always watch over him. At the last moment, she asked him to think of her when he saw a white butterfly. The woman disappeared, surrounded by white butterflies, illuminated by a soft light. The last words sounded like a promise to be there no matter what. Zig extended his hand forward, crying out the word, "Mom," with tears in his eyes. He stretched his hand to the sky, uttering fragments of the word, "Mama," with tears in his eyes. A white butterfly slowly soared in the sky, disappearing among the clouds. Suddenly, he woke up and saw a furry creature in front of him, which jumped on him. The little animal joyfully exclaimed his name, calling him to wake up and start moving. Everyone was glad that Zig woke up and got back on his feet. The young man sat hugging the furry little animal and said with a smile that he had had a wonderful dream. He asked if they were really on the surface already. One of the escorts confirmed that Will had given them directions. It turned out that they had arrived only recently. He was informed that the Princess of Estania was safe. However, the situation remained tense, and the knights had to stand guard at all times. The man said that a rebellion had broken out in the kingdom of Estania. He also said that Princess Diana was accused of treason. According to him, her sentence could end in execution by hanging. The boy asked in horror if they really wanted to hang her. The group arrived at the Koan City Inn, located near the dungeon. One of the participants approached the owner with a request to reserve the entire building, citing an emergency situation. He offered to pay for 3 months of accommodation. The interlocutor promised to cover the expenses and resolve the situation with the guests. The girl strictly warned about the secrecy of what was happening. She said that it was a state secret and did not intend to explain anything. Then she added that no one should know about anything. One of the knights activated a magical blockade to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. His interlocutor confirmed that the protection had worked and praised the work. The man introduced himself as the commander of the First Order of Knights of the Majestic Kingdom, Gilbert von Abel, that the group managed to get out of the dungeon alive. The girl in the cloak thanked them for their concern. She added that the rescue was made possible thanks to Sieg and Mr. Willibald. One of the knights asked in shock what the news of a rebellion in their country meant. He was shocked to hear that His Highness was suspected of leading the rebellion. The man explained that the rebellion was small and had almost been suppressed. However, the rebel army had managed to break into the capital, and Princess Diana was about to be sent to prison. The girl in the raincoat asked anxiously if people had been hurt. She was told that there were almost no casualties or destruction. The first prince of Estania, Tobias, declared Diana guilty of starting the rebellion. He put a reward for her capture and sent out orders to bring her back dead or alive. The girl in the cloak anxiously uttered the name of Tobias's brother. Pal exclaimed that they had been in the dungeon all this time and did not understand how a princess could lead the rebels. Zig stated with certainty that Diana could not do such a thing. The young man looked at his interlocutors with alarm as the boy with white hair began to ardently defend Diana, saying that she always thought of others and could not start a rebellion. The man in uniform thought for a moment and then confirmed that he had expected something like this, citing Willie Bald's report that the enemy had originally targeted them. The boy expressed doubt, noting that Prince Tobias had never provided evidence of Princess Diana's guilt. The man in uniform added that the whole situation seemed suspicious. Recalling the past, one of the heroes realized that his uncle had been secretly in touch with someone all this time. Willibald remarked that the situation looked as if Prince Tobias was deliberately trying to get rid of Princess Diana. His words caused surprise among the listeners. He noted that given the strict laws of succession, it was not surprising that someone would turn against the princess. Another added that he had heard of her difficult character and was not surprised by what was happening. Diana admitted that she did not want people to fight. She firmly stated that her brother would never do something like that. Gilbert stated with determination that they wanted to protect her. His interlocutor reminded her that even if she was not guilty, she remained a princess of another state. He also warned that if exposed, there could be serious consequences for hiding. The man, with a serious expression on his face, said that he would not be able to sleep peacefully, knowing that he had sent an innocent child to certain death. The guy confidently confirmed that he himself would insist on protecting the girl. His friend gave in to the argument, promising not to argue. The knight noted that what was happening could be related to the kingdom of Estania and expressed his hope for the support of the count and princess to get closer to the truth. The man said with a slight smile that he could not send Zig's first friend to his death, because he would be very sad. The boy thanked him with delight. They also expressed gratitude. The hero explained that the device needed to be repaired to hide its appearance again. Willibald added that there was a good master in such subjects in Koan. One of the men handed the documents to his brother and asked him to take them. The second participant in the scene noted that it was late and he urgently needed to send the report. At this time, the third character expressed doubt that the management would easily approve their decision, but promised to try to convince them. The magician said that he had an idea, and added that to implement it he would need the help of Princess Diana. The girl and her companion looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Her shelter in the Abel family's mansion until everything was settled, expressing hope for her honesty. The girl assured that she was not going to run away, and sincerely thanked him for the kindness shown, promising not to forget it as the Princess of Estania. The princess thanked him. The man reminded her that they still had one important matter to attend to. The magician, leaving the room, noted that he had one more thing to do. He was going to talk to someone important. The character, lost in despair, recalled the cruel words about his worthlessness. He acknowledged that anyone could have taken his place without changing anything. Looking at the girl he had sought to protect, he began to doubt whether his life was worth such a sacrifice. However, realizing his desire not to die with regret, he internally resisted the thought that no one would mourn him. The guy suddenly wakes up when someone answers him. Diana is standing in front of him. He reacts loudly, looks around and makes sure that everything is okay with the princess. The other characters in the room notice with relief that he woke up and ask him not to make any sudden movements. Dia smiles and says she is glad to see him alive. Willibald states that they need to discuss the assassination attempt on Princess Diane. The magician reports that the building is surrounded by knights, so it will not be possible to escape. He acts sternly and formally, like the deputy commander of the third magic group. Camille repeats the word about escape and looks tense. He bows low and asks forgiveness for his stupidity. He admits his guilt and declares that he is ready to bear any punishment. Camille notes that what happened because of his recklessness. He adds that a simple apology is not enough and demands an explanation. Camille sits on the floor and says he knows almost nothing. He looks down and admits he can't give any useful information. The red mage watches him and notices that he doesn't seem empty-headed. He concludes that it's better to cooperate with this man. The red mage begins the interrogation and asks how long ago he teamed up with Daniela. The blonde man replies that it happened in the dungeon. The other man claims that Daniela suspects him of organizing the assassination attempt and transferring the princess via teleportation. He adds that the suspect could have accomplices on the outside and questions Daniela's credibility. Pal explains that those who accompany the princess are chosen based on merit and ability. He adds that to doubt Daniela's loyalty is to doubt the loyalty of the nobility and the royal family. The magician is surprised and asks if Daniela is an aristocrat. Pal reveals that Daniela is the Marchioness of Bika and a supporter of Prince Tobias. The red mage listens attentively and briefly confirms that he understands. Camille says he knows almost nothing about Daniela and was only following her orders. The red mage says he has one last question. He demands the blonde tell him everything he knows about the rebellion started by Princess Liana. The warrior opposite him listens attentively and prepares to answer. He specifies that he is talking about the events in the kingdom of Estonia. Camille asks about the rebellion with surprise and looks stunned. He exclaims that he cannot believe it. Hearing that the princess is supposedly the leader makes him react even more strongly. The warrior vehemently denies what was said and calls it nonsense. The red mage asks if the blonde really knows nothing. The warrior stands up and shouts indignantly, not believing that anyone seriously suspects the princess. He claims that during the entire time of his escort, he came to know her as a kind and loyal person. According to him, she is incapable of betrayal and would never dare to rebel. The red mage says that no one is directly accusing the princess. He admits that after the attempted murder, he can hardly trust the blonde. He also adds that he cannot accept his words as the truth, without doubt. The blonde desperately asks how he can prove he is right and what he should do. He suggests using magic that makes one tell only the truth, if there is any. He then offers to read Camille's mind to get the information he needs. Camille reacts with fear to the offer to penetrate his thoughts and exclaims. The red mage reassures him, saying that no one is going to open his skull. He tells him that there is a magical tool that allows you to extract memories. The red mage reports that the device has never been used on living people. The mage adds that, because of this, possible side effects are unknown. However, he emphasizes that this is the only way to gain trust. Willibald says that if Camille really has been protecting the princess for a long time, then it will be easy to find evidence of their innocence. He stands next to the girl in the crown, who listens attentively. Then he addresses the blonde man by name, asking his opinion. Camille looks ahead tensely and listens to the question about his willingness to risk for reliable information. He is asked if he agrees to do this to prove the truth. He remembers how the princess called him by name and was happy that he survived. D.I. asks Mr. Willibald to wait a little. He agrees, saying if it is really necessary. He adds that he sees no reason to refuse if it will help prove the princess's innocence. Camille, with a determined expression on his face, declares that he must take responsibility for his actions. He emphasizes that he must fulfill his duty. Then he admits that he can no longer remain the same empty-headed idiot. The red mage notes with a slight smile that such determination deserves praise. Then he suggests starting the procedure immediately. The red mage explains with a smile that they really just need help. He clarifies that due to the broken teleportation stone, it is currently impossible to conduct any checks. Then he adds that workers are needed to restore order. Camille, confused, asks what is going on and admits that he does not understand anything. The red mage explains that the magical tool is not dangerous and has never taken anyone's life. He adds that the most that can happen is insomnia after using it. Camille exclaims indignantly, accusing his interlocutor of deception. Then he reminds him with a grin that he himself suffered from an explosive doll, and reproaches the young knight for being overly sensitive. The red mage announces that he will temporarily take the place of the princess's bodyguard. He promises to warn the crown prince of the situation by letter. The blonde man hands over responsibility for the princess to Ziga and hurries out of the room. The boy reassures Dia that everything will be fine. She trembles but gradually begins to collect her thoughts. Agreeing with him, the princess tries to remain calm and says that in the future, everything can get even worse. The boy smiles and asks the girl not to keep everything to herself and says that everyone supports her. Zig assures her that she is not alone. He says with confidence that they will definitely overcome everything together, including himself. The princess gathers her strength and says that they will cope. Her words cause a reaction in the boy, who first thinks and then smiles. He understands that he was just lucky before and realizes how difficult it will be in the future. A boy with a determined look vows that he will not let anyone die. He promises to become even stronger to protect his loved ones. The servant asks the man what happened when he notices him laughing. He replies that he hasn't received a letter from Wimbald for a long time and thinks he can cheer people up. He reads the letter and notices that the treasure turned out to be something confusing and unfortunate. Then he adds that the Abel family thinks very curiously and laughs, finding the situation funny. He gives the order to schedule an audience with the Abel family. The servant standing nearby confirms that the order has been carried out. Man. He chuckles quietly and says that he is being asked to do some very outrageous things. The prince thoughtfully says that he is being offered a very interesting service. Zig returns to the mansion, where he is greeted with joy. The girl and the boy hug him tightly, happy that he is alive and well. They admit that they were very worried when he disappeared. After the hug, the brother says that now it's time to celebrate and announces that they have a gift for him. Tied outfit with a surprised expression. His family reacts enthusiastically to the image, admiring how well it suits him. They laugh and call him cute, comparing him to an angel. Zig sheepishly says that he is a boy, but his brother confidently states that cute things should be worn by anyone, regardless of gender. He insists that it is important and expresses his point of view with enthusiasm. His sister reminds him with a smile that Zig is tired from the journey and that Her Highness Diana is a guest nearby. The man apologizes, explaining that her father left for the capital and asked her to accompany him. The princess says that such warm relations between brothers and sisters make her heart happy. He says that a room has been prepared for the princess, which will be guarded. He adds that they will do everything possible so that she can rest peacefully as soon as possible. They tell her that if she needs anything, she can confidently contact them. Dia thanks everyone for their concern and says that she is grateful from the bottom of her heart. Zig promises to visit her whenever he can. He also offers to bring her favorite books and sweets if she tells him what she likes. The princess says with a warm smile that she will wait for Zig. After saying goodbye, his family notices that they get along well and starts asking questions. Zig sheepishly claims that they are just friends, trying to avoid discussion. Returning to the room, he falls onto the bed with relief and joyfully exclaims that he is finally home. Zig lies relaxed on his bed, happy to be back in his room, feeling great. He hugs the cat, who is also happy with the decor, and says he loves the room. The boy remembers that he originally just wanted to get the magic sand from the spirit forest. He is surprised to realize how unexpectedly everything turned out, and reflects on what he got in the end. Sieg lies on the bed with the cat, and suddenly, the sword Upart appears in front of him. He is surprised to note that he has not heard its voice for a long time. With this sword, he was able to use advanced magic without straining his body. Now he wonders if the silence of the sword is related to the test he passed, which may have affected his duty. Sieg examines the black sword and admits that even with a casual glance he cannot know everything about it. The text states that the sword chooses its owner and facilitates the use of advanced magic. The being behind the computer says that it tried to study the sword but could determine almost nothing. It mentions a strong seal that hides the essence of the object, and Sieg concludes that the sword contains something unknown even to experts. Sieg recalls that the sword's voice knew of a treasure. He speculates that the dungeons were created to protect this treasure, namely the Abel family's treasure. The sword itself likely contains a shard of its creator's soul. The creature behind the computer complains that at this rate, it will lose its status as a unique appraiser, asking for more time to analyze. Zig screams in panic that there is too much he does not understand. He remembers how he promised his mother to protect the treasure, but now he does not know what to do. Thinking about it, he decides that he needs to train his magic, as he often finds himself in dangerous situations. He also thinks about trying to learn more through the Abel family's books, or asking his father. Sieg stands by the window and ponders the possibility of help from his uncle. He admits that it would be useful, but at the same time he realizes that he must hide his special element. In doubt, he wonders what he should do next. The young man sits on his bed and angrily clenches his hands, complaining about the many mysteries and secrets around him. He notices that everything seems confusing and a little scary. His companion, a striped animal, lies next to him and shares similar thoughts. Zig then looks out the window and decides that it is time to focus on his family. The characters discuss a reply letter from His Highness Julius. He wrote that he would make a decision only after hearing everything in detail. One of the interlocutors clarifies that a long conversation with the prince is planned for today so that he understands everything, and they hope to receive his support. The brothers discuss the upcoming conversation with Prince Julius. One of them clearly does not like negotiations, especially when it comes to Julius. He said that he doesn't like doing things that are unpleasant to him. The Magesta Kingdom, Julius von Magesta, appears. Julius von Magesta greets the new arrivals with a smile and says that he expects funny stories from them today, adding that nothing prevents him from working even in the garden, and then recalls with interest the letter from Willibald, which clearly intrigued him. Julius laughed at the letter, calling it funny, despite the bewilderment of his interlocutor. The author of the letter did not understand what could be funny about it. Then the smiling man, changing his tone, said that he had many questions and suggested starting with the goals. The man with the long hair clarified that he wanted to make a correction and began asking questions about the motives for protecting Princess Diana and the feud with Estanya. He wanted to know why the other cared so much about the princess and what exactly attracted him to her country. In response, the other thoughtfully said that the real goal was something more, and wondered how so much could be learned from one letter. Willibald stated that they needed information about the magic school. He then explained that the Estanian assassin who had attacked them in the dungeon had used magical tools made specifically in their magic school. One of the interlocutors was surprised, not understanding the connection between their school and Estania. The magic school is a nearly impenetrable fortress, built using magic technology, and is inviolable even to members of the royal family. He noted that outsiders cannot simply steal the magic tools from there, indicating an internal traitor or conspiracy. There is a traitor inside the magic school who gave them the magic tools. He emphasized that they need information about this person, because someone once deliberately put a curse on their family. The guy said that they have reason to believe that a person from the magic school is involved in the curse that took the lives of many. He noted that after that incident, they have been looking for the culprit for several years and are not going to give up. The interlocutor asked suspiciously whether this was also connected with some kind of treasure. The man explained that despite the Able family's power, it was their origins that had caused the school's refusal to allow entry. He explained that the school's top brass were suspicious of both the royal family and the Able family, and that the shadowy Ministry of Magic was responsible for internal affairs, the perfect place for secretive and dark deeds. They were discussing the situation with the magic school where the heirs of noble families study. One of them noted that the students could easily become hostages, so they couldn't act thoughtlessly. The other added that despite the interest of the royal family, they wouldn't be able to just find out what was going on inside the school. The mage thought about the situation with the magic school with a serious expression. He noted that it was impossible to get information from the inside, so he had to look for information from the outside. Even if it was a magic school, sooner or later any information would leak out. Julius asked if they wanted to enlist the support of Princess Diana. He confirmed that he was ready to take a roundabout route to achieve his goal, because no one should encroach on the treasure of the Able family. His interlocutor noted with surprise that such an approach was not at all like him. The man confidently stated that they would definitely find the person involved in what happened, and that person must be punished. Julius admitted that he understood their true goal. Julius stated that he saw no benefit to the Magesta royal family in helping them. The boy, with a serious expression, replied that he also did not understand why their valuable treasure should interfere, and emphasized that he did not need a helping hand. The guy noted that getting information about the magic school could be beneficial to the interlocutor as well. He emphasized that he doubted that unclear information, which might not even exist, was worth the risk of war. Julius, watching the butterflies, added that it all depends on what information they have access to, and reminded that defending a suspect in the uprising is not an easy task. He also noted that their families have been cooperating for a long time, but the situation has become complicated. The prince said that the letter mentioned something else important. The guy with a serious face noted that there was nothing funny about it. The boy confirmed that all this was indeed necessary to protect Diana. He turned to Willibald, explaining that if he accepted the conditions, he was ready to negotiate with Estania. Prince admitted that at first he did not understand the meaning of what was happening, but then apologized and said that she had a counterproposal. The prince said with a smile that he wanted to grant the boy a title, explained that by accepting it, he would become part of the Magesta family and would forever be like a bird in a cage. He cleared many dungeons and obtained a large number of artifacts. It was emphasized that his combat skills were hard to match. It was also mentioned that thanks to his efforts, the kingdom's magical technology had advanced significantly. The guy asked with surprise whether his interlocutors thought that he would work for another country. Another character, looking at him with a slight smile, noted that the interlocutor's strength was capable of changing an entire country, and that there was no one in the world equal to him in talent. Then he suggested what would happen if he changed sides. Despite this, he immediately added that he himself did not claim this, but did not rule out the possibility. The prince looked calmly ahead and said that he didn't care about all the other relatives of the interlocutor. He only needed him. Then he added that he should belong to his family. Julie discussed the action, comparing the interlocutor to a man named Gilbert, whose heart was full of loyalty and love for his country. He explained that the interlocutor was not like that, so he wanted him to become a lord and make a treaty with the vassals so as not to threaten them. Willibald remarked that all this seemed a little excessive. The prince smiled and admitted that he always considered the worst-case scenario, calling it a character trait. He explained that he valued his interlocutor highly and believed that for the sake of the country's security, it was better for him to be in the public eye. He concluded by adding that the hero had already achieved enough to deserve the title. Julius reminded him that he would once again find himself immersed in state affairs, despite the fact that he had previously constantly refused the title. Willibald noted that he sees only advantages in the proposed title. The prince offered to accept the title and allow himself to be chained, asking if the other was ready for this. In response, the other thought about it and asked if he should send Princess Diana back to Estania, realizing that the decision was up to him alone. Willibald agreed to accept the title. He noted that now he would need to prepare a mansion and servants for himself, because the title obliged. The hero explained that he would not be able to do everything at once, to which he was reminded that the ceremony would take place in a month. If he did not have time to prepare, there would be no negotiations with Estania. The prince suggested that the hero think for himself. If he becomes part of the Magesta family, this will strengthen their position in the negotiations. The hero responded with restraint, noting to himself that he was too perceptive. The prince with the book declined the offer to take up land on the border, citing work. He promised to prepare for negotiations with Estia and to attend the title ceremony. The guy complained in a panic that he was put in a dead end, admitting that only one person was capable of pinning him down like that. Another calmly noted that he never cared, and that it was just more work for him. He reminded that receiving a title from the royal family is a great honor. The hero admitted that he did it for his nephew's sake and agreed to forget about it. After clearing the dungeon, Sieg's treasure hidden inside her body activated. The hero thought about it, believing that there was a good reason for it. He admitted that he had to continue on his way, despite the possible casualties. The guy replied that he did not plan to build a mansion nearby, and, if necessary, he would simply buy a vacant house nearby. His interlocutor reminded him of the need to resolve the issue with the vassals, since there was little time left for searching. The mage explained that because of the many secrets in their family, not everyone could be suitable for the role of vassal. They needed someone reliable. He noted that if he simply borrowed one of the existing vassals, he would probably refuse. At that moment, his gaze fell on one of the people present, and he suddenly suggested him. He stated with confidence that this man would be a perfect fit. First, the warrior with the bandage on his head frowns at the younger hero, asking if he can explain why he is here. Then, the girl next to him silently observes the situation. In the end, the little character, frightened, admits that he does not know. The girl explains that her uncle returned from the capital and asked her to invite Nikolai, as well as Ziga. Then her memory is shown. She was surprised when she learned that someone agreed to receive the title. The boy realizes with embarrassment that the others have found out about him taking the younger hero on missions. He notes that it seems to have become known. The girl confirms that everyone has known about it for a long time, and then says that everyone really does know. A man enters the room and, smiling amiably, asks if they have been waiting for him for too long. He thanks everyone for their prompt response to his request, after which he respectfully addresses the knight, calling him Mr. Nikolai von Baden. Embarrassed, Nikolai began to stutter, greeted Willibald, congratulated him, and tried to start a conversation about the good weather. The girl, watching from the side, is perplexed by his mumbling. Willibald laughs and says that he does not mind if Nikolai speaks as usual. Willibald says that he has called Nikolai to discuss a task related to Sieg. Nikolai is surprised that it is about work, and especially about Sieg, and asks again with doubt. Then he decides to speak directly and collectedly. Willibald calmly and with a slight smile offers Nikolai to become his vassal. This causes shock in all those present. Nikolai cries out in surprise. His companions are no less amazed. Nikolai panics and exclaims why he should become a vassal. Willibald, a little embarrassed, explains that he is going to get a title, and for this he definitely needs at least one vassal. He can't do without him. The magician explains why he chose Nikolai. He says that he knows how to keep secrets. During all their travels with Zig, he never told anyone about his companion's special magic. Willibald adds that their family has many secrets, and he needs a person who can keep them. He admits that his appointment as a vassal is a formality dictated by the situation. He wants Nikolai to become his vassal, and at the same time to take on the role of Sieg's bodyguard. He explains that this is a kind of preparation for future events. One of the characters wonders what it means to be a bodyguard and a vassal at the same time. Nikolai admits that the offer to work for the Abel family sounds appealing, and he is grateful for it, but still begins to refuse. The girl, hearing his doubts, turns to her uncle, trying to stop him, and agrees that if he really wants Nikolai to accompany Zig, then it is probably worth considering. The magician says that Nikolai will have to sign a contract. He is surprised to hear this. Willibald then clarifies that this is a magical contract, according to which Nikolai undertakes not to reveal information about Sieg. In conclusion, he emphasizes the seriousness of the conditions. For violation, Nikolai will bet his life on it. Nikolai is shocked to learn that the contract is indeed life-threatening. He is told that a similar magical contract has already been signed by everyone who lives and works in this house. He is also assured that his willingness to give his life to comply with the terms of the contract will not go unnoticed. Willibald reminds Nikolai of his younger sister, noting that she is not feeling well. Nikolai reacts to this with surprise and alarm. Then another character explains that it is about the incurable disease that his sister suffers from, and reminds him that they have already discussed this before. Family Baden lost everything after they were deceived by an aristocrat. Nikolai's father restored the family's position, but soon died of illness. Nikolai then sold the mansion and all the property to try to cure his younger sister, and now they have been living in a rented house for quite some time. Nikolai sadly confirms that he sold the mansion, admitting that he was not strong enough to protect his family. He adds that it is all his fault. Willibald, looking at him, notes that he was never able to find a cure for his sick sister. One of the characters rushes to justify the situation, saying that all this happened a long time ago and it is not Sirah's fault. Willibald noted that, with the help of his ability of the so-called evaluative glance, he could determine what was the cause of Nikolai's younger sister's illness. The magician suggested that perhaps it would be worthwhile to try examining Nikolai's sister with his appraising gaze, since, according to him, no one had done this before. Nikolai asked again with hope if this was really possible. He said that even if he could not determine the cause of his sister's illness, he would provide Nikolai with a magical herb, which was considered a very expensive medicine. In addition, he promised to provide shelter, clothing, food, servants, and everything necessary for both Nikolai and his sister. Nikolai admitted that the conditions offered to him seemed very tempting and agreed with Willibald's arguments. After that, he seriously asked if he was ready to help Sirah. In response, Willibald assured that he would not deceive Theo and Sieg's friend, and asked Nikolai what decision he would make. Nikolai, clenching his fist in determination, briefly replied that he understood everything, thereby agreeing to Willibald's proposal. Nikolai firmly declared that he would become Willibald's vassal. The girl reminded him that by signing the contract, he would be risking his own life if the terms were violated. In response, Nikolai admitted that he could not help his sister in any other way, and asked to be allowed to risk his life for her. The boy, with firm determination, declared that he was ready to take any risk to protect his sister. Willibald, having listened to him, noted that such an approach was not the most sensible idea. The magician told him not to pay attention and to offer to shake hands, and added that he would help him a lot. Willibald said that he would be glad to work with Nikolai, extending his hand. Nikolai shook it enthusiastically in response, emphasizing that the feeling was mutual. Nikolai admitted that he would never have thought that he would become Zig's bodyguard, and added with a grin that he was too small for such a role. Sieg wondered in confusion why his uncle would need a vassal, wondering if it was related to the negotiations with Estania. He noted that, as expected, things were not that simple, and was surprised to see that Nikolai was now his uncle's vassal. Nikolai realized that he would now have to return home and explain everything to Sir. He also suggested that most likely the whole family would have to move, and expressed hope that he would be able to convince them of this. Theo, with a serious expression on her face, approached Nikolai and said that she wanted to talk to him. He reacted with surprise, not understanding what was going on, and anxiously asked again what had happened. Zig reacted with shock to what he heard, exclaiming that he had not known that Nikolai had sold the mansion and that his sister's condition was getting worse. He asked reproachfully why Nikolai had not told him about this before. Nikolai, confused and embarrassed, tried to justify himself, but could not answer clearly. Nikolai explained that he did not turn to Theo for help, because he had already helped him enough. He admitted that of all of Abel's family, Theo was the only one closest to him, and that was why he did not want to cause inconvenience to his relatives. Theo reproachfully told Nikolai that he had the power to help his friend, and he could have tried to do something if Nikolai had approached him. He added that even if Nikolai did not want to ask him for money, he could have introduced him to his uncle. Theo noted that it was not worth carrying everything on his own, and asked how Nikolai thought he would have felt if he had only found out about everything when it was too late. Theo said sadly that Nikolai could have simply asked for help, reminding him that they were friends. His words touched Nikolai, who looked at him with surprise and confusion. Nikolai admitted that Theo was right and apologized to him regretfully. Then, to change the subject and show concern, he said that he was going to prepare a room for his sister and asked if there were any requests for furniture. Theo, still a little hurt, turned away and quietly replied that there was no need. The boy responded fearfully that he didn't mind when Theo asked irritably if he wouldn't let him do it his way. Then Nikolai said that Sarah liked bright rooms because they calmed her down. The boy added that there was one more thing. Nikolai thanked Theo, to which he simply nodded in response with a slight smile. Several days passed. At the Abel family estate, the boy told his sister that the Bodden family would be arriving soon. She assured him that she knew about it. The girl happily said that she was glad to have new guests, noting that the mansion was too big for just them. The boy next to her agreed, noting that this was indeed the case. One of the characters, noticing the appearance of the guests, said that they had arrived. Sarah and the rest teleported. On the left, the owner of the mansion greeted the guests and introduced herself as Marianne von Abel. On the right, Nikolai was worried about a girl named Sira, surprised to see that she had not teleported as usual. She clarified that she wanted to show them the reception room. Oh girl enthusiastically, expressing his joy at meeting her. He added that Zig and Sira were the same age, so they should become friends. However, one of those present anxiously asked him not to shake Zig so hard. Nikolai explained that he always greets Zig like this, and there is nothing wrong with it. The sister explained that her brother was very emotional, so he sometimes behaved carelessly, and apologized for him. The guy, a little embarrassed, apologized in return. She also said that the servants still took care of them, despite the fact that the mansion had already been sold. The girl introduced herself as Sarah von Bahn, and, sheepishly adjusting her hood, apologized for her unkempt appearance. Mariana reassured her, saying that she was very nice. Then Sarah asked where her overlord brother was, and she was told that Willibald was busy with work today and could not come. After that, she asked for a message to be passed on to him. Sarah firmly stated that she did not need help, adding that her brother would not enter into any contract. Seeing Sarah's reaction, the girl on the right exclaimed in surprise, and the young man in the center asked in confusion what had happened and whether she was unhappy about something, reminding her that they had discussed it yesterday. The boy below quietly added that they had indeed been very kind to them. Sarah said that she didn't want her brother to pay such a price for her, and admitted that she couldn't come to terms with it. Meanwhile, her brother tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine and that he wouldn't let her down, assuring her that nothing bad would happen. Sarah's brother said that he would do anything for her, and asked if she understood that. Sarah replied in a barely audible voice that she understood everything. The girl, getting up, quietly said that she was coming back and asked for forgiveness. The boy shouted for her to be careful when she fell. Sarah herself just looked ahead, silently, with pain on her face. One of the women said worriedly that Sarah's temperature had risen again. Another offered to take her to her room so she could rest. The girl added that it was more important for Sarah to feel better now, and only then could they return. The servants said they would take Sarah to her room, because her temperature had risen again. The woman added that it was more important for the girl to get better now, and then they could return. Sarah weakly agreed. Her brother, excitedly calling out her name, did not have time to stop his sister from leaving. The brother asked in despair why Sera did this since, according to him, they finally had a chance to cure her. The woman next to him asked if he had told Sera that signing the contract was a life-threatening risk. He said he had not, but noted that Sera was very smart and perceptive, so she figured it out on her own. The boy wondered with alarm if she had really been fighting the disease all this time. He thought her symptoms looked terrifying. He said he needed to explain himself to Sera, but was told to wait because he couldn't talk to her now. He was advised to let her calm down first, and to let himself come to his senses. The boy suggested that Nikolai show them the garden, saying that if he picked flowers there and gave them a beautiful bouquet, then maybe his sister would calm down. He added that if they sat down and talked, they would definitely understand each other, because they were brother and sister. Nikolai thanked Melky for his support, saying that he would definitely take advantage of his advice. One of the women gently asked Sera if she was feeling better, to which she quietly apologized for the inconvenience, and the other immediately replied that there was no inconvenience, since she herself was having the hardest time of all. Young woman. She sadly noted that she was only causing trouble for everyone, but another one, sitting next to her, gently objected that there was nothing of the sort, and Sera, lowering her gaze, whispered that Nikolai was wrong. The girl admitted that although Nikolai was a rude person, he still loved Sera very much, protected her, and would not let anyone hurt her. But Sera, clutching the sheet, wanted to say something. Sera exclaimed that it was her fault that they had lost everything, and looked as if she was tormented by a strong sense of guilt. Mariana told Sera that she was ready to listen to her, if she didn't mind. Sera said that her older brother was the one who cared about her the most and always tried to give her everything, especially after their father died and her symptoms started to get worse. Even though the medicine cost a lot of money, it only slightly alleviated the symptoms, and no matter what her brother did, she did not get better. Sera said that over time, there were fewer and fewer things in their mansion. The girl said that they sold the mansion and almost all their property to buy the magic herb, and admitted that she was so stunned by what was happening that she could not say a word. She said she knew the house that held her happy memories had been sold so she could live a little longer, and that realization hurt her. The girl admitted that it was becoming increasingly difficult to drink the medicine from the magical herb, but if she stopped, the disease would win, so she continued, although she did not want to see her brother's face distorted with pain and fear anymore. Sera explains that she continued to drink the medicine from the magical herb, even though it was becoming increasingly difficult, because otherwise the disease would take over. She admits that she did not want to see her brother's face distorted with pain and fear anymore, but she could not afford to refuse the treatment. She said that when she and her brother were talking, she had an intuitive feeling that something was wrong. The more she listened to him, the more she realized that his life was in danger. Sera said that she understood everything, because it was always obvious when her brother was lying. The girl added that she loved her brother very much. After the death of her father, he was always there for her, told interesting and funny stories, brought flowers that she liked. Sera admitted that she cannot imagine her life without her brother, because he was always ready to do anything for her. And if he died because of her fault, she would not forgive herself, so she will not allow anyone to take him away. Sera said she was scared to even think about it. When Sera admitted that she was scared to even think about what had happened, Marianne wordlessly hugged her, causing Sera to have an unexpected but deeply emotional reaction. Marianne told Sera that it must have always been hard for her not to tell anyone about it, and thanked her for finally sharing everything that had been building up in her heart. Sera said that she wants to laugh with her brother like before, because she wishes him happiness with all her heart, but at the same time, she clearly holds back her fears and doubts. The girl says that she no longer remembers the last time she saw her brother smile from the heart. These words sound with pain and regret, while he, with a bouquet of her favorite flowers, stands outside the door having heard everything. The guy admitted that he couldn't meet his sister yet. He felt that he couldn't show her the face of the brother she loved so much. The magician said that he now understood the situation. He noted that he did not want to interfere without permission, and preferred to simply observe what was happening. He expressed the opinion that he thought the other just needed to be given a little time. After everything that happened, Nikolai sat alone under a tree, unable to contain his sadness. The boy approached him and Nikolai quietly addressed him, calling him Shorty. He said that their father died suddenly. The illness struck him down so quickly that no one expected it. His sister was very young then, even younger than the interviewee is now. Nikolai explained that after the severe shock, Sera became much worse. He kept thinking that Sera could leave him at any moment. This thought did not leave his head. The guy admitted that he was scared. He didn't know how to live on if she was gone. He said that in desperation he turned to a doctor to help Syrah. A magical herb made her feel a little better. He had to give everything to continue the treatment. Nikolai said that he had lost everything that his father had earned with blood and sweat. It seemed to him that if he had been even a little as smart as his interlocutor, he might have been able to fix everything. The guy believed that he was the only one to blame for everything. He never wanted to bother anyone and always took everything on his own shoulders. He admitted that he didn't even think about the fact that he was causing pain to his loved ones, friends, and family. Nikolai admitted that he thought he was a protector, but in reality he turned out to be a stubborn fool who lacked either the intelligence or the strength to deal with problems alone, and therefore felt like a complete idiot. He admitted that he did not realize then that it would be better to rely on others. Nikolai said that when he realized it was already too late, and he managed to lose everything, the house that Sarah loved so much, and everything that their father had achieved. He said that he had destroyed everything with his own hands, but his interlocutor objected that, despite everything, he had still saved Sarah. The boy said that he wanted to protect her and did everything so that she would survive, but the interlocutor regretfully admitted that he himself doubted it. If you make an effort, you can return the entire estate, trust, and happiness. Zig said that a lost life could not be returned, even with special powers. And with this, he seemed to want to show how important the price of loss was. He told Nikolai that he could still start over, because there were people around him who were ready to share his burden, and he expressed confidence that Nikolai would be able to get back everything he had lost. Zig added that Nikolai will always be with himself, his brother Theo, and, of course, Sarah. The boy asked Nikolai not to give up, told him to get up and go into the new day with him. This time they would go together. Sarah said she was worried because it was already dark and he still hadn't returned. She said he must have been hurt and admitted he shouldn't have reacted that way. Nikolai replied that he was not angry and called it nonsense. He told her not to worry, as he understood her feelings. Nikolai admitted that Sarah was right and said that he shouldn't have done everything behind her back. If he really wanted to protect her, he should have discussed everything with her. He promised that this time he would do everything right, because the master's trust in him was proof of that. Nikolai promised that he would do everything to justify both her and his master's expectations, and confidently stated that he had no intention of dying. He asked Sarah to trust him, promising that if the medicines were found after the evaluation of specialists, she would definitely recover. Nikolai remembered being told that there were always people around to share his burden, including, of course, Sarah. The boy quietly asked if he could help, adding that there was something else he wanted to say. He said he understood how selfish it was to ask her for help after everything he had done, but admitted that he couldn't fix it or bring it back alone. The girl tells the man in armor that if he supports her, she feels she can move mountains. She says that she has wanted this for a long time and is ready to do everything for him. Sarah says with determination that she will not give in to the disease, will definitely recover, and will help with all her might. The girl says that she will cope, even if it is very difficult, as long as her brother is alive. Sarah thanks her brother with tears, and he apologizes for everything with a smile. The brother asks his sister for forgiveness. The family gathers around the girl's bed. The magician, looking serious, says that Sarah's illness is unusual. No wonder the doctors couldn't help. The guy, in a panic, asks what that means. The man said that she had mana overload, and the boy asked him out loud in confusion. He explained that when mana is oversaturated, too much magical power accumulates in the body and cannot be released, causing illnesses and blisters to form all over the body. Willibald explained that the girl was born with an unusually large reserve of magical power, which is why she suffers from an extremely rare disease. The diagram explains that normally magical power is released from the body without any problems, but the girl has a weak ability to release it, causing the energy to accumulate and threaten to explode from within. The man explained that the magic herb absorbed magic power, which is why it helped Sarah. Hearing this, the boy asked with hope if it was possible to cure her. Mage confirmed that Sarah can be cured, saying that there is a way. But with a caveat, he explained that he had to get rid of the excess magic power first, as it was dangerous, and added that he could use curse magic, but it was too much trouble. When asked if he could use it, he said no. Magic is something only a few people have access to, and to use it, one often has to give up one's humanity. When asked if the magic herb would help, the woman replied that even she couldn't handle a lethal dose. Then she added that curse users were no longer human, and asked if he was ready to trust Sir to such a creature. They said that they needed to find someone who had curse magic and was trustworthy, but since such magic was rare, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a silent pause, the boy thought with determination that he had finally seen a ray of hope and set off on his way. Zig is determined to help find someone who can save Sarah, and he confidently declares his willingness to act, surprising the others. He asks you to believe him, saying this with complete confidence and hope in his voice. Nikolai said that they just need to keep looking until they find the right person. Willibald noted that he would check the mages he knew who used cursed magic for now. He told her to stay with Sarah. The girl thanked him for his concern. The guy reminded them to take the herbs strictly in the right dosage, as an overdose could be dangerous. He wanted there to be no more secrets, so that they could start all over again. The boy gathered his courage to speak and approached the prince, calling him uncle. He said that he wanted to tell him something, but, visibly nervous, he could not immediately say what he had in mind. Zig gathered his strength and decisively admitted that he could use curse magic, which greatly surprised his uncle. The uncle, still stunned, asked to take a look, and the boy agreed, allowing him to not hide the mark. The boy, with his eyes closed, demonstrates powerful magic. Curse symbols flash around him, confirming his words and power. Zig confessed that he had hidden his power from his family for a long time, but now he wants to help Sarah and bring Nikolai's smile back. Uncle is shocked by the revelation. The boy confidently stated that he had the power to help, clenching his fist in a show of determination, and the adult responded thoughtfully. The uncle laughed at first, and then admitted with surprise that he had guessed, but now he was convinced. It was true. He was amazed that the boy had been able to hide it even from his penetrating gaze, and wondered how long it had been going on. The magician asked in surprise if the boy had mastered curse magic since birth, which clearly put him in an awkward position. Zig replied, confused, that he didn't even know how to explain it, stumbling and starting to hesitate. The boy panicked, and thought that he had not thought through what he was tormented about, whether he could talk about help, mention his past life, and how frank he could be. His uncle, seeing this, gently apologized. He admitted that he was simply very excited. He thought that the boy might be even more special than he seemed, and might even be the object of some powerful being's attention. The hero, a little confused, admitted that he also had a secret that he could not reveal to his family. His interlocutor said with a smile that it was similar to his own situation, and promised that sooner or later he would tell about himself. He noted that the hero was a good guy for deciding to confess, and added that he could not even imagine how hard it was to collect his thoughts. He noticed that now was not the time, and the hero wondered with surprise if his uncle was really the same as him. The character said that he also had a special secret that he could not reveal to his family, and promised that he would tell them about himself sooner or later, adding that he could not imagine how hard it was to admit it. The mage admitted that he would not want him to study such magic, but added that one mistake could cost him dearly, and if he did not become more patient, he would still have to work with curses. Willibald said that if he didn't teach him himself, he would still start learning without his knowledge, so he would teach him a safe way to use curses. He said that this time it would not be as easy as before, and suggested that they start quickly, while asking if Zig could handle it. Zig thought that now he could learn curses, and although it was a little scary to say, he did it. He admitted to himself that now he wanted to learn more about his uncle, but he thought that now he needed to focus on something else. Zig decided that this time he could help, and didn't want to regret using his power anymore. He read the letter and thought it was from the Magesta family. It said that His Highness Julius had already managed to arrange negotiations with Estania. Now he wondered how Estania itself would react to this. Tobias, upon receiving the letter, could not contain his anger, and exclaimed that he was being laughed at. One of the servants tried to calm him down, asking him to remain calm, but Tobias himself was outraged by the contents of the letter and did not understand what kind of message it was. Tobias was outraged that the Abel family had also intervened and demanded that Diana be handed over to them immediately, shouting that this was nonsense. He could not believe that they were hiding her. One of the advisors tried to calm him down, saying that the tournament was about to take place. There was no point in escalating the situation, because the other members of the royal family had decided to listen to Princess Diana and the representatives of Magesta. Tobias, consumed with anger, thought that if the Magesta representatives really did come to Estania, he would use the tournament to get rid of them. He decided that this was the right moment to destroy both Diana and the whole damn Abel family at once. A few days later, the girl said that everything was ready and added that the outfit suited Sarah very well because she looked beautiful. Sarah thanked her, slightly embarrassed. Sarah apologized for having to spend clothes on her, but the girl told her not to worry because she used to have a younger sister. She added that she had long wanted to dress someone up, and now she believed that Sarah had fulfilled her dream. The girl admitted that she used to compensate for her melancholy by dressing Zig in cute clothes, but now he does everything to escape from her. The girl smiled and said that she now felt as if she had a little sister and was happy about it. In response, the other girl said excitedly that she was too. When the girl said she felt like she had a little sister and was happy, the other girl looked embarrassed, muttering that she did too, but then she abruptly denied it, exclaiming that there was nothing like that. One of the girls said that she had no doubt that her uncle would be able to arrange everything so quickly, and the other noted that this day had finally come and asked if she was ready. The girl assured her that everything would be fine, asked her to be a strong girl who always supports her brother, and said that she was sure it would work. Marianne said that this dress would be a symbol of her new life, adding that, of course, everything would work out if she put in the necessary effort, to which she replied that she now definitely agreed. She told herself that everything would change. They said that only Sarah should go further, and the rest would have to wait for her return. He said that if anything happened, he would come to her immediately, and she thanked him, saying that this was very encouraging. Sarah told her brother that everything would be fine, and he, shaking, tried to convince himself and others that everything would really be fine. Then another girl asked, ironically, how he was going to help her if he was so nervous himself. Sarah said that she was going, to which her brother excitedly replied that he understood, and someone present encouraged her, telling her to move forward. When Sarah entered, the boy said hello to her, and she, recognizing him, said with surprise that she did not expect to see him here. The man told Sarah that they had made the same contract with her brother and added that he wanted her to sign it as well, apologizing and noting that it was necessary. They told Sarah that they could cure the curse so that she wouldn't tell anyone about how Zig would cure her. He told Sarah that Zig was his student and also a talented mage, and asked if she would trust him, since he was saying this as the vice chief of the 3rd Mage Squad. Sarah said that she would trust Mr. Zig, to which he thanked her, expressing his appreciation. The girl replied that she would never break the contract, adding that there was no need to worry, and noted that it was better not to tell Nikolai about this. Sarah said that her brother also made a contract without her permission, so this would be her revenge, and the other character responded cheerfully by noting that then everything was decided. The magician said that he had been preparing all these days, so everything should work out, and reminded him to remember that the process could take a long time, and also advised him to listen to his recommendations and stop immediately if the symptoms described appeared. He warned that he would probably see hallucinations that would try to undermine his fighting spirit, so it was important not to panic. And to defeat the curse, a strong will was needed. The main thing was not to give up. To which the boy replied that he understood everything. Willibald wished them luck and said he was leaving. The boy thought he had had little time to prepare, but he had done all he could, and now he had to give it his all. He offered to begin and asked Sarah to give him her hand. She hesitated a little, but apparently agreed. Zig said he understood she probably didn't want him to see her skin, but added that it was necessary for healing. He told Sarah that she and her brother could definitely start over, giving her hope for the future. The boy promised that he would give them a chance to start over, and with determination, he commanded the curse to disappear. He told himself that he had to imagine everything bad leaving her body, and if he continued in the same spirit, he would be able to save her, because the main thing was not to give up, even despite the inner voice reproaching him for not being able to save his own mother. The entity said that it recognized him, and added that it was as if a man was standing in front of it. Guilt. Shadow claimed that no matter how special he was still weak and would always be, so it would be better if his power was in the hands of a more worthy person. She added that the treasure would be more useful in her hands, as she could even bring back life, which is why she was going to kill him and take his power for herself. The Shadow demanded that they give her strength and life, emphasizing that it was necessary. Zig tried to convince himself that everything that was happening was just an illusion, and that he needed to pull himself together, but he realized that he couldn't breathe. He noticed that Sarah was shaking and realized that she was also very scared. He admitted to himself that it was painful for him to continue to lift the curse, and that he was not sure if he could help her. The boy thought that for Sarah's sake, he should at least try. He admitted to himself that he was scared, but he decided that he couldn't give up. He knew that he was indeed weaker than Gelt, but that didn't mean he had lost. Even if his magic wasn't perfect yet and he had a lot to learn, he told himself that he had to save Sarah, and he would use magic right now to do it. The hero firmly decided that this time he would not allow the past to repeat itself. He thought that now everything would be different, and this time he would definitely cope. He shouted that he would definitely succeed, and with determination he struck into the very essence of the darkness. At that moment, the girl watched in surprise as the boy's light magic destroyed the darkness that had engulfed her. The boy said that everything was finally over, and the girl asked in surprise if this was true. He told the girl that she was fine. One of the characters told Nikolai that he wanted to give him something. Theo told Nikolai that he wanted to give him something. Sarah would definitely like these flowers, after which Nikolai, a little worried, headed towards her with them. When Nikolai entered with flowers, Sarah joyfully called out to him, calling him brother, and he muttered her name in response in surprise. Seeing the flowers, Sarah joyfully exclaimed that she had nothing left on her face and hands, and asked in surprise if these were really her flowers, since they were her favorites, and then hugged her brother, saying that he remembered everything. Sarah happily exclaimed that she was so happy and hugged her brother with a smile, holding her favorite flowers in her hands. Nikolai, with difficulty finding his words and barely holding back tears, said that he could not believe what was happening, but that he was incredibly happy. He said with tears in his eyes that he really was so happy. And then he added that Sarah seemed even happier than he was. Zig said that it was very important to them and suggested leaving them alone for now. They said that her strength would hardly return immediately, but she would undergo a course of rehabilitation and everything would be fine. They also added that Nikolai would be a reliable support for her. One of the characters asked if Zig was okay, noting that it must have been hard to suck out the curse's magic power. Zig confirmed that he was okay, adding that he had done it, although he was a little dizzy. He thought internally that if he encountered Gelt again, he would no longer be able to run from his shadow and would be able to look him in the face. Zig thought he would never run away again. One of the characters noted that only the title ceremony remained, to which another responded that the problem was solved then. The magician said that the repair of Diana's artifact was complete, and added that it needed to be given to her, asking Zig to go with him. Willibald said he had an important conversation he wanted to discuss with them. Zig asked in surprise what it was. They happily said that they were happy for her, because now neither her ears nor her tail were visible, and noted that these changes suited her very well. She thanked them from the bottom of her heart for their help, to which they replied that gratitude was not required, because it was not difficult. The magician told Princess Diana that he wanted to invite her to his enthronement ceremony. Diana asked in surprise whether she had really been invited to this ceremony. Zig said that he himself did not understand anything, and at that time another character noted that he had a great idea on how they could protect Diana. Willibald suddenly asked if Zig would like to get engaged to Princess Diana, to which both Zig and Diana simultaneously exclaimed in complete shock, not believing their ears. On the day of the title award, guests discussed rumors. One of the women said that she had heard that the son of the Ebel family had become engaged to the Princess of Estania, the youngest, Diana, and that she had allegedly raised a rebellion in her homeland. Others added that she had never appeared at a ball and was already engaged, and now they wondered if they would appear at the ceremony. As the guests began to gather in the hall, each of them expressed their emotions in their own way. Zig was amazed to note that Diana looked gorgeous and seemed to radiate a completely different aura, drawing all eyes to her. He felt insignificant in comparison to her, and regretted that she would have to stand next to someone like him. However, he tried to collect his thoughts and focus on what was happening. Upon hearing the news, Diana exclaimed in surprise that they would really be engaged, and someone next to her was stunned into thinking that he would become Diana's fiancé. The character explained with a smile that there was no need to be so scared because it would just be a fake engagement, and the second, hearing this, asked with surprise whether it would really be fake. He explained that by arranging a fake engagement, they simply wanted to protect Her Highness, because if it came to the question of succession to the throne, Prince Tobias would probably leave her alone. Diana said that if she married in another country, she would lose her right to inherit the throne. Willibald said that he was a very clever girl, but that it would only be a pretense. He noted that at the title ceremony, he was going to announce their engagement. He thought that in order to protect her, he would have to take such a step, although he did not understand how everything turned out so abruptly. He also admitted that he, of course, liked Diana. Dia said she was ready to get engaged to Zig and just calmly agreed. The princess remarked that she was not sure whether she could pretend to be a bride well, and added that if Sieg was against it, she would refuse. To which he quickly exclaimed that he had no objection to anything of the sort. Sieg said that he was also ready for a fake engagement, because it was for the protection of a dear friend. The princess added that she was not against it. Sieg admitted that he was initially scared when he heard about the engagement, but added that it was necessary for Dia's protection. The princess repeated his words in surprise, calling herself a dear friend. Willibald said that he knew that they would both agree, so he had already told everyone about the engagement, and then added that he was glad of their good relationship and was sure that together they could cope. Dia asked Sieg if he was sure he didn't mind, and he replied that of course everything was fine, he was just thinking. Sieg said he was sorry for taking so long to think and promised to try not to screw up, to which Dia noted that she should have said those words. Dia, doubting, asked if she was really suitable for this. The man asked Theo if he could take off his tie, because he seemed to be feeling uncomfortable. Theo said that he can't take off his tie because he is her uncle's vassal and must behave appropriately, and the second character admitted that he understands this, but still can't stand formal clothes. One character said she was too cute and couldn't resist hugging her, while another said she looked good in it and shouldn't worry. Someone else thought she should have been dressed in her father's armor. Frau said that she had long wanted to meet Dai, because she had heard a lot about her, praised her dress and thanked her for helping Sieg, calling the meeting a real reward. Frau proudly said that she had contacted Willy telepathically and told everyone about the situation in the dungeon herself, adding that she had tried very hard. She explained that telepathy is a method of communication that works through the power of a contract, and added that everything happened precisely because of this power. Willy said that the bracelet they received was a protective talisman, and now no villain could steal it. Haku happily declared that he was also all sparkly, and Sieg thanked him for the gift, noting how cool Haku looked. When Sieg saw his relatives, he joyfully exclaimed that they were Aunt Louise and Grandpa Herbert, and his aunt responded with surprise by noting how much he had grown. Sieg noted with surprise that the last time he had met them, he was a baby, and added that this was their first conversation. Louise laughed and told Herbert to look at how polite Sieg was for his age. Louise said that she had heard of Sieg's talent for magic and asked him to show off his skills sometime, to which he happily promised to do so at the earliest opportunity. Herbert thoughtfully noted that this might mean something. Diana said that it was her first honor to meet Mr. Herbert and Mrs. Louise, introduced herself as the third princess of the Kingdom of Estania, and apologized for the disturbance caused by the uprising in her country. Herbert asked Princess Diana to raise her head, assuring her that he knew about the events in the dungeon, and Louise added that she should not worry, none of them doubted her and were not going to blame her. Princess Diana thanked everyone, saying that she would never forget their kindness, and her interlocutors in response acknowledged that it was they who actually dragged her to their place without much choice, and therefore they themselves should bow their heads before her. As expected, Gelt did not show up, and as the man explained, they had sent him letters but had not received a single response despite several attempts. Sieg thought that his grandfather had called the man Gelt's brother. The woman was outraged that Gim could not meet his son, despite numerous attempts. Even when Leo was alive, he was denied visits to Gelt. She was outraged that the Magic Academy seemed to be keeping him under lock and key, not allowing even the parents to visit the child, explaining that a visit would allegedly interfere with his studies. After Leah's funeral, Gelt said he would never return home again. Everyone concluded that this time he had made the decision himself. They explained that Gelt was considered a special student, so he was separated from the others. Even with the help of magic, they could not find him, and the sisters were never able to meet him either. Entry into the Magic Academy is mandatory for those who have a talent for magic, but unfortunately, the Academy itself, in their opinion, is clearly hiding something. Julius noted that perhaps in the future, Sieg would also have to enter the Magic Academy, and then they would find out for themselves what was going on inside. Sieg, seeing his interlocutor, exclaimed that this was the Crown Prince of Magesta, after which he greeted him. The prince, in turn, said that he had heard a lot about Sieg, especially from Willibald. Sieg wondered why the prince was looking at him so intently and began to suspect that he knew more about him than he thought, while the prince watched him silently, as if trying to understand something. The prince admitted that he liked to watch children to see how their facial expressions changed, and when he was asked not to tease Sieg, he only giggled, continuing to look at him, and others reminded him that it was not worth discussing the Magic Academy in public, because the king had already arrived, and now it was the hero's turn to step forward. When asked if he was ready, the hero replied that he was ready, although not very confidently, and the prince said that he liked this answer, and that the ceremony could begin. At this time, Sieg continued to think about the strange situation with Brother Gelt and the Magic Academy, suspecting that something strange was going on there. The king announced that Willibald von Abel would receive the title of Count today, while someone in the crowd wondered in surprise what he was doing there. The king commanded Willibald to work for the good of the people of Magesta and to direct his powers in the right direction, to which he swore to carry out the order. The hero noted that the ceremony was a success, and was also surprised that their family turned out to enjoy high prestige among the aristocrats, although he himself did not know about it. He admitted that he had no experience of participating in ceremonies and did not quite understand what he was supposed to do now, but as a participant in the ceremony, he did not want to lose face. The girl reminded them that they had come there for a reason and asked Zig to dance with her, noting that dancing in public was perfect for their purpose. Zig sheepishly admitted that she was right. Zig noted with concern that he might turn out to be a bad dancer and put her in an awkward position, to which the girl replied that everything was fine because they were still children and they would be forgiven for a lot, adding that she had already gotten used to the local atmosphere. DIA reminded Zig that he had once saved her in the dungeon and said that now it was her turn to help him, to which Zig calmly agreed. Zig hesitantly asked the girl to dance, asking if she would dance with him, to which she replied with a smile that she would do so with pleasure. Zig hesitantly asked the girl to dance, and when she happily agreed, they, holding hands, began to spin around the middle of the hall, under the admiring glances of those gathered. Watching Zig and the girl dance, those around them admiringly noted how beautiful they looked together, and someone even admitted in surprise that they did not expect such harmony from them. During the dance, the girl noticed that Zig was doing well despite his words about not knowing, and, encouraging him, told him to be more confident, and also admitted that he looked great today. Zig, embarrassed, admitted that she outshone everyone in that dress, to which the girl laughed and thanked him, and then was about to say something else. The boy noticed that her previous appearance, in his opinion, suited her much better. Zig admitted that in the dungeon he couldn't take his eyes off her because her previous appearance seemed very cute to him, and he liked it very much. Diana tripped. Dia apologized, saying that she had lost her balance, and Zig, laughing, noted that the old Dia had returned, adding that he now felt even calmer. The heroine said that up until this point, everyone had only felt disgust towards her previous appearance, but she had always liked it, and added that this was also important. The boy said that when she is real, it only gets better, to which the heroine thanked him, slightly embarrassed. People around admired how cute Princess Diana looked and were surprised that she and Mr. Sieg were the same age, although one of the women expressed doubt that the child would be capable of starting a rebellion. People discussed how hard it was for them to believe that this girl had actually led the rebellion, and expressed sympathy, recalling how Prince Tobias had slandered her. Those around them said that the couple looked very good together, and one of the onlookers with a warm smile clearly agreed. The magician declared that since he had already taken the oath, there was nothing more to do, to which his companion asked if he was sure that he should speak like that in front of his highness, and the woman added that Willibald had played the role of an obedient knight very well. The prince stated that now that his interlocutor had become a count, he could not wait to load him with work, to which he wearily asked for mercy, adding that he would do this after they dealt with Estania. One of the heroes said that he had kept his promise and asked if they could come to an agreement with Estania, to which the other replied that they had already clarified the possibility of negotiations in writing. The reply from Estania stated that Diana and her entourage from Magesta had been invited to the kingdom to negotiate, which was exactly how it was written in the message. Estania's response also stated that the invitation was valid, but there was one condition attached to it. To this, the magician asked in surprise what condition had been put forward. The condition for negotiations with Estania was the participation of the Abel family in the tournament. Negotiations with Estania are only possible if someone from the Abel family takes part in the tournament. The man was surprised and asked why they were setting such conditions at all. Julius noted that if he thought about it, their family should already be familiar with this tournament. Tea is a traditional tournament that takes place every 3 years, with the participation of masters from different countries, and that the heirs of the Abel family usually participated in it, demonstrating their strength. This time, they were going to send Albert, but due to recent events, they decided to withdraw from the tournament. Willibald noted that for the same reason many other countries also refused to participate, including Linné and the Empire. The prince remarked that it was actually quite obvious what their opponents were trying to achieve, and another admitted that he would not like Albert to participate, as he himself was going to another country and needed a reliable escort. The magician noted with surprise that he did not expect that she would be able to make a friend, because Albert became her bodyguard only a few years ago, and she had already become so attached to him, to which the prince irritably replied that it was not for him to talk about it. He said that he was originally supposed to be guarding Princess Diana, but in other words, he will now have to go, although he himself asked to stop, seeing how angry the two were. The boy thought it would be better if he himself took part in the tournament, and perhaps at the same time he would be able to find out what Prince Tobias was planning. Someone exclaimed to the father that this should not be done. Albert, having heard the conversation, unexpectedly took the initiative and offered to take part in the tournament himself, asking that this matter be left to him. Albert explained that his decision to participate in the tournament was due to his desire to protect Zig's fiancée. He enthusiastically told that he decided to protect Zig's bride because he was touched by the way they looked at each other, and his heart could not remain indifferent. The characters discussed the situation with the tournament. One of them said that this time he could not stand aside and had to protect their future together, because before this, all the difficult work was done by his father, and the others were surprised to notice that he did not know about the fictitious nature of the engagement. Julius reminded Albert that this year's tournament could be very different and even life-threatening, to which he confidently replied that he understood everything. Albert said that there would be no better chance to show the strength of their family, because they are the protectors of the treasure. The prince regretfully admitted that he could not be persuaded. He assigned Gilbert to remain in Magist for another task, and Al was chosen to be sent. One of the men sadly agreed, noting that he was offended, but understood. Father handed over the responsibility of participating in the tournament to Albert. Albert confidently replied that he would definitely win and asked not to worry. One of the participants in the meeting explained that they were preparing to leave with Prince Julius. He then added that they were heading to Astania. DIA said that she had waited for this moment after all. The knight next to her noted that they needed to prepare properly. The mage said he wanted to discuss the plan of action in Astania. Before doing so, he noted that there was something that needed to be done. Willibald explained that he was going to destroy the contract he had made with Princess Diana in the dungeon. He added that, despite the fictitious nature of the marriage, it was inappropriate to bind family members to a magical contract. The character said that he trusted the Count Anima, but could not break the contract. He explained that everyone except the family members were bound by the contract to keep Sieg a secret, and asked the others to understand. In response, they assured him that they understood everything. The girl noted that if only her contract was terminated, then it seemed unfair. Willibald calmly explained that Sieg had not been bound by any contract to begin with. Hearing this, the boy exclaimed in surprise. The guy admitted that he showed Zig a fake contract. He also noted that if he knew the truth, he would never have agreed. The magician explained that he had no intention of risking Zig's life, and therefore did not enter into any real contract with him. The boy, with a cold expression, expressed his irritation, and said that he hated him for such a deception. The man noted that the blow hit him right in the heart. The heroes gathered around the table to begin a meeting regarding the trip to Astania. One of the men said that his son Ermunda would help them, as he was responsible for suppressing the rebellion and trying to act with minimal losses. He added that their family had already received confirmation of the princess's innocence in the rebellion that had occurred. The mage expressed surprise that the count's son was trying to suppress the rebellion. The count explained that his son governed the border territory and enjoyed the people's trust, but noted that if they acted together, it could arouse suspicion. Pal proudly confirmed that he was proud of his son. He said that the second Princess Juliana would meet Princess Diana at the border and invite her to her estate. Willibald noticed that there was a problem. He deduced that a friendly reception was planned, judging by the arrangement of the figures on the map. The characters talked about Prince Tobias. He did not change his attitude towards the situation, even after learning about Diana and Sieg's engagement. One of the interlocutors noted that Diana would hardly have become the heir anyway. First in line to the throne is 13-year-old Prince Matthias, son of his first wife. Before his birth, Prince Tobias, son of a concubine, was to be the heir. Third in line to the throne is Prince Elias, also the son of a concubine, and has no claim to the throne. Princess Diana is considered fourth, but she cannot inherit the throne because the first princess is already married. Fifth is Princess Juliana, the daughter of a concubine. Since the king was seriously ill, Juliana, nicknamed the kindest princess, received the support of the people. She took on most of the state affairs. If the country decides to abandon the traditional order of succession, Juliana will be the main contender for the throne. While the king was ill, a struggle for the throne began between Matthias, Tobias, and Juliana. Matthias was the rightful heir, Tobias wanted to regain the throne, and Juliana wanted to change the traditional order. Because of this, the neighboring countries began to worry. The boy suggested that Diana might have been used as a scapegoat. The girl added that they might have wanted to expose her true appearance. The mage noted that this could cause problems, as beastmen were not well liked in Estania. He then wondered why all this was necessary. He remembered that the country was actually founded with the help of a divine beast. The girl noticed that one of her interlocutors suddenly understood something. Dia asked Pal to share everything he knew, especially if it somehow related to her true form. The man looked at her with noticeable anxiety. The man clenched his fist, admitting that he had wanted to take this secret to his grave. However, since things had turned out this way, he knew he had to tell. Pal confirmed that the kingdom of Estania was indeed founded under the protection of a divine beast, and the beastmen originally lived alongside humans. However, about 500 years ago, the royal family suddenly began to feud with them, calling them an impure race and spreading hatred. After the events of the persecution of the beastmen, all history books that mentioned the divine beast were banned. He added that the royal family seemed to have deliberately hidden their roots, especially one important fact. The other interlocutor asked in surprise what fact he was talking about. Pal said with a serious expression that the historical records said, "The true ruler will be the one who can change his appearance." His words surprised those around him. Dia. Struck by what she heard, she had difficulty saying that this meant she could be queen. The secret, buried in the depths of centuries, is known only to a few members of the family who were present at the birth of the heiress. Even other royals' families are not supposed to know about this. The current king, as soon as Princess Diana was born, gave orders to keep her in isolation and to cover her ears. She was forbidden to attend official events, and her true appearance was kept secret even from her closest relatives. However, Tobias somehow revealed this secret. All this explained his obsession with getting rid of Diana, especially considering the royal family's hatred of beastmen and his position in line to the throne being shaken. No wonder he was so angry and eager to keep the princess away. Young woman. Shocked by this information, she asked in a trembling voice why she should become queen, and what is special about it. The man replied that he had asked himself this question and studied forbidden books. It turns out that this tradition goes back to the founding of the kingdom and is connected with the prophecy of the divine beast. A person with his power is born, then this will be a bad omen for them, and if a person with his appearance is born, then this is good. Only that whoever was born with his appearance will be able to stop the catastrophe, and only he will be able to change the course of events. The girl did not understand what kind of bad and good omen was being discussed at the same time. The man explained that there is a certain person foreshadowing an impending disaster, but only he has the power to prevent it. This is the role that the royal family had to play, and the ruler had to be prepared for the coming disaster. The boy asked if the current situation was a harbinger of disaster, and he answered that he can't say for sure, but everything is possible. The girl asked what? She has no such power to prevent a catastrophe, and never has had one. There was disappointment in the girl's voice when she confessed that she had no unique power or gift. She doubted her ability to change anything. She apologized and asked if she could do anything at all. In response, he apologized, explaining his silence by their young age and his reluctance to share the truth that could harm them. He knew that it would be difficult for them to accept the truth about themselves. Despite this, the girl thanked him for his frankness, emphasizing the importance of the information received. With tears in her eyes, she apologized, admitting that he doesn't know how to proceed. The man remained silent, sharing her difficult feelings. The young man did not understand at all why she would take on such ambitious plans, and it seemed to him that in her situation, no one would know what to do. And all these gods who always speak in riddles were the same for him. Zeke turned to his uncle and asked again, What did he say? Isn't Oh, he cut it off that he didn't say anything, and added that now we need to give Princess Diana time to calm down, and for today it was necessary to finish talking. The guy suggested to let everyone go and talk alone. Diana looked terribly upset, and the boy understood her feelings perfectly. When he thought about the treasures, he also couldn't find a place for himself, and he wondered if he could help her with anything. The guy angrily threw his creation down, grumbling that it was a spoiled copy again. The young man who came to him with the news asked what he was trying to do. He did not answer his question, but demanded so that he would be told what they want from him. The guy explained that people from the Empire called him to them because they needed his magical power, so that activates something. It was thanks to his talent that this thing was created, and the Empire could not dream of such a genius. But they should not spoil relations with him. They were waiting for a direct answer from the young man, whether he would be ready to participate in their experiment. The guy was interested to know what he wanted to achieve with his experiment, but he left him without an answer, and the young man added that he never understood what was going on in his head. He realized that he was again left without an answer, and resigned himself to it. The young man said that he would return to his studies and asked him to hurry up and go to Estanya. The guy looked thoughtfully at his workplace, worrying about something and wanting only one thing. At the Abel family estate, Princess Diana rummaged through the library's countless volumes, but to no avail. She hoped to find something in the family chronicles concerning the history of Estanya, but it was empty. She could not afford to remain inactive, because it worried her greatly. The girl knew that the true ruler would be the one who could change his appearance, and the power of this ruler could prevent the coming catastrophe. What she feared most was that her birth, this is the harbinger of trouble, she understood why she was born at all. She was tormented by thoughts that the catastrophe would happen because of her, and thought about what to do if she could not do anything. Princess Dia had long been troubled by the power she had been given, and what she should do. The girl had absolutely no idea what to do. At that moment, Emma was watching her from the doorway. Zig called out to the maid, and she turned to him in surprise. The boy asked how the princess was feeling. Emma said that since the girl had learned about this story, she had always been in a gloomy mood, and she had already tried several times to cheer her up, but to no avail. Zig suspected that this is how it will be. He of course communicated with her after that and felt her fading energy, especially since for him she seemed gloomy. Even Emma, who was there all this time, I couldn't get her to stir up and share her feelings. The boy had a bad feeling, and he himself already looked upset. He thought about how to help, and Siegbert turned to Emma with this question, explaining that he wanted to somehow support Diana, but did not know what to do. She realized that he was also very worried, and he confirmed it. The girl told that when the mistress first took her in, she was clumsy and stupid. Every time she failed at something, the lady encouraged her, and moreover, she talked to her every day, and it was the greatest happiness. No one had ever done so much good for her, and Diana was more than just a mistress to her. While the girl was telling all this, tears came to her eyes. She almost cried, and the boy looked at her in surprise. A few seconds later, the maid was already sobbing and saying how she was worried that she couldn't help her mistress who was suffering so much. She considered herself a useless maid, incapable of even this. But the boy tried to calm her down, explaining that this was not so and that she was not at all useless. He asked her not to give up and to think together. Emma. She replied that she only knew how to cook, and then it dawned on the guy. He remembered how deliciously she cooks, and said that after a long walk, her food takes away the fatigue. Something occurred to him. He remembered something and clicked lightly. The girl who was frightened by the surprise. Zig explained that she had to cook something tasty, and that it would definitely help Mrs. Diana. The lady asked in bewilderment where they were dragging her at such a late hour, and the maid replied that when she arrived, she would understand everything herself. When they arrived, Diana was amazed to find a set table waiting for her, and Zig waiting for her. She asked in surprise what was going on, to which he replied that he just wanted to have tea with her, and all the treats were Emma's doing. The maid explained that she wanted to please the princess and prepared her favorite delicacies, hoping to cheer her up. She tried to make them the most delicious in the world. Diana looked at her in surprise. Zig added that he had wanted to talk to her for a long time but could not find the right moment. That's why I arranged this tea party. Earlier, when the girl was eating sweets in the dungeon, he noticed how she perked up a little. Hearing this, the girl became embarrassed. The boy invited her to sit down, and she accepted his invitation. She really liked the aroma of the tea, and hearing this, Siegbert asked if she had calmed down. Emma always made such delicious sweets at the palace, and every day became a little better for her because of them. Even now, she had a warm feeling of nostalgia, and while they were talking, a man passing by the window happened to notice them and paid attention to them. Zig knew that Diana had too much to handle, and it was confusing her. Diana felt awkward because she knew she had to be strong, but she couldn't imagine a good future after Paula's words, and the girl felt a huge responsibility. Besides, she felt her own helplessness. Upset, she said she didn't know what to do, and she was very scared. The boy supported her by saying that they were very similar, and Diana looked at him in surprise. He asked, does she remember the treasure story he told her? When he first learned of these treasures, it was beyond his comprehension. He did not expect that someone would interfere with his fate and did not know what to do. The boy was lost. So Zig understood her feelings perfectly, but despite everything, he decided to bear this burden and protect that what is dear to him. There were many people in his life that he wanted to protect, and he didn't want to lose them. So the boy decided to accept his fate, no matter how difficult it was, and promised himself to become strong. He plans to turn this problem into an opportunity, especially since he has family and friends who will support him. Zig believes that Diana is also capable of this. The girl asked, is this really true? The boy explained that there is a kindness in her that makes her rise again and again, that she values her friends and is strong in spirit. Maybe now Dia didn't even understand how strong she was, but if she realized this, she could save the world and create a beautiful future. Zeke asked her not to forget that she is not alone when she is scared. He will always be there for her, and asked her to remember that she has many people ready to protect her. The boy carefully explained that the princess could always ask them for help and asked if she remembered this, because he had just recently spoken about it. Emma also added that she would always be on her side, no matter what happened, and the Count would do the same. Her eyes filled with tears from the warm words of support, and she admitted that she lived in anticipation of disaster, prepared for the worst, and thought that she would be alone. But now she has Emma, Pal, and Zeke. Diana believed that they would cope with everything together, as in the dungeon, and now she just needed to gather her courage. The girl turned to the maid for help, and she happily agreed. She walked up to Zig, who looked at her in surprise, and asked him to take a break for a minute. When she returned, she apologized for the wait, and the boy stared at her in a stupor. It was the very dress in which she appeared before them. The princess had never shown it to anyone before, but once Zig said that he really liked this look. She admitted that she used to hate this appearance and hid it for a long time, but she knew that sooner or later her ears and tail would be seen. The girl was afraid of people's reactions and constantly looked in the mirror out of fear. But thanks to meeting the boy, she was able to love this image, and now she is ready to show it to others, even if they do not support her. She will not give up. Diana will go to Estenia and meet her brother face to face. Lady, I made up my mind, firmly believe that she has the strength, and hearing this, Zaiji happily agreed with her and supported her. Emma also expressed words of support, and these words of care made her feel warm inside. Balschmid joined them, surprising the maid with his sudden appearance. He declared that he would also help. The man could not remain on the sidelines when the mistress was ready for anything. He noticed that the princess had started again smile, and all this was thanks to the meeting with Siegbert. Balschmid understood. The fact that they met in that dungeon was a real stroke of luck for her, and Emma agreed with him. The maid suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to give the sweets, and began to get them. She offered the man a treat, explaining that there was something left over from tea drinking and asked if he would mind eating them so that they wouldn't spoil. The girl added that it wouldn't hurt him to relax too. The man was surprised by such a sign of attention and admitted that he did not believe that he had given in to weakness. But apparently age took its toll. He could not stand aside when Mrs. Diana was going to become strong, and believed that they should be strong too. Balschmid swore that he would protect her no matter what happened. Before leaving, the guys stood in front of the teleportation stone, and Zig looked at it with admiration. Finally, it was finished. And soon, the royal family would be told about him. This time, he was set on Estenia, and with his help, they would get there. His hire they had already managed to check, and they definitely wouldn't have flown away into the dungeon. Zig was glad of this good news. His Highness was informed that everything was almost ready for departure. and a new prototype of the teleportation stone was already set up. The guy thanked Gilbert for the explanations and wished to leave everything to him. He added about the need for special attention to preparation. The young man understood everything and answered that he hoped that this preparation would not prove a waste of time. The prince himself hoped so too. Diana was told that they would reach the capital today, but she was curious how exactly. The boy called her back and told her that a new teleportation stone would soon be launched, and suggested that they watch together, to which the girl agreed, and Zig asked if she was ready to go to the capital. The girl replied that she was ready and would not lose heart anymore. He extended his hand to her, inviting her to follow him, as it was already time to set out for Estania. When Sieg noticed the huge barrier, he was amazed by its size, thinking about how much territory it covered. Prince Julius was amazed by the power of the sacred tree Amrita, which allowed them to travel through several countries. Straight from the capital itself, the young man asked if he was surprised by his magic. The boy wanted to know if it was normal to teleport like that to the territory of another country, and Prince explained that after they declared their participation in the tournament, they were given permission, especially since the teleportation stone could move to the place where the marker was installed, which they did in advance. Thanks to the reputation of the Abel family, they were allowed to do a lot, and Julius was happy about it. Siegbert, looking at him, expressed horror at this. Balschmida said that his son should arrive soon, and they had to wait a little. At this time, something caught the boy's attention. He noticed the condition of the man standing to the side, who was clearly unwell. This stranger blamed teleportation for everything, while Zig noticed the clothes of this young man because they seemed familiar, and he assumed that it was someone from the squad of magicians. The boy turned to him asking if everything was okay. It was Camille who irritably replied that no and saw the boy from Abel. Zig himself was surprised by such a meeting. The boy was interested to know why he was dressed in the clothes of the mage squads, and the young man indignantly shouted that he should ask such questions, and clarified why the knight from Estania should work like mages from another country. Suddenly, he felt sick again, and started to feel sick. Zig asked him not to shout, worrying about him, since Camille was not feeling well anyway. The red mage stood behind the young man, grinning, explained that someone would have to be inspired to work again, hinting at him. Holding his documents in his hands, the guy explained that he didn't understand why this was happening to him, because the teleportation had taken place with an acceptable margin of error, and without any problems. He was going to write a report so that they could double-check everything later. Siegbert was surprised by his hard working. The installation of the marker and the precise calculations were his responsibility. He was very tired from the work, and blamed the young man who had put it all on him. Princess Diana intervened in the conversation. She was glad to see Camille. Okay, meeting her boyfriend, feeling awkward, immediately apologized for what happened in the dungeon. Balschmid, too, was glad to see him, and was glad to have him back. The young man asked for forgiveness for that he had put their knight to work, but explained that it was necessary to gain the trust of His Highness Julius. Upon hearing this, Princess Diana thanked him for his help. Camille himself bowed his head dejectedly and thanked everyone for the praise, but explained that he did not deserve warm words at all. Suddenly, they intervened in the conversation and apologized for being late. It was Edmund von Balschmida. He was the owner of these lands, and came to them on the orders of Juliana to take them. He met his father and was glad to see him. When the boy found out that his father had become a rebel, he was afraid that his heart would jump out of his chest. Balschmid smiled jokingly, thanked his son for such trust in him. They were joined by Prince Julius, who thanked Edmund for coming to meet them. It was an honor for the boy to meet the prince, who reciprocated his feelings and noted his excellent upbringing. Julius was amazed by the scale of the protective barrier, which extended across the entire country. He asked if there were similar barriers anywhere else, except in the magical kingdoms of Lynn and Estonia. The prince asked Edmund with a sly grin if this was the power of the royal family. The boy avoided a direct answer, saying only that everyone says so, but the young man did not understand his answer. Edmund explained that the barrier was controlled by the kings, but it was impossible to maintain it with a common effort. There were rumors that it contained the power of a divine beast, and that it was a very ancient creature. Julius was curious to know, does this beast live in the country now? But he was answered that these are just rumors. He suggested continuing the conversation on the way and asked if they wanted to look at the barrier from the inside. Everyone agreed and trusted him, but at the same time, something caught Nikolai's attention. Theobald asked him what had happened, and the boy explained that he had never smelled anything like that coming from him. Theo looked at him in surprise and asked again what kind of smell he was talking about. Soon, a large company arrived at the Balschmied estate. They prepared rooms for the guests from Majesta, and the servants would see them off. They were met by a small child, who joyfully greeted his father. It was his son Johann. His father squatted down next to him and explained that he had important guests today, and asked him to behave well and not make noise. The child immediately stopped smiling and apologized. Zig looked at him in surprise with his mouth open, because it was the first time he saw someone smaller than him. Suddenly the boy joyfully saw someone and ran to the side. It turned out it was Princess Diana, to whom he rushed with embraces, and his joy knew no bounds. Zig watched this spectacle frozen. The boy was curious about what brought her to their region, thinking that the girl wanted to play. She told that she had to go far from home, but immediately asked whether he would be against her visit. The young man assured that he was only for it, and not even against her forever remained. Sieg, looking displeased, asked who this boy was to her anyway, and Diana replied that he often visited their castle. Johann, irritated, turned to the boy and demanded that he stay away from the princess. He was interested in knowing who he was anyway. Still displeased, he hugged the princess, showing that she is only his. Looking at Johann with displeasure, Sieg said that he was her fiancé, and upon hearing this, he was first surprised and then blurted out that he was her husband. The boy understood that he was lying and began to get irritated and indignant, explaining that she was his future wife. Edmund asked his son to stop being rude, although everyone was already having fun and couldn't help but laugh. Camille didn't get what was going on at all, and was unhappy that these short guys were discussing the princess's wedding as if they were mocking her. The boy was praising the cute cat and asking Daya if the princess had ever touched such a soft animal. The girl asked not to touch it so much, although Haku clearly enjoyed the massage. Siegbert almost burst into tears, because Haku and Dia betrayed him, but he understood that he needed to control himself. After all, it's not by an adult to be angry at an ordinary child, although he himself was not an adult. However, he wanted to be warned in advance. Nikolai laughingly noticed that Zig had been touched by another shorty, but he responded that everything was fine. Emma tried to calm the boy down. After all, everyone knew that he was Princess Diana's real partner, but these words only made him feel more offended. Camille grabbed Johann and, addressing him as Shorty, demanded that he stop explaining that he was in no position to cling to the princess. The boy began to scream, demanding that he be released, and explained that he is an aristocrat. Boy explained that his birth status was not a reason to be rude, and he didn't want to hear anything from someone like him, especially since Johann was constantly pestering to the lady. Camille turned to Emma and asked her to give Johann red books with pictures, thinking that then he will calm down. The maid replied that she would try to find it, when suddenly Boy remembered something interesting. When the conversation turned to books, he asked if she knew about the book, The Girl's Promise to the White Wolf, and she replied that she knew because it was a famous fairy tale from Estonia, although she had never read it. Johann really liked this tale, and he wanted to read it. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise whether he really wanted to tell this legend. Camille explained that this fairy tale is based on the story of a divine beast, where a white wolf from the divine world accidentally breaks a jewel that made people's hearts kind, and this caused a conflict. As an apology, the white wolf descends into the human world and bestows his power on a girl he accidentally met in the forest while helping her. Johann was surprised that the guy knew a lot, and he explained that he also read it as a child. It turns out that in the fairy tale, after a long conflict, a country is created that became Estania, and the divine beast sealed his power in this girl, and then returned to the divine world. Hearing these words about the power of the divine beast, Princess Diana thought for a moment. This fairy tale said that the girl was called the Child of Light. Because of her golden hair, she was very kind and had a strong will. Johann, without stopping cute, asked if the princess would be there against if he reads her the book the boy really wanted to tell this tale, because he was smart. Siegbert intervened in the conversation and said that he also wanted to listen to how the Child of Light saves people. Diana thought for a moment and replied that she would like to listen to a fairy tale. The boy, hearing this, was delighted and demanded that Camille take him to the bookstores shelves and began to tug with his own feet. But the guy wanted him to shut up and threatened to throw him on the floor. For him, Johann was an annoying boy. Night had enveloped the city, and Zig was stretching in his room, tired after a busy day. It was the first time he had interacted with so many people, and it was great. Haku had fun too. I ran around to my heart's content. Now both the boy and the pet will sleep soundly. Book which he read turned out to be true, as Camille said, although it was not worth believing completely. The idea of the divine beast's precious power intrigued him, and perhaps this was the key to discovering Daya's power. Willibald entered the room. He apologized for disturbing me and said that he had just finished talking to Edmund, and came to the boy for a chat. They discussed the same things as before leaving, talked about the representatives of the royal family. Willibald mentioned the divine beast, and the boy asked in surprise if he was in this country. The uncle replied that it was possible, although no one had seen him before, and there were no traces found throughout the country either. Edmund advised to be careful, and Siegbert thought that someone in the country was against the beast. The guy thought so too, and understood that they needed to be prepared if their opponent was from the royal family, then he might be too strong, and perhaps it was generally connected with the Magic Academy. Their path was not completely clear. Even if human help is not enough, they can use the support of allies who are not human. At that moment, something flashed, stunning the boy. It was the wind spirit Frau, and seeing her, the boy asked in surprise what she was doing here. The girl answered that where Willibald is, she will be. The boy explained that spirits like Frau have a connection, and before going to Estania, he asked to put the spirit's blessing on the ribbon. But all spirits do not like people, so it is difficult to persuade them, and he did not like to persuade. This ribbon will protect from the magic of spirits if the divine beast turns out to be such. It is even possible to protect oneself from magic that affects people's hearts. Sieg asked in surprise if such magic was used in this country, and Willibald replied that ordinary mages and do not use such magic. But when he heard stories about the royal family of Estania, the same person always came up, so he decided to play it safe and do something that would also confirm his theory. He explained that no one should know that they had spirit magic, and that they needed to use concealment. Apart from the boy himself, no one should see through Siegbert's concealment. The boy understood his words. Frau hugged him and asked him to hide her well, and then she would reward him, but he tried to break free from the embrace and asked to let him go. Willibald thought that he was too cautious in using the spirit's blessing, but thought it was better to be prepared for the worst. Johann asked the princesses, is she leaving? And Diana answered in the affirmative, but promised to definitely return to him. Julius thanked Edmund for everything, who assured him that there was no need to thank him, because he was simply a loyal subject of Her Highness Diana. The young man wished them a safe journey, and expressed his joy at being able to meet the prince, and Julius himself was also glad to meet them. Willibald asked if everyone had put on their talismans. The boys returned to the palace of Estania, where Diana and the guest from Majesty were greeted by Juliana, waited for their arrival with all her heart. The girl introduced herself as the second princess in Estania, Juliana von Estania, and explained that the king had unfortunately couldn't meet them for health reasons, and therefore she will accompany them. Zig, seeing Diana's relatives, was amazed. Julius introduced himself as the crown prince of the kingdom of Magesta. Tobias suddenly intervened in the conversation, outraged that Diana had first raised a rebellion and now appeared here, but they tried to calm him down. Noticing his aggression, the boy was about to protect the princess, but she stopped him, clearly ready to stand up for herself. She swore that she would never turn a weapon against her people and family. They were important to her, and the girl she believed that she would be understood. Boy, without stopping, he cried out about how she dared to lie so brazenly right in front of everyone. But Juliana interrupted her brother, saying that family disputes upset her, and asked him to stop. The princess wanted him to do his sister a favor and calm his mind. Hearing hers, he suddenly fell silent. Tobias clicked his tongue in irritation and started to leave, but was stopped, indicating that the conversation was not over. The boy still didn't listen and headed for the exit, adding that he intended to become king. Juliana asked everyone for forgiveness and explained that Tobias had become so hot-tempered for 10 years back, although brothers and sisters were supposed to stick together. Willibald asked if Tobias really accused Diana of rebellion, but the princess assured him that he did not. that this is not so, although she could not tell everything. She admitted that when there was a rebellion of the Beastmen, the rebels spoke of Diana, but the words of madmen cannot be trusted, although Tobias. Their words were enough to make him angry. The guy asked, does she think that the rebels were manipulated by someone, and Juliana answered that this was most likely the case, but even considering what had happened in the dungeon, she decided that the accusations were false. She felt sorry that Diana had to go through this. She thanked her sister for her sympathy. Siegbert breathed a sigh of relief, as he was afraid that the princess would be destroyed here, but Juliana turned out to be a kind and good person. The girl decided to change the subject and asked, will the Abel family take part in the tournament? She explained that if they won, they would be able to officially prove Dea's innocence and denounce the engagement, then the people would believe the winners. Julius agreed that it was a good idea, when suddenly Elias intervened in the conversation and asked if the conversation was over. He asked to finally be allowed to speak. The guy was not interested in what they were going to do with Diana, and he did not care about family squabbles. But Juliana was indignant that this did not look like a statement from a member of the royal family. He explained that he didn't care about their politics or who would become king. With these words, he left. The princess asked if they were tired from the journey and said that they had been allocated housing near the castle. They just had to inform the responsible persons and wait a little. He burst out laughing anyway. Willibald immediately understood why he had been silent all this time. The prince explained that he is bored when the villain is revealed immediately, and now everything will be more interesting. The guy asked to restrain his impulses, and Camille wished that he would not laugh at the royal family. Nikolai was outraged at how one could speak to his younger sister like that, and did not understand Tobias at all. And Emma was very scared of what was happening. Despite fears, Diana was received even better than expected. She behaved surprisingly maturely and showed remarkable willpower. Everyone admired her, calling her smart, to which she modestly replied that she owed everything to Zig's support. The boys wondered what Willibald had seen with his special eyes, and he replied that this time he did not resort to them, which was unusual, because earlier the guy immediately used his abilities when he suspected someone. He admitted that would be worth a look. But he explained that the country was protected by the blessing of the sacred beast and was protected by a barrier. The young man explained that when used and evaluated on the royal family, they could quickly detect it. If they were mistaken for enemies, this could lead to undesirable consequences. Willibald did not fully understand how these barriers worked, and decided to postpone his assessment of the royal family for now. Julius realized that thoughtlessly using magic would raise suspicions. Sieg also heard this and was surprised. Wondering if it was true, he understood that the sacred beast barrier could really have such power. He remembered the appraising glance and came to the conclusion that they should refrain from using his abilities. The boy was glad that he remembered about it in time, although he was very curious. Matthias asked for forgiveness and permission to take up a little of their time. He introduced himself as the Prince of the Kingdom, Estania, Matthias von Estania, and immediately apologized for his older brother's rudeness. Julius assured that there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, it even amused him a little. Everyone understood that the prince's arrival was not an accident, and Matthias confirmed this. After asking for forgiveness, the young man explained that his words were intended only for Prince Julius, Mr. Albert, Mr. Siegbert, and Diana, and asked the others to leave for a moment. Everyone agreed. Zig didn't understand why he and Al had to stay, and they explained to him that it was because Albert was participating in the tournament, and the boy was Diana's fiancé, and Matthias wanted them to know something. Willibald agreed and said that they would wait in the living room, and all the rest gathered, waiting for news. The young man said with a serious expression that a civil war would soon begin in the country. Zig and the others were horrified, without understanding what it means. Matthias explained what he wanted so that they would withdraw from the tournament, take Diana, and return to Magesta. Julius clarified, "How reliable is this information?" The young man explained that the reigning king does not have long left, and after his death, the struggle for the throne will become even more fierce, and Tobias will rise up against his own brothers and sisters. The guy, as the heir, is going to gather supporters and fight his brother, but he doesn't want to involve the guys in this, so he asks to save Diana, take her out of the country, and return to Magesta. Zig wondered if the civil war for the throne was the catastrophe everyone was talking about. Diana firmly stated that she would not leave, and Matthias was surprised by her words. She understood that in the event of a civil war, the people would be in trouble, and the girl could not abandon them while being a member of the royal family. Her brother was outraged, speaking that it is unreasonable because she does not have the strength to fight. But the princess, she responded to this by saying that she had returned to find these powers. She was sure that she was born for this purpose and was not going to run away. The girl had already decided everything. Matthias didn't immediately realize what purpose they were talking about. Dia added that it was concerns only their country and not the kingdom's, and Majesta and the rest would be better off returning. But the young man objected, declaring that this was now their family business, their common problem. Since the family was in danger, it would not be possible to stay on the sidelines. Dia looked at the guy in surprise, suddenly supporting her. Julius noted that his sense of justice was off the charts, but he himself would have preferred to leave. But when the prince himself approached them with such information, his heart bled. The guy shared his guess about the possible involvement of the Magic Academy of their country. Hearing this, Matthias was very surprised. Julius explained that this was the reason they came to Astania, and that they were going to drop the charges against Diana and deal with the academy. If Al won the tournament, he would be able to enter the academy as an honored guest. But the catch was that if information about their academy's involvement came to light, the blame would be put on the Majesta Kingdom, and Julius didn't want to start a war between their countries. Matthias understood why they wanted to cooperate with them. The guy explained that he couldn't promise anything and that they just came to check the work of their academy and Taled, but if they accidentally prevent a civil war for the company, then he and Taled, it has nothing to do with it. Hearing this, Matthias was very happy and thanked him. The young man promised to respect any choice Diana made, even the most reckless, and asked Siegbert to take care of his sister. The boy firmly replied that he would protect her, and the girl thanked her brother. Turning to Mr. Albert, the prince said that Tobias could do something at the tournament, and asked him to be careful. Al happily listened to the words, thanking them for their concern, and then Matthias left them. Zig realized that the prince was a good man, and Julius understood that since he was such, he was not the heir to the kingdom for nothing. He saw much good in him, although he noticed the naivete characteristic of the young. For this reason, the boy easily trusted people like the boy. As soon as he spoke, he was immediately easy to read. Siegbert, turning to Albert, asked if he could handle what awaited him at the tournament. He squatted down in front of the guys and asked them not to worry. As a representative of their family, the guy was ready for all difficulties, and if he wins, they will have a chance to fix everything, so he has to win. The girl looked sad and wanted to say something to Albert, but he noticed Diana's face and decided to support her by explaining that he considered her part of his family and cared about her, not only because that she is his brother's fiancée. He remembered how she lived with them under the same roof, ate with them from the same plate, saw her life, and realized that she had a good heart. When Al saw her dancing with Zig, he had that same feeling. He immediately wanted them both to be happy, so he is willing to do anything to protect his family and cannot afford to lose in the tournament. The guys supported the young guy, confident that he would survive, and understanding that only he will win, they will wait for his triumph. Hearing encouraging words, Albert's eyes lit up. He promised that after such words, he would definitely put on quite a show. Out of joy, he picked up the boys and lifted them up on their shoulders, but they were a little scared by such a height. They managed to get a suitable human sample. Now they could experiment with humanoids. I asked the guys how the preparations for the tournament were going. They answered him that everything was ready. Now he was interested to know what happened to the talisman Gert and the guy. He said that they would bring it soon, since he had already conveyed the message. This answer didn't really satisfy him, and the guy got mad and explained that without his magical powers, nothing would start. He also believed that for this reason, one cannot completely rely on one's students. The teacher demanded that the talisman be delivered immediately. The young man replied that there was no point in shouting like that. Having delivered a certain item, he explained that there was enough power there, and the mechanism will definitely be launched. The guy was indignant. Why is there no due respect for his talent? Because without students, he would not have made any progress, and in response, he was rudely advised to shut up. If the experiment is successful, they will approach God, rise to Him, open a new door, and build a new world. Princess Juliana appeared before everyone and thanked everyone for waiting. She announced that the martial arts tournament in Astania would soon begin. Everyone admired her beauty, and some discussed whether she would now replace the king. Some even heard that Tobias wanted to take the throne, although many would like to see Her Highness as a queen. Zig noted that the princess is loved by the people. Juliana presented the tournament grid and explained that the winner is the one who wins every fight. She emphasized that magic is unlimited, and the spectators will be protected by a powerful barrier, so they should not fear for their lives. The girl called on everyone to observe the courage and dexterity of the participants, and the boy thought about what was about to happen very soon. The host announced the start of the first round and introduced the first participant, a magician from the City of Magic. Line, it was the cryomag Sven. Opposing him stood the son of the famous Abel family, the heir Albert O. The first fight of the tournament in Estania is about to begin. The guy standing against Al said that it was an honor for him to fight against him, and he intends to show what he is capable of. The young man also supported his attitude and asked him to give it his all. The leader announced the beginning, allowing the attack, and Albert immediately rushed into battle. But suddenly something went wrong. Some circumstance intervened in their duel. Suddenly the guy froze, as if paralyzed, not understanding what was happening. Some kind of influence was clearly affecting him. Looking at his hands, he couldn't understand where all his magic power had disappeared to. It had simply evaporated, and his opponent asked why he wasn't attacking. Without waiting for an answer, Sven declared his seriousness and his intention to win, and unleashed a barrage of attacks on him, summoning spirits in the form of snakes, and the young man barely had time to dodge. All this was closely watched by his loved ones. Zig felt that something was wrong and wanted to take a judging look, but because of the barrier, it was dangerous, as they could arouse suspicion. Willibald also did not use his abilities, they could only watch the battle. Al realized that he could not use magic and decided to change tactics. He had no choice but to resort to hand-to-hand combat. He confidently walked towards his opponent to strike. Sven asked if he thought he wouldn't strike an unarmed man. The young man began to chant again, summoning an ice beast. Seeing this, Sieg was very afraid for him. But Willibald was confident in his powers, although everything looked quite dangerous. Albert had a keen eye and quickly studied the creature's body, looking for a weak spot. He found its weak spot and struck it with all his might, so that the beast could not resist and simply collapsed. But Sven was not going to give up, and, using magic, directed many blows towards Albert. However, this did not frighten the guy, and he easily repelled the enemy's attacks. Raising his leg above Sven, he asked him to prepare to take the blow. Al used a demon kick, but he intentionally missed and landed right in front of the guy. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was in front of his opponent, raising his fist in front of his face. The latter, realizing his situation, was so frightened that sweat appeared on his face. He had no choice but to give up and raise his hands. Seeing this, the host declared Albert the winner. The opponent praised Albert, saying that he was a worthy opponent and that he considered himself unworthy of him fighting seriously. The young man calmed him down, explaining that he was strong and apologized for not being able to fight at full strength. Al extended his hand and promised that next time he would definitely fight with all his strength. Zig knew that everything ended well, but he was sure that something had happened. Willibald couldn't see anything because of the barrier, and he planned to personally question Albert later. Sieg said that he was running away to his brother. Nikolai tried to stop him so that he would go alone, but Haku joined him. Theobald said that he would also go with him, and the boy agreed with him, asking her to watch the road and tell him if anything seemed suspicious to her. The guy also asked his spirit not to get caught. Willibald immediately realized that if the enemies had failed with Albert, they would change their target. All this was too much trouble for the young man. Zig assumed that Al was most likely waiting for him somewhere in the waiting room he was. I'm sure my brother is okay, but the excitement still gnawed at me. Suddenly Haku braked because I felt like someone was making fun of me. The cat said that he felt as if a group of people were making fun of someone, and he ran away. Nikolai asked in surprise where he ran, and the boy explained that Haku felt a fight somewhere nearby. The boy was worried about his brother, but still insisted that they needed to check what was going on there. The young man understood that it was impossible to leave Haku alone, and asked him to follow him. They managed to run to the little animal, and here they are already, where the fight had just taken place. The cat jumped into the alley, demanding to stop torturing the weak. The guys saw some strangers and asked them what was going on. Nikolai indignantly asked what the hell they were doing there. They replied that they should get out, or they would be in trouble. At this point, the guy couldn't stand it any longer. He went up to one of them and put a knife to his throat. He explained that it would hurt them a lot, and the bad guys were taken aback, not understanding how she got to them so quickly. He demanded to know why they had attacked the boy and wanted them to tell him everything, although the young man would have asked a bunch of other questions. The stranger suddenly threw a bottle of liquid on the floor and it shattered into pieces, spreading over the surface. This vile liquid instantly swallowed the attackers and they disappeared. Nikolai was shocked by what he saw, although Haku was glad that they managed to get rid of them, and Zig praised the little animal. The boys remembered the victim, and the boy examined him and saw what terrible wounds he had. The stranger thanked them for their help, and Zig asked if he was okay. When the guy raised his head, he saw the coat of arms of the Abel family on the guys and shouted in surprise that he was very lucky. Taking off his hood, he asked again if these were really representatives of the Abel family, and asked to help his master. The guys were perplexed by the lack of understanding of what was happening. While in the waiting room, Albert concentrated on using his power, and he succeeded. He realized that he could now use magic. Only the boy noticed that it was in the arena that someone was blocking his magic, although his opponent in the same arena was using it without any problem. Al realized that he had become a target and thought that it was the hand of Dia's brother. The young man could have told about it, but nothing would have come of it since they would have written it off as him simply trying to justify himself. The question of his participation in the competition had been decided by the prince only recently, and Albert was surprised that someone had prepared so quickly. He was missing something, and he needed to discuss it with his uncle and Julius. A stranger in black passed by him, and Albert looked at him strangely, wondering if he was a participant from the Empire. He felt that this man had a frightening aura, as if Al had done something bad to him. In addition, from the strange things, he noticed the sickly appearance of this man. Suddenly, the spirit sent by Willibald began to call him back, and he, frightened, began to look around, listening to where the sound was coming from. The spirits apologized for scaring him, and explained that they were going to him, but on the way they came across a man who needed help and everyone else stayed to help him. The guy didn't understand anything, and they suggested just following the light. The only thing the spirit told Albert was that the guys wanted to talk about what happened in the battle, and asked him to follow them. The stranger introduced himself as Lewis and said that he was there on orders and was conducting an investigation. During his mission, he was suddenly attacked, and if it were not for the help of the guys, it is unknown what would have happened to him. When asked about the purpose of the investigation, the young man answered that it was about the events of the first stage of the competition. The guy asked if they had managed to find anything, and Lewis replied that he had inspected the entire area but had not found anything specific, but was sure that something dangerous was being prepared and that it needed to be prevented. The guys were worried whether he had discovered danger, and at the same time were asking who was in charge of all this. In response, they heard that this was a secret investigation and information could not be disclosed. At this time, Zig went into himself, wondering whether all this was connected with the Civil War. Lewis explained that if they helped, he would put them in touch with his master, who would probably also be interested in talking to them. Nikolai asked what they would do with the boy, since he was his bodyguard and would have gone with him anyway. He, in turn, also expressed a desire to learn more about this matter, but there was a nuance. The other bodyguard understood that his family was also involved in this and therefore understood the young man's motives. The victim of the attack then asked if he was wearing a guard's uniform and if he served someone in the royal family. He explained that they were convinced that the accusations against Princess Diana were unfair, so they decided not to cooperate with the royal family and its close associates. A voice suddenly intervened in the conversation, offering to meet him in person, which surprised everyone quite a bit. Albert also managed to arrive at the meeting place and was amazed by what he saw. It turned out to be Elias, who complained about the difficult situation in their family. Taking off his robe, the boy explained that he wanted to personally evaluate them. Princess Juliana herself appeared before Albert. To be more precise, they wanted to check whether they could be trusted. He waved his hand and used magic, regretfully stating that there were things he couldn't tell them, and then suggested that they continue the conversation elsewhere and teleported everyone away. The boys were taken aback, asking where they were, and Elias explained that this was his garden, where they could talk quietly without prying eyes. The young man asked if they liked the garden, because there was one curious artifact there that was quite useful. The guy introduced himself again as the second prince Elias von Estania, who had no claim to the throne. He suggested calling him simply Eli, The prince thanked them for helping Lewis. He knew each of them and listed them by name, starting with Siegbert, then Theobald, Haku, and Nikolai. The boy admitted that he brought them to his garden rather abruptly, although it was necessary because he needed their help. He wanted to rid the country of darkness. Zig didn't immediately understand what was going on, but Eli explained that Albert probably already knew what was going on. Elias was not interested in politics, but that did not mean he did not love his country. He thought about how to help the people and the royal family move towards a better future, but the more he delved into it, the more he realized that a crisis was brewing. Theobald asked him to tell him more. The young man explained that other countries were interfering in their affairs in less than honest ways, and that this was most likely happening at the behest of his brother Tobias. Juliana was also aware of his plans, but she was too kind and was not capable of taking decisive action against him. Sieg asked what the reason for all this was. The prince explained that Tobias was originally groomed as heir to the throne, but his father married the new queen and had a child together. His brother was pushed away from the throne, so he was hurt and bitter. But despite this, he still tries to hold on to power, resorting to not the most respectable methods, and the guy is ready to get rid of even family members, just to get the throne. The boy understood that they still do not know the secret. Elias, for this reason, decided that he had to stop his brother, even if he had to become enemies. He was sorry that this happened to Lewis. But the guy assured that he was fine, and that it was his own fault. The prince doesn't care about the throne, and doesn't need it anymore. He wanted to ask them to investigate the Colosseum, and asked if they wanted to get involved in it earlier, suspecting that it was so. Nikolai indignantly asked if he doubted them, and Eli, in response, asked not to misunderstand him. He explained that he had not forgotten how they helped Diana. The guy just wanted to say that if they united, it would be a win-win for everyone. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere. Zig was surprised that it was his uncle's voice, who asked what benefit Prince Elias was talking about. Eli himself was also surprised by Mr. Willibald's voice. The boy did not think that they would be able to talk so soon and explained that it was difficult for him to look after this child, and he asked a friend for help so that they could hear his voice. Frau was also present. The guy admitted that he had overheard their entire conversation and asked how much of their assumptions about the investigation were true, and Eli noted that much was just guesswork, so helping Dia now was a pretty risky undertaking. The young man was ready to cooperate with him, but under certain conditions, and the prince asked what condition they were talking about. The boy asked if the barrier could sense the use of magic. This question caused the prince to grin smugly. He confirmed his words, and all the guys were shocked by what they heard. The guy explained that if magic was used against the royal family, the barrier would warn them about it immediately, but there was one nuance. If it was the king, he had an even more powerful defense. Sieg clarified what he meant, and Eli suggested that it was some kind of royal privilege, where any magic aimed at the king would be immediately cancelled or reflected. But the barrier could not protect against diseases, and at the moment the king was sick, which meant that the body could not be protected from the inside anyway. Elias criticized his father, considering him guilty, which surprised the boy. He did not understand how the boy could talk like that about his own father. The boy explained that the discord in their family occurred because of the selfishness of the father, and not all families have close relationships. In any case, it would be better for them if they did not use magic on the royal family, and in the end the prince asked if Willibald got what he wanted. The young man replied that he was quite satisfied and, as he had promised, offered temporary cooperation. Eli, feeling grateful, suggested that they end their business here and teleport everyone back to the Colosseum. He expressed hope for good results in the future and wished them luck. Albert asked Princess Juliana why she was there, and the girl replied that she wanted to avoid Tobias's undue attention. She was curious to know how the boy had survived the incident with the icicle. Al thanked her for her concern and said that he was fine. The princess was happy to hear his words and added that perhaps Tobias had done something to the arena. She came to tell him about it. According to her, after the decision was made that the martial arts tournament would be held in their country, Tobias often met with someone there, secretly discussing something, and even if she asked, he would not talk to her. In the end, Albert took a risk, and she was very sorry, but the guy said that there was no need to apologize, because he was just doing what he had to do. Al asked her not to worry, and the princess apologized for disturbing him, explaining that she was panicking a little. The young man noticed that she had been acting differently in the last few days, and wondered if she was real in front of him now. Juliana told him that Tobias was planning something terrible, and that it would endanger the people dear to her. She could not allow this, and did not want him to become a tyrant. The girl wanted to save her country and Tobias her younger brother, since they had the same mother. Albert was surprised to hear this. The princess continued by explaining that she wanted to ensure his safety before her brother could harm him, and asked him to withdraw from the tournament. This shocked the boy, but Albert firmly replied that he could not refuse. He had made a promise to Diana and Siegbert. Whatever difficulties arose, he was sure that they would overcome them and wanted her to bless all the children. The young man asked Princess Juliana not to worry. The crisis in Estonia did not frighten them at all. Al is sure that they will stop Prince Tobias, and will do everything possible to do so. The girl was silent, listening attentively. She had heard before about his devotion to the family, despite the danger. She wanted to be the same, and the princess sincerely thanked him for his help. Albert replied that there was no need to thank him. Juliana wanted to make sure that Tobias did not suspect anything and would do everything possible. She said goodbye and wanted to see the future that he could create for their country. She disappeared, leaving Albert in thought. He understood that the princess did not need the throne and understood that the girl believed that Tobias was behind everything. She thought only about her homeland, and for Al, the princess seemed like a good person. He was suddenly called by Siegbert's voice. It was indeed a boy, and Albert asked what he was doing there. Zig explained that he was in the waiting room, so he went to look for him. He asked worriedly if he was okay, and Al replied that he was fine. The boy asked to tell what he was doing there, and the boy told about meeting the princess. Theobald told that he also recently spoke with the prince. Albert understood that the royal family had most likely already begun to act. Willibald assumed that they all wanted the same thing, namely to save their country, or that they were trying to deceive them and it was too early to draw any conclusions. Siegbert asked his uncle to tell him what he had talked about with Juliana. The young man shared that they both wanted to stop the conspiracy in the Colosseum, and if the guys had listened to what they were saying, they would have decided that they were both on the same side. But he couldn't shake the feeling of a catch, and Nikolai asked what he meant. The guy explained that Prince Elias knew too much about the protective barrier, and Princess Juliana, despite the circumstances, had an inordinate influence in the country. Albert assumed that the prince, as a member of the royal family, should know about the barrier and was afraid that Tobias could become king. Then he would not be able to do anything. In his opinion, this is why he was in no hurry to reveal himself and deal with his brother. Willibald partially agreed with his opinion, but understood that not everything is so simple. The young man scanned the Colosseum dungeon with magic and transformed its layout. The guy remembered Eli's words that magic cannot be used on the royal family, so he decided to use search magic on the Colosseum. It was a big risk, because the prince could lie. Fortunately, no one noticed him, and the magic showed him 2 hidden places. Nikolai asked if he could find out what was there and asked to look with his evaluative vision, but Willibald explained that it was not that simple. This ability allows one to evaluate only what can be seen with one's own eyes. Zig knew he was right, and that was how his judgmental gaze worked. It turned out that the only way to find out what was down there was to go down there in person, even if it was a trap. Although the second round of the tournament was about to begin, and their absence from the stands would raise suspicions, Willibald explained that he would think about a plan of action during the competition, and Siegbert supported him and asked his brother to be extremely attentive. He in turn asked not to worry so much. The guy took Albert aside and said that if he made it to the finals, he would most likely attract the attention of the organizer of all this, which meant that he might run into a dangerous guy who couldn't be defeated. He asked him to be careful in his absence, and Al visibly tensed up at these words. Willibald wanted the young man to fear the Empire's terrible experiment. The second round of Frank versus Albert had already ended, and the crowd was about to be told the winner. Albert was the winner again. The conspirators decided that he was not bad, even after his magic was taken away, although one of them thought that their equipment was malfunctioning. The guy assured him that he had checked everything thoroughly, and there were no problems, and he just silently agreed. The conspirator asked the guy about what was happening with the royal family of Estonia, and he was told that they had already begun to stir. He is sure that no one will interfere with them. Even if someone invades, they will have time to launch everything. They are very lucky that Tobias turned out to be a naive idiot. If he was even a little smarter, it might have been harder for them. He even brought them people from Magesta, like cattle, for slaughter. They planned to suck every drop of life out of their bodies. At the hotel in the capital of Astania, the guys had already gathered, and Theobald had also managed to join them. Willibald was very worried about him and was already thinking about searching for him. He asked what was going on with the Colosseum. Theo noted that the security had become much stricter, and he tried to get inside, but was unable to use magic. The guy assumed that before the decisive finale, the security would loosen its grip, but he realized that the enemy was not so simple. Julius needed to remind them to avoid actions that could provoke a conflict between their countries. Hearing this, Willibald sarcastically asked how they would get inside then, and he was told again that they should try to avoid international conflicts. The prince ended the conversation and wished everyone a good rest and to prepare for tomorrow. Zig asked if they would leave tomorrow, and the guy decided to explain that tomorrow everything would be as simple as possible for them. Their goal is a strange space under the collision, and the young man suspected that the connection there might be unavailable, and that the entrance there is secret. It is most likely impossible to get there by the usual way, and they would have to dig. First of all, they need to explore this space. He left everything to Siegbert, Haku, Theobald, and Nikolai. Hearing this, Al was indignant that the boy was also going. He was against it. Willibald replied that he himself would see his strength and asked if he thought that he had been standing still all this time. The boy himself asked to go with his brother, even if it was dangerous. He was sure that he could handle it, especially since the three of them could defeat any enemy, and the mission would seem easy to them. Theobald promised that this time he would not take his eyes off him, and Albert believed and asked him to return alive at all costs. Willibald also counted on this trio, and he himself decided to go to the floors where there were the most problems, and Dia asked if he would go alone. He answered in the affirmative, adding that it would be even easier for him to move around alone, although the princess offered him her help. The guy, understanding her feelings, explained that she couldn't help in any way now and asked her to just wait for them all here. She had no choice but to agree, but then Camille intervened in the conversation. He expressed a desire to go with him, since the boy was Her Highness's sword, and therefore had to help him in her stead. The young man asked not to say any more about how Her Highness could not help in any way. Willibald asked if he was sure of his decision, because Diana would then be left alone. Camille thought about his words, but the girl replied that everything was fine. Thanking him, she asked him to help them instead of her, although there were those who could be entrusted with caring for her. The guy expressed hope and promised to rely on them, and Albert asked the girl not to forget and support him. Diana agreed and promised to try. Now everything was decided. The decisive battle would take place tomorrow, and the most interesting would await them ahead. Nikolai, Haku, Siegbert, Theobald, Willibald, and Camille are ready to begin the mission. The host greeted the crowd and thanked them for coming today. Today was the second day of the tournament, and they were looking forward to the grand finale. The audience would be in for a battle of real heroes, and the host asked not to miss a minute. Tobias asked how things were with the bastards from Magesta, and Juliana answered that they would arrive later. Mr. Sieg was busy, and the others were sick because they were tired from the long journey, and there was nothing they could do about it. The guy was unhappy and thought that their brat simply did not want to participate. He did not want to put up with this. His sister tried to calm him down, but he asked Spider to tell him what happened, and the man said that the heir of the Abel family was ignoring all demands to return. Tobias was angry that the guys did not value their great empire, and Diana betrayed him, and he wanted to show her betrayal to the whole country. The girl was offended and hurt, but she could not do anything and could only pray. She hoped they would return alive. A few minutes ago, the boys were looking for an entrance, but they came across a dead end. Theobald explained that this was the right place, although they used a hidden entrance and they probably used magic. Zig was sure that there might be a magic seal there. Theo thought they should find it. Suddenly, the boy accidentally activated something near the wall. The wall began to open and Nikolai stepped back in surprise. It turned out that Zig had found the seal, but also by accident, but the guy didn't believe him and joked that he had good intuition. Nikolai and Theobald knew his abilities well, so there was no point in hiding anything. Siegbert knew his brother was in danger, and he had to do everything he could. They had to sort this out before the final battle began. While they were passing through a normal tunnel, the only strange thing was the walls. Theobald asked them not to relax in enemy territory, when suddenly Haku got nervous and ordered everyone to stop, smelling a strange smell. A strong wind blew in their direction, and the guys had to cover their faces. When the wind died down, they found themselves surrounded by something ominous. and were very surprised. Nikolai was glad that something was finally starting to happen, and Zig ordered him to stand behind him to sort everything out on his own. The boy used his water magic, and with the created stream they managed to repel the enemies. Nikolai was delighted, and noted that Siegbert's strength was impressive as always. Suddenly Theobald shouted that the fight was not over yet, and the enemies began to come to their senses. He decided to break through on his own, and Zig and Hawk had to wait for the moment to attack, and he asked Nikolai not to allow the enemy to strike from behind. Everyone understood his plan. The young man rushed forward to attack, and the boy remembered how long it had been since they had fought together, and noticed that everyone had become stronger. He was sure that they would save his brother. Soon they came across a mysterious door. Zig understood that it was still far from the end, and he needed to figure it out quickly. Theobald decided to open the door, and it swung open in front of them. The boy's eyes widened in shock, and he was even speechless from what he saw. Camille asked Willibald if he was really going to dig a hole, and the young man replied that Prince Elias would come to an agreement with everyone, and they would forgive him a lot. Having finished speaking, he announced that it was time to begin, but the young man asked him to wait. Camille used concealment, a spell that suppresses and hides magical power. The boy, as the princess's representative, could not allow himself to be found here. Willibald praised him and realized that he would have to strain himself less. Suddenly the floor, which was cut in a circle, cracked and the slab with the boys sank down. Camille was unhappy and called the guy a monster, saying that this was no longer just digging holes. The guy did not respond to this, but simply asked to use fire magic to improve visibility. He began to doubt whether he could really create fire and thought that he couldn't, but Camille shouted that he could do it. The boy, as asked, used his magic to light up everything around him and asked why he sent the three and didn't go himself. Willibald explained that at first he thought of going himself, but there was a snag. He asked Camille if he knew what was under the capital, Astania, and the guy suggested that there was an emergency shelter or secret warehouses there. Although the young man believed that there was something else there, since the dungeon was too deep, even compared to others, and it did not look like something built by people. He was sure that they were hiding something so deep for a reason and understood that people could not create such a thing. Camille became nervous and tensely asked why he was saying all this. Willibald found something strange near the wall, and shared with Camille that he was going to tell the most important secret of the country. With a slight movement of his hand, he broke the wall, and the young man looked inside and was amazed by what he saw. An amazing picture of a huge dungeon opened up before him, and he could not believe that all this was there. Even Willibald did not expect to see a real dungeon, and Camille was shocked, considering it incredible and wondering why no one knew about it. The young man assumed that even the royal guards did not know about the existence of this dungeon, and was sure that the royal family deliberately hid it. Perhaps something important was hidden here. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind. The young man managed to react and repulse the attack. He asked the attackers who they were, but they preferred to remain silent. Too many events had happened in a short period of time. Willibald looked at the attackers with an appraising gaze and realized something, and asked why the people from the Empire had magical creatures created by the Magic Academy with them. Hearing this, the attackers were very surprised but did not answer. The boy knew they were annoyed at being discovered in the dungeon, but they had to resort to a trick, and he wondered if they thought they could fool them by wearing a mask. He wondered why the people from the academy were at the tournament, and he assumed that Prince Tobias had some connection to the academy. Willibald believed that the Academy of Magic had long since united with the Empire, and now he finally realized something for himself. The guy asked Camille to remove his spell, and it was time for them to clean up all the dirt and go help Siegbert. Otherwise, this country will experience a catastrophe greater than a civil war. Zig stood in front of something incomprehensible and could not understand what it was. All he understood was that it absorbed the magical power and gave birth to those black creatures that attacked them. Previously, Albert's magical power emanated from them. He understood that because of this, his brother lost his power. An unknown voice announced that he thought that a knight and a red mage were climbing from the other side, so he decided that there was someone more dangerous here. But he calmed down a little when he saw only a child in front of him. The boy looked closely at his robe and remembered that his uncle had said that it was worn by students of the Magic Academy and asked if he was a student. The voice made it difficult to make out some noise, but he was still interested in knowing whether the person in front of them was a student or a teacher. The stranger explained that there was nothing here that could interest them, only the student's project, and advised them to go back, although now that they had seen the prototype, he had no right to let them go. Nikolai wanted to understand whether he was influencing the magic in the arena, and Zig demanded that he immediately stop all this. But the opponent, raising his right hand, decided to act, not intending to listen to anyone. Suddenly, an unknown magic covered them, and the boys froze in horror. Nikolai felt very sick, and Haku did not understand what was happening and saw that they were suffering greatly. The boy could not understand how Albert fought under such pressure. The enemy wanted it to end before the final, but Al didn't give in, and the schedule had to be changed. Zig tried to understand what he was talking about, while the host addressed the audience and said that due to unforeseen circumstances, the final of the fight was postponed, but the fight would begin soon. To their right stood the proud mage Albert, and his opponent was an imperial assassin. In front of Al stood a girl, the very same opponent of Vera Esmer. Albert did not understand what kind of child was in front of him, but the final battle began and the girl immediately began to act. The young man barely managed to repel her attack, and he realized that she was clearly no weaker than him. But he couldn't approach her with a sword. If he could use his partner, then maybe something would have worked out. Al realized that he had no time to think and needed to simply act. He began to attack directly, although it was so hard for him that sweat even appeared on his face. He was unable to do anything at all, since the enemy was strong, and he realized that Willie Bald was right. Albert managed to stay on his feet and withstand such a strong force, as he was prepared for it. The guy's opponent explained that Vera Esmer was object number 1736, and she had become stronger than everyone else. But she didn't live long, but they didn't care what would happen to her. Now something else was important to him. Zig got into a fighting stance and asked why they were doing this. The boy demanded that this nightmare be stopped immediately, and the enemy noticed that Siegbert used his magic even after he stole his power, but did not understand how he used it, and was surprised that at such a young age, he could control advanced magic. He realized that the Abel family had also hidden all this from them, and now he had no choice. He announced to his students that the exam was starting and began to summon monsters, while the children watched him in horror. Albert's final battle had already begun, and he needed to stop this device quickly, otherwise he would lose without magical power. Zig saw the panel and thought that it could be used to control this device and realized that he needed to get to it and destroy it. The enemy asked what he was staring at and noticed that there was some other magical power in him. He realized that he was not as simple as he seemed. The boy was stunned by the fact that he noticed how he used his skill and realized that the guy was dangerous. The enemy set his monsters on him and asked him to show him his strength. But Nikolai stood up for Zig. Fighting off the enemies, he asked to leave him this trifle and deal with this idiot in a robe and the device. Theobald knew that they couldn't use magic, so they were only getting in his way. But he assured them that these enemies wouldn't be able to lay a finger on the boy. He thanked them for that. While they were fighting the monster, Zig ran towards his main opponent. The longer the battle dragged on, the less chance they had, and they had to finish it all with one blow. He put all the fire magic into his blade and was going to use it against his opponent. But this did not give any chances. He was very surprised. Not understanding what happened and where his fire went, the opponent realized that he had used advanced magic that exceeded the prototype's absorption capabilities, but he was unable to hide his flow of magical power, and his flow could be easily seen. Therefore, before activating the spell, he could intervene in the attack and cancel it. For the researcher, the magic flow and other tricks were the base, and Zig realized after his words that he was a researcher. The guy explained that if he was going to fight him seriously, he needed to work on the activation speed, and asked him to learn to hide the flow of magic power and work on himself. But Zig did not give up. He attacked the enemy once more, but he easily counterattacked him and didn't even get a scratch, although the boy was already out of breath and could barely breathe. The young man noticed that the last attack with ice magic was not bad, but noted that this magic had a huge minus, since it could be countered with a force with a stronger element, and it was necessary to better study the compatibility of different elements. The boy understood that the boy's reserve of magical power was not the same as that of an ordinary person, and he began to suspect the secret son of the Abel family. The boy understood that things were bad, and that he could not be taken by ordinary force. He needed to stop this device quickly, otherwise everything would be lost. Meanwhile, Albert continued to fight, and Sieg kept an eye on him. Despite the current situation, Al continued to desperately fight against his superior opponent, hoping that victory was already close. However, his unwavering rival skillfully held the defense, not letting him get close to her. Suddenly, she counterattacked, breaking his sword and causing serious damage. Al knew the situation was extremely dangerous, and Princess Diana, watching what was happening, was very worried about him. In the blink of an eye, the guy was thrown against the wall. The enemy pierced his body, pinning him to the wall. Diana was terrified, fearing for his life, but she remembered his request for her support. He spoke of her as a member of the family, and they lived together, shared a roof over their heads, and were like kindred spirits. She could not allow him to die. She dreamed of their happiness together. First, she whispered softly for him not to give up, and then she screamed loudly at the top of her voice, urging him to hold on. Her words reached Albert's heart, giving him new hope. Gathering his last strength, he broke free from his opponent's grip and declared with a smile that he had no intention of giving in. Dia's tears welled up at these words. Albert explained that he was protecting his family, and no matter how hard it was his duty. He saw an example of how one can proudly carry the enormous weight of debt and not bend under its weight. The boy couldn't take his eyes off the man. Albert carried the legacy of his example, so he couldn't lose there. The guy was not going to kneel in front of his friends and loved ones. The guys watched his composure with surprise. At that moment, Zig remembered that his brother believed in them, and it was not the end. The boy realized that there was no need to rush, but to weigh the whole situation and think. He came up with a brilliant plan to get out of this situation. The enemy asked him what he had in mind. The boy replied that he would not allow him to do whatever he wanted, and that he would put an end to everything with his next attack. Siegbert began to recreate the magic contained in his blade. The enemy realized that he was using low-rank magic to reduce the activation speed. This allowed him to prevent the enemy from using magic, and thanks to this, he closed himself with a wall of wind. He managed to work on the mistakes. The boy directed all his power towards the enemy and attacked him. Magic power could not be distributed evenly in such a wind spell. Siegbert managed to cover his weaknesses with magic. The opponent still dodged the attack, but he felt that this time it was stronger. He realized that Zig was talented even despite his young age. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the device was attacked, and the enemy asked in surprise how this was possible. Since Zig was supposed to be the only one who could use magic, the boy agreed with him and clarified that it works on people. Only Siegbert had an ally in Haku. The enemy asked if Haku could use magic. At the same time, the little animal was happy that he had hit the target and praised himself. The young man realized that his visibility had been blocked by wind magic. Zig specially created a blind spot and hid the spell that Haku used. The boy noticed that when the device was activated, it seemed to only affect people, so he decided to use the power of the animal. He used wind magic to block the enemy's vision, while Haku shot at the control panel. All this was possible because they trained together a lot. The guy praised the guys for their intelligence. He did not expect that his partner could be so dangerous. Now he realized that the prototype stole magic only from people, and that was their only enemy. Control over the device was lost, and the magic power began to return to the arena. It looked like the guys had won. Zig knew that soon the power would return to Albert, and he was glad that they managed to do it. The battle continued, and Al's opponent was only defending himself. Diana was worried about him, although Julius remained calm. The guy felt how his strength began to return to him. Thanks to their efforts, he drew his blade, creating it in his hands. Julius called Albert a fool for making him nervous. The young man apologized to Princess Diana and promised to fight with all his might. Al was the flame of the Abel family, and his eyes and his body were ablaze.